Chapter 1049. Merry Forest occupied nearly 1/5 of Julu City. It had its own system and was outside of the control of the City Lord's office. In reality, it was a city within a city. City Lord Hazy, who was a mix of serpent and serpent, chose to acquiesce and even let Black Edge, who was related to him by blood, enter Merry Forest and become He Qiangang's trusted subordinate. This was naturally because he was afraid of his demon commander level strength. Why don't you try someone else? Let's see if our Hazy City Lord will pull out your brain with one slap. Therefore, in the face of He Qiangang's response to his closed-door training, the City Lord could do nothing but helplessness. This was because he had already begun his closed-door training the day before he sent the message. He had already confirmed this, and Black Edge had also given him a clear answer. This bastard kid, after entering Merry Forest, had really become He Qiangang's absolute confidant. His attitude towards his uncle was rather cold. But on this matter, Hazy believed that this kid would not dare to casually fool him. Without He Qiangang, Julu City had one less demon commander level peak combat power. This obviously greatly affected his plans. But the beast tide was getting stronger by the day. Countless demons were dying every day. He could not wait any longer. It was not that our Hazy City Lord was kind and valued the defending demons. It was because only with people could there be wealth. If most of the demons in Julu City died, what was the point of him being the City Lord? Or to put it in more extreme terms, if Julu City was really conquered by the beast tide, would the City Lord still be the City Lord? So on the matter of resisting the beast tide, the Hazy City Lord was definitely the most enthusiastic one out of everyone. Since Merry Forest was absent, Thousand Eye Hall and Three Lives Pavilion came as promised. Together with the City Lord's office, they formed the top 4 of Julu City. Of course, in terms of absolute strength, the City Lord's office, which was recognized by the Demon King of this level, was the strongest on the surface. But if everyone really fell out and fought with their lives on the line, it would be hard to say who would have the last laugh in the end. After all, while the City Lord's office was recognized by the Demon King of the Abyss, it did not mean that we did not have any backing. Putting aside the Merry Forest, which was an unexpected product, both the Thousand Eye Hall and the Pavilion of Three Lives were behemoths with a chain that spread throughout the abyss. Not to mention how powerful these two forces were, how could they not have powerful backers to back them up if they were able to do business? In short, on the surface, the City Lord's mansion was the leader of Julu City, and everyone would give it a certain degree of respect. However, when they were on the stage and faced each other face to face, they were basically on equal footing. Here's a piece of news. In the beginning, Merry Forest wasn't recognized as having such a status. After all, as a local force that grew up in a barbaric manner, it would be a joke for them to be on equal footing with them without any background. The final result of this matter was that a fierce battle erupted between He Qiangang and the steward of the Three Lives Pavilion. No one knew the specifics of what happened, but from then on, Merry Forest gained its current transcendent status. As for the steward of the Three Lives Pavilion, a cold man from the Viper tribe, he wore a black eye patch on his face and never took it off again. The City Lord of Blackpool sat down on the main seat. His eyes swept over the two. You should already know the reason why I invited you two here today. There has been a change in the beast horde. In order to prevent the situation from worsening to an unmanageable state, we must act as soon as possible to suppress it. The situation was tense, so there was no more mystery. Everyone went straight to the point. Old Fox frowned. Although I know that the beast horde this time is a bit inappropriate, has the situation really reached such a serious point? The City Lord of Blackpool flicked his sleeves and 2 magic crystal cards fell on the table. The information recorded within is first-hand information collected by the City Lord's mansion. You two should have received some of it before. You will understand after reading it. After a moment, he put down the magic crystal cards in his hands. The room was deathly silent and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. Old Fox frowned and his face darkened. He did not think that the situation in Julu City had reached such a dangerous state. According to the calculations of the City Lord's mansion, as time passed and the beast horde's power increased, it was highly likely that Julu City would be breached. Without Julu City, The City Lord was no longer the City Lord. As for him, the manager of the Thousand-Eye Palace, he was no exception. Taking a deep breath, Old Fox slowly said, "With the situation like this, we should indeed intervene and take precautions." At this moment, the manager of Three Lives Pavilion let out a low laugh. "Julu City is in danger. We are naturally duty-bound. But I don't understand why Merry Forest can stay out of this. Shouldn't they contribute to the defense of Julu City?" The City Lord of Blackpool frowned and then calmed down. "Hei Tiangang has gone into seclusion. Before I sent a message to you, this was just a coincidence." "So what if it was a coincidence? The beast horde has changed and the city is about to be breached. Even if he has gone into seclusion, can't he just temporarily stop?" The manager of Three Lives Pavilion's laughter became colder and colder. "My Three Lives Pavilion will not charge into battle for no reason. Ever since the battle that year, Three Lives Pavilion and Merry Forest appeared to be at peace with each other on the surface, but in reality they were like fire and water. Over the years, the two sides had fought in secret countless times and their hands were stained with each other's blood. So in truth, the City Lord was not unprepared for this situation. He took out 2 more magic crystal cards. "Julu City cannot be lost. This concerns our interests, but as the City Lord of Julu City, I am duty-bound. So in the magic crystal cards is the compensation I have prepared for you too. As long as you cooperate with me in resisting the beast horde, after this matter is over, I will honor it." The manager of Three Lives Pavilion took out the magic crystal cards. His eye suddenly lit up and then flashed a few times. "The compensation from the City Lord is indeed tempting, but, enough." Old Fox interrupted him. "Yin Hanshin, the greed of your Viper tribe has affected you greatly. If it weren't for the fact that you weren't willing to give up some of the benefits in your hands, you wouldn't have come into conflict with Merry Forest and fallen to such a state. Now, the beast horde threatens the entirety of Julu City. Neither of us can stay out of this. Even after the City Lord has offered compensation, you still continue to pester us. Do you want to repeat what happened in the past?" Yin Hanshin narrowed his eyes. "Old Fox, are you threatening me?" Old Fox was expressionless. "I am only reminding you not to go too far." Hee, strange, truly strange. I heard that Old Fox had a conflict with Hei Tiangang not long ago, but now he is speaking up for him. I can't help but suspect that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Yin Hanshin's lips curled up. After all, there must be a reason for this. "What does Old Fox think?" Old Fox coldly sneered. "What you think is your own business. The key right now is to deal with the beast horde outside the city." Old Fox is right. Then I will agree. I hope that the City Lord will keep his promise in the future. Yin Hanshin faintly smiled and said no more. The City Lord of Blackpool nodded. Of course. He cursed in his heart. This damned poisonous snake. It was true that he hated Merry Forest, but he wasn't someone who couldn't tell what was important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to be the manager of Julu City's Three Life Pavilion. His actions today were mostly to gain some benefits. As for Old Fox, the City Lord really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Was it like what Yin Hanshin had said, that he was helping Hei Tiangang, or was this old thing playing along and making him take out the compensation? After all, as the City Lord of Julu, since he had invited these two here today, he definitely wouldn't sit by and watch Julu City's internal strife rise again. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his tumbling thoughts. Since the City Lord of Blackpool had prepared the magic crystal card, he had naturally prepared it long ago. You two, since you've agreed to this, let's discuss what we should do next. The City Lord of Blackpool tapped on the table. Yin Hanshin smiled. I believe that the City Lord has already thought about this. Why waste time? Why don't you just say it? If we can accept it, we will do as the City Lord says. Old Fox nodded. That's right. The City Lord of Blackpool said, that's good. Then I will start the discussion. His fingers continued to tap on the table. After pausing for a few breaths, he slowly said, the beast tide in Julu City is a local strengthening. The power of the beast tide in the surrounding cities is even weaker than in previous years. So we can infer that the environment of the beast tide itself hasn't changed. It's just that more demon beasts are gathering towards Julu City. The two of you should be able to guess what this means. Is the City Lord saying that something that attracts demon beasts has appeared in Julu City? Yin Hanshin's expression was solemn, but his eyes burned with passion. The destruction of Incubus City had shaken the entire abyss. Although it was rumored that the demon dragon race was behind this, the terror of the beast tide still made all the demons tremble. If this was true, then Julu City would likely follow in the footsteps of Incubus City. Old Fox's heart skipped a beat. In this moment, Sir Liu Hua's figure appeared in his mind without warning. As a powerful abyss walker, it was normal for him to have some treasures on him. Could it be that the reason for the beast tide strengthening was because of him? Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Old Fox's expression did not change. If he couldn't even hide his emotions, how could he have lived to this day? The City Lord of Blackpool said, "There is no evidence to prove this. Right now, it is just a suspicion. So I hope that you two can secretly investigate when you return and see if you can find anything. Of course, this is just a precaution. The best way to fight against the beast tide outside the city is to kill the demon beasts that control the demon beasts within the beast tide. Every time a beast tide erupted, there would be some powerful demon beasts within. They would automatically become the leaders of the demon beasts' army and charge according to their will. Break through the enemy lines." Of course, this was the conclusion that the demon race had come to after countless beast tides. In reality, the demon beasts' army in the beast tide did not have any rationality to speak of. And the more powerful the demon beast, the harder it was to maintain its rationality. What more in the beast tide? But no matter what the truth of the matter was, killing the most powerful demon beast in the beast tide could indeed weaken the beast tide. After losing the leadership of the powerful demon beasts, the beast tide was likely to split, and the pressure on Julu City would decrease. It was a good idea, and if it was successfully implemented, it would definitely be effective. But the key was who to send. Today, there were so many demon beasts gathered outside Julu City that they could move mountains and fill the seas. It was easy to leave the city, but to return alive would obviously be an extremely difficult task. In other words, this was basically a suicide mission. The people who were sent out would not be able to return. It was obvious with one's fist that the demon beasts that could control the endless demon beast horde outside Julu City today must be very powerful. Looking at the scale of the beast tide, it should be at the demon commander level. Even if the demon beasts had no rationality and were relatively easy to kill, to cause harm to a demon commander level demon beast, at least a demon general had to act. And the number of people could not be too small. No matter what, it had to be more than 10 to have a chance of attacking and killing the demon beast. In the abyss, demon generals were already absolute experts. For example, He Tiangong's subordinates, He Mang and Ying Feng, were his trusted aides and had extremely high positions in the Merry Forest, but they were only demon generals. Although there were a few other demon generals in Merry Forest who were on the same level as the two of them, even if they were added up, there would not be more than 10. So on and so forth, the City Lord's Mansion, Thousand Eye Palace, Three Lives Pavilion, and Merry Forest, the four top factions of Julu City, had around 40 demon generals. Even if the hidden experts of each faction were included, at most 50 was the limit. Sending out 10 demon generals at once to complete a mission that was almost certain death was equivalent to losing at least 1/5 of the demon experts in Julu City. Moreover, because of the absence of Merry Forest, this matter could only be shared by the City Lord's Mansion, Thousand Eye Palace, and Three Lives Pavilion. This loss was simply shocking. Demon generals were not ordinary low-level demons that could be killed. There were countless races in the abyss, and new demons were born every day. There was no end to them. But only one demon general could be born out of 1,000,000 demons. Moreover, they already had their own will. If they were forced to accept a mission that was almost certain death, did they really think that these people would not dare to escape? Probably any demon commander would be very happy to accept them. Therefore, this matter was very difficult. The City Lord of Black Swamp City took a deep breath. The City Lord's Mansion can send out 4 demon generals. This is my limit, and also my sincerity. Elder Fox was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth. 3 demon generals, the Thousand Eye Palace can agree. In other words, our 3 Lives Pavilion will also send out 3 demon generals. Although Yin Hanshin was smiling, his expression was incomparably savage. City Lord, the compensation you gave before must be increased by 30% before I can agree to this. The City Lord was expressionless. All right. The corner of Yin Hanshin's mouth twitched, then it settled. After another round of agreement, the 3 elders left. Even with their status, to complete this matter would take a lot of effort. Sitting in the carriage, Elder Fox's eyes were half closed. In his mind, thoughts spun rapidly. He Tiangong's seclusion was within his expectations. Since he wanted to ask Sir Liu Hua to help, of course he had to recover to his peak condition. But both he and Elder Fox were very clear that the success rate of this matter was not very high. Because even the Abyss Walker was not omnipotent. If some matters were not handled well, it could even cause a backlash. For example, what He Tiangang wanted Sir Liu Hua to do next. But what if He Tiangang did something very important for Sir Liu Hua? For example, the suddenly strengthened beast horde outside Julu City. If it really had something to do with Sir Liu Hua, there might be a chance. After all, to be able to help 2 low-level demons consecutively complete their bloodline activation in such a short period of time, Sir Liu Hua's ability must be at the top even among the Abyss Walkers. If he agreed to help, there might be a chance of success. After thinking for a long time, Elder Fox took out a magic crystal card. On the surface of the card, there were intertwining blood-colored lines. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. After imprinting the information, he exerted a bit of force in his fingers, and the magic crystal card shattered with a crack. The fragments that fell from his fingers began to disintegrate in midair, and not even ashes were left behind. They mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Old dog, whether this matter succeeds or not will depend on your own luck. But, from the time I've known you, other than that incident in the past, your luck has always been good. Chapter 1050. Liao She had finished refining a new potion. According to her, it was an entirely new upgrade and its effects were completely different. It was a stimulating potion that could stimulate one's potential for a short period of time. It was named the Invincible Great Strength Pill. As Qin Yu heard this name, his lips couldn't help but twitch. He really wanted to ask why Liao She was so infatuated with the word great strength. Did she have some strange hobby that no one knew about? However, after taking a glance at Liao She's gleeful expression, Zhong Xian decisively gave up on the thought of wasting his breath on the matter of naming rights. In any case, this was a potion she refined, so she could call it whatever she wanted. In any case, the less trouble the better. He had more important arrangements to make. Qin Yu, my Invincible Great Strength Pill is not an ordinary potion. It has very high requirements for the user, otherwise it won't be my fault if they eat it and die. Also, you must sell it for a good price. This is something I poured my heart and soul into, it cannot be sold for cheap. Qin Yu readily agreed. He pushed open the door and glanced around. As he expected, he noticed some suspicious people. But these people were only scattered around the perimeter. They didn't approach the courtyard or investigate anything. Thinking about it, this should be the arrangement of Thousand Eye Temple and Merry Forest. It was good that some people were here. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen while he wasn't here. Qin Yu looked away and left along the street. A moment later, he appeared in a reception room within Thousand Eye Temple. Old Fox was all smiles. Mr. Wildfire, did you bring good news today? Qin Yu glanced at the fox girl who was wearing increasingly provocative clothes. He casually placed the bottle on the table. There is a new potion inside called the Invincible Great Strength Pill. After using it, it can stimulate one's potential and erupt with a formidable strength for a short period of time. Old Fox's lips twitched. He thought that these old fellows who were so old that they wanted to die were truly abnormal. Even the names they came up with were so down-to-earth. First it was the Great Strength Ascension Pill, then the Invincible Great Strength Pill, but things like names were just names. As long as the medicinal effects were good, nothing would be a problem. Old Fox picked up the bottle with both hands. He opened it and took out a pill. He looked at it several times and then nodded. As he thought, he couldn't see any problems at all. It looked just like an ordinary potion that stimulated one's potential. As the steward of the Thousand Eye Palace, putting aside his strength, his eyesight was top-notch. This was determined by the nature of the Thousand Eye Palace. Even he was fooled. It seemed that he had wrongly blamed the group of people who appraised the potion. But thinking about it, it made sense. How could the essence of a potion refined by an abyssal walker be so easily seen through? After hesitating for a moment, Old Fox smiled and said, "Mr. Liu Hua, according to our agreement, our Thousand Eye Hall will purchase the potion you sell at the highest price. However, the exact price will be determined according to the results of the test. Would you like to wait here for a while? We will complete the test as soon as possible and settle the bill with you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can keep the potion and slowly test it. I also have some matters that I would like to trouble Thousand Eye Temple with." Qin Yu took out a magic crystal card. There are some materials recorded inside. I hope that Old Fox can step forward and help me gather them as soon as possible. Old Fox received the magic crystal card with both hands and probed it with his divine sense. After a long time, he looked up, a bit of helplessness on his face. "Mister, these secondary materials are far too precious. It is impossible for our Thousand Eye Temple to gather them all. However, with the eruption of the beast tide and a massive number of demon beasts attacking Julu City, there will be a massive harvest every day. I will immediately post a bounty for collecting the materials tomorrow. I believe there will be some harvests." Qin Yu nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Old Fox." Old Fox smiled. "Mr. Liu Hua is too polite. For you to choose to cooperate with the Thousand Eye Temple is our greatest honor. We will do our best to serve you." After a brief pause, he calmly said, "There is something I must remind Mr. of. We have already received a warning from the City Lord Mansion. With the sudden change in the beast tide, the impact that Julu City withstands far exceeds that of the past. We will be taking action to weaken the might of the beast tide. If we fail, there is a high chance that Julu City will be broken through." Qin Yu frowned. There is such a thing. Before this, he didn't care about whether or not the demons of Julu City lived or died. But now that he was cooperating with the Thousand Eye Temple and Merry Forest, staying in Julu City was undoubtedly the best choice. If the city was really broken through by the beast tide, then he would have to return to his previous cautious state. Old Fox glanced at him. "That's right. If Mr. knows of this, it's good that you are prepared. The situation might not collapse to that point." Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart skipped a beat. Qin Yu's expression seemed to be telling the truth. He didn't know about the changes in the beast tide. Could this matter have nothing to do with him? If so, then He Tiangong's request might not be realized. Qin Yu nodded. Whether or not Julu City could hold on was naturally something for these abyssal demons to worry about. Whether or not he had a headache wasn't the key at all. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He stood up and said, "I have other matters to attend to today, so I won't stay any longer. Farewell." After taking several steps, he seemed to think of something. He turned and said, "There is something I must remind Old Fox. If you want to test the efficacy of this potion, it is best if the test subject is a bit stronger. This potion isn't ordinary." He could only give a general explanation to convey Teacher Liao's words. As for what exactly wasn't ordinary, that would depend on them to figure it out themselves. Old Fox hurriedly said, "Thank you, mister, for the reminder. I will see you out." Qin Yu shook his head. "No need. The fox girl will see me out." This old demon had a high status. If he were to personally see him out, others would surely notice him. It was best to be cautious. Old Fox followed him to the door and ordered the fox girl to continue sending Qin Yu out. When the two of them vanished from his sight, he returned to the quiet room and took out the bottle containing the potion. Invincible Vigor Pill. Although he already knew the name, Old Fox's eyes still jumped up when he repeated it. Forget it, he would ignore the name for now. He would look at the effects first. With Qin Yu's reminder, Old Fox chose a colonel-level demon as the subject of his experiment very cautiously. A general demon could be considered to have officially stepped into the ruling class of the abyssal demons. No matter what race they came from, as long as they became a demon general, they would obtain a considerable status. And the colonel level was the most powerful demon beneath the demon general. Even though the Thousand Eye Temple was a large organization, they wouldn't be willing to use a demon general for something as dangerous as experimenting with potions. This colonel level demon was the most formidable member of the demon race that tested the potion. Moreover, this demon originated from the armored ox race. During one of his experiments, he had profited from a disaster, causing his bloodline to become purer. It could be said that his body was made of steel and iron. It wouldn't be a problem for an ordinary demon general to suppress him, but if they wanted to kill him, they would have to expend some effort. Begin. After Old Fox gave the order, he sat down outside the testing field. There was a large group of professional researchers gathered around him to collect data. After swallowing an invincible strength pill, the armored ox devil quickly began to transform. It let out a deep roar, and crackling sounds came from within its body. It could even be seen that beneath its skin, its flesh was rapidly swelling and writhing. His entire body began to inflate at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon surpassing his original size by double. The armored ox demon's eyes turned blood red. He roared and punched out his fist. In front of him was a pitch-black crystal. After withstanding this punch, its surface began to shine with endless demonic light. Old Fox's eyes brightened. The demons outside the testing field began to rapidly record this as they cried out in alarm. The eruption of strength has increased by 3 times. What a strong demonic medicine. Look, his body is still expanding. The efficacy of this demonic medicine hasn't been completely released yet. The armored ox demon roared again and punched out a second time. With a loud explosion, the entire testing field shook. The demonic light that surged on the surface of the pitch-black crystal hadn't completely dissipated. It became even richer, like a small black sun. The eruption of strength has increased by 5 times. This is simply inconceivable. Buy it. We must buy it. Once this demonic medicine appears in the world, it will surely be highly sought after. The only thing I worry about is whether or not there will be any hidden dangers left behind after the efficacy of the medicine fades. That's right, that is the key point. Bang! The armored ox demon punched out a 3rd time. This time, the teacup in Old Fox's hand was sent flying away, spilling tea all over the floor. 7 times. This is bad. The armored ox demon's aura has become chaotic. Its strength is about to go out of control. Retreat, everyone retreat. In the chaos, the stone pillars that were nailed into the ground around the testing field began to shine with demonic runes, releasing an enchantment that isolated the outside world. Ah! With a loud roar, the armored ox demon punched out in pain. A light cracking sound fell into the ears of the demons, causing their eyes to widen. Even as they retreated, they paused for a brief moment. The testing demon crystal had broken. How was this possible? Before they could think further, there was a heaven-shaking explosion that spread out from the testing field. The armored ox demon, whose body had expanded to 50 feet, exploded into countless pieces. A fog of blood filled the air, wrapping around massive chunks of flesh and broken bones. It nearly covered the entire testing field. Old Fox fiercely stood up. Even with his intelligence, his hands were still shivering beneath his sleeves. Invincible Great Strength Pill. This was the invincible Great Strength Pill. Just now, he had clearly seen that the testing demon crystal had indeed been cracked by the armored ox demon's attack. It had to be known that the Thousand Eye Hall's testing demon crystal was one of the hardest of its kind. Even an ordinary demon general would find it difficult to damage it. In other words, when the armored ox demon had died, it had erupted with a strength that could compare to a demon general, perhaps even stronger. The abyss was an incomparably cruel slaughterhouse. In order to rise, the trillions of demons would not hesitate to stain their hands with blood. It was precisely because of this cruel living environment that there were many kinds of potions that could stimulate one's potential in a life-or-death situation. Moreover, their sales were astonishing. But as far as Old Fox knew, there was no such potion that could allow a demon to fight above their rank. It had to be known that the hierarchy of the abyss was extremely strict. Those at the top could play with the lives and deaths of the lower demons as they pleased. And this kind of strict difference in rank was based on the massive difference in strength between the two sides. The difference of one rank was like the difference between heaven and earth. But today, Old Fox had personally witnessed the effects of the invincible Great Strength Pill. As expected of an Abyss Walker, it was truly invincible. Moreover, what left Old Fox even more excited was that before the armored ox demon died, it had punched out a fist that could compare to a demon general's. But the result was that his bloodline and mortal body were unable to withstand the rapidly increasing strength within him, causing it to collapse. Perhaps, the strength of the potion hadn't been completely released before he died. If the one who swallowed this potion was a demon general, then they would have a stronger bloodline and mortal body and would be able to withstand even more medicinal efficacy. Perhaps they would be able to contend with the demon commander for a short period of time. Just as this thought appeared, Old Fox's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He immediately thought back to the matter of hunting down the demon beasts in the Beast Tide. If the 3 demon generals of the Thousand Eye Hall could swallow the invincible Great Strength Pill at this critical moment, then not only would their chances of completing this task increase, but they might even have a chance of returning alive. As for the City Lord Mansion and 3 Lives Pavilion's demon generals, they could die however they wanted. The more they died the better. His eyes wavered for several breaths of time. Then, Old Fox took a deep breath and made a decision. He was the steward of the Thousand Eye Hall, so he had to be responsible for his own status. Moreover, Qin Yu's reaction made it so that he wasn't sure whether or not the Beast Tide was related to him. In short, whether or not he succeeded would depend on He Tiangong's own luck. After leaving behind a gag order, Old Fox forbade anyone from speaking about today's potion test. Then, he turned and hurried away. Chapter 1051. In a small courtyard that was secretly protected by Thousand Eye Hall and Merry Forest, Qin Yu sat on the edge of the bed with an ashen complexion. He looked at the unconscious Liao Shi, his eyes dark and uncertain. He had inadvertently discovered Liao Shi in the room. A day had already passed and she still hadn't woken up. The only good news was that her aura was stable, otherwise Qin Yu would have been unable to sit still. Why would Liao Shi suddenly fall unconscious? Qin Yu couldn't find a clue. But during this time, he had carefully inspected the arrangements and hadn't found any signs that anything had been touched. In other words, her coma had nothing to do with the outside world. It should be an internal problem. But because of this, Qin Yu was even more worried. Liao Shi was incomparably mysterious and wouldn't be as ordinary as she seemed on the surface. If there was something wrong with her, the situation would be very serious. They hadn't known each other for long and Qin Yu didn't value Liao Shi that much. But for better or worse, they were friends. If possible, he didn't want to see anything happen to her. Of course, people couldn't be too hypocritical. They had to face their own hearts. What Qin Yu truly cared about was how to break the shackles of the myriad soul Dao. At this time, lying on the bed, Liao Shi's long eyelashes trembled. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Qin Yu, she didn't seem worried about her condition. She stretched her waist and lazily said, "How long did I sleep for?" Black lines popped up on Qin Yu's forehead. "Do you think I'm blind? When someone sleeps, they directly lie down on the ground and sleep for over a day. It's been a day since I found you unconscious." Liao Shi's eyes widened. "You slept for so long. What a waste. How could you waste such a good time in a dream?" As she spoke, she got off the bed. "I have a good idea that I must immediately test. Perhaps I can refine a very powerful potion. What should I call it? Qin Yu, what do you think of the invincible vigor pill?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Let's put aside the matter of the potion for now. I think you should first figure out what happened to yourself." "I'm fine. Nothing happened to me, so don't think about it. Otherwise, I'll think that you have some improper thoughts about me." Liao Shi blinked his eyes in delight, as if to say, "Lad, I've finally managed to catch you by the tail." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He could sense that Liao Shi was incomparably firm on this matter. It was clear that she really didn't plan on saying anything. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anxiety in his heart and solemnly said, "Teacher Liao, you must tell me if you encounter any problems. Perhaps I can provide some help. All right, you've just woken up. Rest for a while. I'll return to my room first. He watched Qin Yu leave. When the door closed behind him, Liaoshe returned to his bed and lay down. His rosy complexion suddenly vanished and was replaced by a pallid pallor. Brat, at least you still have some conscience. You don't completely use me and still care about me. But you can't do anything about what happened to me. Thus, Zhongxian closed his eyes and rested quietly. A moment later, when Liaoshe pushed open the door and walked out, he had already regained his previous energetic state. He stood in the courtyard and shouted, Qin Yu, hurry up and come out. I've already thought of what to do. This time we will definitely be able to refine a very, very powerful potion. This woman was clearly stubborn to the title of the #1 demon refiner in the abyss. But this time, the potion that Liaoshe wanted to refine was not ordinary at all. It had a strict requirement for the output of demonic energy. Qin Yu was tightly held by her, but he didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He ran around in circles, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. But even so, he still couldn't completely satisfy Liaoshe's requirements. She mocked him several times for looking good but being useless. Qin Yu clenched his teeth in anger. Were these words appropriate to be used in this situation? How could you possibly know how fierce I am? As Qin Yu was being commanded by Liaoshe to grit his teeth and help her refine the potion, a major event occurred in Julu City. The hunting mission had failed. The City Lord Mansion, Thousand Eye Temple, and Three Lives Pavilion had sent out 10 demon generals, but only the Thousand Eye Temple's demon generals had managed to escape. But he had also suffered irreparable wounds. After leaving behind several words, he breathed his last. And the news that this demon general brought back was like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. Even with their status, they felt their bodies turn icy cold, as if their blood were about to freeze. The 10 demon generals had joined forces, and the 3 demon generals of the Thousand Eye Temple also had the invincible great strength pill that Old Fox had given them before they left. With such a luxurious lineup, even a demon commander level demon beast had no way to resist. It could only obediently be beheaded. The reason it had ended up in such a pitiful state was because in the beast tied outside Julu City, there wasn't just 1 demon commander level demon beast, but 3. Moreover, what terrified the 3 of them the most was that according to what the demon general said before his death, these 3 demon commander level magical beasts actually possessed quite a bit of intelligence, and they'd intentionally set up a trap and lured them in before brazenly launching an encirclement. If it weren't for the invincible great strength pill that Old Fox had given them, this demon general wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been completely erased. Julu City naturally wouldn't have known what happened in the Beast Tide. It had been mentioned before that the abyssal races, whether they were demons or demon beasts, all of their strength was built on the foundation of their demon bloodline. Demon beasts born in the abyss were corroded by abyssal demon energy and didn't have much intelligence to begin with. Moreover, driven by their instinctive desire to strengthen themselves, these demon beasts madly slaughtered and devoured other demon beasts or demon bloodlines to increase their own strength. This would cause the demon bloodline in their bodies to become even more chaotic, almost completely devouring their own consciousness. Basically, in the abyss, besides a few special and powerful demon beasts, as their strength increased, their intelligence would become weaker and weaker. They would often only follow their instincts. Once they reached the demon commander level, they would still have a certain level of intelligence. In that case, the 3 demon commander level demon beasts in the beast tied outside Julu City must have a powerful demon bloodline that could suppress the other bloodlines they devoured without suffering a backlash. This kind of demon beast had a powerful bloodline and high intelligence. It was more than 10 times more terrifying than other demon beasts of the same level. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that these 3 intelligent demon commander level demon beasts had appeared outside Julu City at the same time. This clearly wasn't a coincidence. It could be confirmed that there must be something in Julu City that attracted them, which led to today's situation. As time passed, the 3 demon commander level demon beasts would continue to summon more demon beasts, causing the beast tied outside Julu City to become stronger and stronger. Based on the current information, it was only a matter of time before the beast tide broke through Julu City. This conclusion caused the Blackpool City Lord, Old Fox, and Yin Hanshin to fall into a long silence. As time passed, their expressions became uglier and uglier. If they couldn't kill the 3 Demon Commander-level demon beasts, the beast tide would grow stronger and eventually destroy Julu City. But even an ordinary Demon Commander-level demon beast needed 2 Demon Commanders to work together to kill it. Moreover, it had high intelligence and a powerful bloodline. With Julu City's strength, it was impossible to do this, so the entire situation had become a hopeless situation. As for asking for help, the beast tide swept through the abyss. Everyone was desperately trying to protect themselves. Even if they had the strength to spare, they would only watch coldly from the sidelines. After all, in this cold and cruel abyss world, good people did not exist. Perhaps there had been good people a long time ago, but by today, they had all died. The Blackpool City Lord let out a long sigh, breaking the dead silence in the room. His expression was solemn as he slowly said, "Both of you, make your preparations. Try to minimize the losses you will suffer after the city is broken through." Yin Hanshin's face twitched. "Sir City Lord, are you going to give up just like that?" The Blackpool City Lord looked at him. "What else?" He stood up and slowly left. His back was still straight, but there was an air of someone past his prime. "No. I will not give up. Since the beast tide outside the city is because there is something in Julu City that attracted them, then I will find it." Yin Hanshin gritted his teeth. "I will definitely not let the 3-life pavilion branch be destroyed in my hand." Old Fox was silent. Countless thoughts collided with each other, but there was one thought in his mind that became clearer and clearer regardless of whether the beast tide outside the city had anything to do with Sir Liu Hua. In the current situation, only he had the ability to pull Julu City out of the abyss of destruction. To Merry Forest. Sitting in the carriage, Old Fox said in a low voice. The person driving for him was an old man from the Thousand Eye Palace, who was also Old Fox's absolute confidant. Hearing this, his eyes widened. Something had happened. Something had definitely happened. With just one sentence, he could hear the heavy emotions in Old Fox's heart. And most importantly, this time, Old Fox had actually asked him to drive directly to Merry Forest. This was something that had never happened before. They sped along the way. Under the condition of maintaining stability, the driver increased the speed to the maximum. Hei Mang saw Old Fox who had been invited in and suddenly stood up. "Why is Old Fox here?" His lord was in seclusion. If this old thing caused trouble, no one would be able to suppress him. Tell Hei Tiangang to immediately stop his seclusion. If he does not come out, Merry Forest will come to an end. Hei Mang's expression changed. If it was anyone else who said this, he would definitely scold them and order his men to chase after them. What kind of status did Merry Forest have? Even the city lord's residents had tacitly agreed that his lord was in control of this area. Was the 3-life pavilion powerful? Of course they were incomparably powerful, but hadn't they chosen to back down after that battle? Who had the ability to make Merry Forest come to an end? At the very least, Hei Mang couldn't think of such a thing, but with Old Fox's status, he would never joke about something like this. Could something truly have happened that could endanger Merry Forest? But why hadn't he received any news? This. Hei Mang hesitated. Old Fox's eyes widened and he cursed, "You bastard, hurry and send a message. Don't make me angry." His robes fluttered without wind. A terrifying aura of oppression broke out from his body. Old Fox's seemingly unremarkable body began to emit astonishing fluctuations of strength. Whether it was the Thousand Eye Temple or the 3-life pavilion, in order to become a branch manager, one had to have sufficient strength to maintain their own status. Old Fox and Yin Hanshin were indeed not demon commanders, but they had secret treasures in their hands that could erupt with strength comparable to a demon commander. It was because of this that the battle between Hei Tiangang and Yin Hanshin had occurred in the past, as well as the 4 great powers of Julu City standing side by side. Now that Old Fox was enraged, Hei Mang naturally couldn't resist it. He was pressed to the ground, a look of shock on his face. The aura that erupted from Old Fox at this moment gave him a feeling that he was no weaker than his master. Wasn't he the same as Yin Hanshin and could only rely on the power of his secret treasures to contend with a demon commander? How could he be so strong? At this time, space fluctuated. Demonic energy surged and He Tiangang stepped out, blocking in front of He Mang. Old fox, what is happening? Why are you so angry that you actually attacked a junior? Old fox angrily waved his hand. Have these people leave. He Tiangang raised an eyebrow. He Mang, all of you leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Soon, everyone left, leaving only the two of them. He Tiangang said, speak. Old fox took a deep breath. Something is about to happen in Julu City. He Tiangang's eyes changed. Beast tide. Old fox nodded with a gloomy face. 2 days ago, the city lord took the lead and summoned Yin Hanshin to form an alliance. Immediately, he explained how he had sent 10 demon generals out of the city to hunt down the demon beasts and how they had failed. This is how it is. If there are no accidents, Julu City will soon be breached. At that time, you and I will have to escape. He Tiangang frowned. He had never imagined that this beast tide would be so terrifying. 3 demon commander level demon beasts with a certain level of intelligence could control a beast tide. Destroying Julu City would not be a difficult matter. Moreover, with Julu City's strength, they could not save themselves, unless... He took a deep breath and said, Old Fox, you came to find me today to ask Sir Liu Hua to help. Since Old Fox had come, there was no need to hide anything. He directly said, that's right. Right now, only Sir Liu Hua has the ability to reverse the situation. As he said this, he took out a bottle and poured out a potion. This potion was given to me by Sir Liu Hua when you were in seclusion. It is called the Invincible Strength Pill. Don't mind the name. The medicinal strength of this potion can be said to be terrifying. A demon colonel of the Thousand Eye Temple, an iron-armored ox demon, actually managed to erupt with strength comparable to a demon general while testing this potion. In the end, the strength in his body exploded. I have considered it. If Sir Liu Hua can give us a few demon commander level potions similar to the Invincible Strength Pill, then perhaps with Julu City's strength, we can save ourselves and kill the 3 demon commander level demon beasts outside the city. He Tiangang frowned. If I ignore my injuries, I can indeed erupt with the strength of a normal demon commander for a short period of time. Adding on the Blackpool City Lord, Julu City only has the strength of 2 demon commanders. Even if we obtain Sir Liu Hua's potion to stimulate our potential, we still have no confidence against 3 intelligent demon beasts. Old Fox nodded. You are right. But I know that in the next 2 days, a demon commander will arrive at Julu City. Including him, we have the strength of 3 demon commanders. Together with Sir Liu Hua's potion, we may have a chance. He Tiangang frowned. With Julu City's current situation, who would dare come? Even if they did come, do you have the confidence to convince them to participate in such a dangerous operation? You have to know that even a demon commander can be surrounded and killed if they rush into the endless beast tide. Just me alone is not enough to make a demon commander risk his life. But old dog, don't forget that we still have an Abyss Walker with us. You want to tell him? This is our only choice. Otherwise, all our efforts over the years will be wasted. Are you willing to do that? Old Fox expressionlessly said, just now, Yin Hanshin said that he wouldn't watch as the 3-life pavilion branch was destroyed. I am the same. Even if there is a chance of angering Sir Liu Hua, I will still choose to take this risk. Moreover, there is another possibility. Perhaps by doing this, in a way, we are helping Sir Liu Hua. He Tiangang was smart enough. His pupils shrank. You mean that the beast tide changes may be related to Sir Liu Hua? I have probed but did not obtain any useful information. But if Sir Liu Hua is intentionally hiding something, it is normal that I cannot detect it. Old Fox's eyes flashed. But besides him, the Abyss Walker, I cannot think of anything else in Julu City that could cause such a terrifying beast tide. He Tiangang was silent for a long time. He took a deep breath and stood up. Let's go, we will go see Sir Liu Hua. I hope that what you say is correct. Chapter 1052. After Old Fox and He Tiangang hid their tracks, they arrived outside the small courtyard with heavy hearts. They knocked on the door but did not receive any response. They asked the people who were stationed here and confirmed that Sir Liu Hua was in the courtyard and had not left. The two old demons were in a dilemma. Time was tight, but without Sir Liu Hua's permission, they did not dare to rashly enter. They could only smile bitterly and suppress their thoughts, waiting outside the courtyard. They waited for a long time. After more than 2 hours, the courtyard door creaked open from the inside. What they saw was Liaosha's slightly red face. Her breathing was a little rushed, and her clothes and hair were a little messy. She invited the two in. Old Fox and Hei Tiangong's expressions changed. They hurriedly looked away and put on an expression that said they did not see anything. After cupping their hands and thanking her, they entered the courtyard. Even though the situation was critical and they were very impatient, the two old demons could still see a trace of envy in each other's eyes. She was indeed the Abyss Walker. Even in this kind of thing, she was far better than ordinary people. Not to mention how long the battle had been going on before they arrived, just the 2 hours of waiting was enough for her to look down on the abyss. Perhaps, only the talented demon dragon race could compete with Sir Liu Hua in this aspect. Qin Yu sat in the courtyard, his face slightly pale. He glanced at the two old demons and weakly waved his hand, indicating for them to sit down and talk. As he had used up too much of his magical power, he was in a trance and did not notice that there was a hint of understanding and gratification in the eyes of the respectful old demon opposite him. I was just thinking, who would be so brave in this aspect? It looks like Sir Liu Hua must have used something to liven things up, and the exhaustion was not small. TSK, the demon commander realm is so tired that his face is pale. It would be strange if he did not use a lot of magic power. Sorry, I couldn't leave just now and made you wait. Is there a reason why you are here today? Qin Yu asked energetically. The potion that Liaosha had refined this time was shockingly difficult. He had been tortured to the point of almost going crazy before he had barely succeeded. The Fox Elder smiled and said, "The magic potion that Mr. Liu Hua gave to our Thousand Eye Palace Hall previously had shocking effects. These are the magic crystals that should be paid. Please check and accept it." Qin Yu waved his hand. Hearing this, Liaosha, who had been impatiently waiting, stepped forward and took the demonic leather bag. He glanced at it and immediately beamed with joy, his face full of pride. Then, he snorted and nodded in satisfaction. These demons had good eyesight. At the very least, they were much better than the blind Qin Yu. They knew just how precious the potions that this miss was refining were. Qin Yu couldn't help but yawn. "I'll accept the magic crystals. Is there anything else?" Old Fox took a deep breath. He stood up and bowed. "Mister, please save Julu City." Hei Tiangang nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Right now, only Mister can save the tens of millions of devils in this city." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Hold on. Just what happened? Tell me clearly." He really didn't think that he had the strength or position to save Julu City. Old Fox spoke up. He recounted the events of the beast tide once more. This time, he earnestly stared at Qin Yu's face, wanting to find the slightest change in his mood. Unfortunately, his attempt this time ended in failure once again, and he could only angrily put away his little thoughts. The beast tide increased, Julu City was about to be broken. To sum it all up, it could be summed up in this sentence. What was truly unkind was that when Qin Yu heard this, his first thought was that if things couldn't be salvaged, then Julu City being broken through was also a form of comfort. After all, as mortal enemies of the world of the living, in Qin Yu's opinion, the more demons from the abyss died the better. As for his and Liaosha's safety after Julu City was broken through, these two old demons in front of him would definitely think of a way to protect them, as long as they wanted to continue obtaining magic potions. But thoughts were thoughts. As a demon, he absolutely couldn't reveal these thoughts. Qin Yu had a heavy expression. After a long moment of thought, he asked, "Do you two have any countermeasures?" Hei Tiangang said in a low voice, "I heard that Mr. recently gave the Thousand Eye Temple a miraculous potion that can stimulate one's potential. It is called the Invincible Vigor Pill and its medicinal efficacy is astonishing. If Mr. can refine an invincible vigor pill that even demon commanders can use, then perhaps Julu City can be saved." He finally said it. The two old demons felt their hearts tighten. They waited for his response. Cough, Master Wildfire, I feel that the demons in Julu City are too pitiful. You should help them, Liaosha suddenly said. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang were overjoyed. They quickly stood up and thanked her. They could see that Liaosha had an extraordinary status in front of Qin Yu. If this woman spoke, she would surely be able to influence his decision. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Liaosha and said, "Please wait a moment." "Excuse me." He stood up and left. Liaosha followed behind. After entering the room, he closed the door and isolated himself from the outside. Qin Yu said, "Liaosha, I have already thought things through. Even if Julu City is broken through by the beast tide, our safety is not a problem, so why should we help them? The abyssal demon race is the mortal enemy of my world. The more of them die, the better." Liaosha looked at him with a strange expression. "Qin Yu, I've always thought you were smart. How come you're so stupid this time?" Qin Yu had an annoyed expression. "If you have something to say, then just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Liaosha coldly sneered. "Aren't you convinced that I'm stupid? Let me ask you, how many times have you heard about the beast tide outside the city? Today?" Qin Yu's complexion changed. "No, that's the second time. Last time I went to Thousand Eye Temple, that old fox also mentioned it." "Humph humph. Humph humph." Liaosha sneered twice. "You're starting to understand, right? Why don't you use your brain and think about it? Right now, these two old demons think you're me, an incomparably fierce demon refiner. Why would they bother spouting nonsense in front of you? And just now, where did your vigilance go? When that old fox was talking to you, his eyes were constantly glancing at you. It's clear he was looking for any changes in your mood." Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. "Wait a minute, you want me to think about it? Does that mean they suspect that the beast tide changes have something to do with me?" His eyes widened. "That's just nonsense. I'm staying in Giant Deer City and the beast tide outside has nothing to do with me." Liaosha curled his lips. "Then you're wrong." Qin Yu's face stiffened. He put down his hand and stared at her. Liaosha kicked his feet. He rudely said, "What are you looking at me for?" Qin Yu bit his cheeks, his complexion darkening. "Don't tell me that the beast tide changes because of you. Haha, I just said you were stupid, but I never thought you'd answer me first." Liaosha brightly smiled. "Then congratulations, you've answered correctly." Qin Yu's field of vision darkened and he nearly vomited blood. "Congratulations, my ass. You're just sitting at home and disaster falls from the sky." He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "Don't waste time with me. Hurry up and tell me what happened." Liaosha blinked. "It's very simple. We shouldn't have appeared in the abyss, but we've entered and we've stayed for a long time. Ordinary demons can't sense this, but we can't hide it from the will of the abyss. Thus, it wants to find a way to erase us from the abyss. That's about what happened. Now, I've told you everything." Qin Yu's head throbbed with pain. He resisted the urge to roar out, "You're saying that the will of the abyss has locked onto us? Why didn't you tell me before? There's nothing I can do even if I tell you. I might as well let you relax for a few more days and see how good I am to you. Don't be so ungrateful." Liaosha rolled her eyes. Perhaps she could feel that Qin Yu was about to explode at any moment. She took several steps back and said, "There's no need to be too afraid. The will of the abyss sounds scary, but the truth is that it can't directly attack us, otherwise it wouldn't have used a stupid method like the beast tide." Qin Yu's entire body stiffened. His face twitched. He said, "You're saying that this beast tide eruption is also because of us?" No wonder he had heard many complaints from the demons. They said that this beast tide didn't follow the same pattern as in previous years. It came without warning and they weren't prepared at all, causing them to suffer tremendous losses. Now, he had finally found the reason. If the beast tide eruption caused half of the demons that died because of it was Qin Yu's contribution, no, even if it was only a tenth, when he returned to the world of the living he would obtain an unimaginable reward from the heavens and earth. But right now, none of this was important. What was important was how the two of them were going to survive. Damn it, Giant Deer City could not be broken. They absolutely could not be broken. Otherwise the abyssal demons might have a path of survival, but they would die without a doubt. What nonsense. If they were surrounded by the beast tide led by the three-headed demon commander, even if Qin Yu's strength rose by several times, it would be hard for him to escape death. Qin Yu looked at Liao She and finally understood why she had spoken just now. She wasn't helping the abyssal demons, but the two of them were trying to survive. Looking at Qin Yu's lifeless face, Liao She's eyes turned a few times. She thought to herself, I'm basically speaking the truth. It's just that Qin Yu was implicated by me. He himself wouldn't be targeted by the abyssal will. After thinking about it seriously, Liao She felt that it was better to keep this matter a secret for now. Otherwise, she was worried that Qin Yu would turn around and run away from Giant Deer City. Elder Hu and He Tiangang, who were waiting anxiously, finally saw Liu Hua and his servant return. Elder Hu's expression did not look too good and became even paler. Cough. Originally, I didn't want to interfere with the beast tide, but Liao She was moved by my compassion. In addition, the two of you have taken care of me and my servant, so I'll make an exception this time. Qin Yu waved his hand. Liao She walked over proudly and placed the bottle in front of the two of them. Old Fox and He Tiangang were startled. Their eyes widened and a burning look appeared in their eyes. Could it be that inside this bottle was? Liao She humphed. He was very dissatisfied that they were looking at Qin Yu with even more awe. That's right, it's just as you think. Inside this bottle is a new super potion refined by the #1 demon refiner of the abyss. It's called the Super Invincible Strength Pill. It's me, I'm the one who refined the pill. You two are blind. Super Invincible Strength Pill. Alright, the name isn't important. It really isn't important at all. We don't care at all. Old Fox forcefully suppressed the urge to twitch his lips. He took the bottle and opened it. After smelling it, he felt the power in his body stir. His face lit up with joy. However, he wasn't a true demon commander. As for the specific effects, he still needed He Tiangang to verify it. He Tiangang handed the bottle to him and then took out a potion. He carefully looked at it for a long time before putting it away. He respectfully bowed. Mister's methods have truly seized the good fortune of the abyss. You can actually refine such a world-shaking potion. The talents of the Hell Dog tribe were their amazing sense of smell and superb observation skills. Although he hadn't tried it yet, he could already determine the power of this potion. Super Invincible Strength Pill. It was indeed super. Qin Yu frowned, his complexion still heavy. I can give you the potion, but do you think Julu City has the strength to contend with 3 demon commanders? Old Fox's eyes brightened. He clenched his teeth and stood up. Mr. Wildfire, the only true demon commanders of Julu City are He Tiangang and the City Lord. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly, we need another demon commander to join us. Qin Yu frowned. You aren't talking about me, right? Old Fox was startled. He waved his hand again and again. Mister, what are you saying? Of course I won't let you take such a risk. In fact, I have an old friend of the demon commander who will arrive at Julu City in 2 days. I just want to convince him to help, and I need your help. What help? Old Fox coughed. He looked at him and said, as long as Mr. permits, we can bring him here and introduce him to you. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that this old fox actually had a good plan. It was clear that he was using him as a bargaining chip. What old friend? I'm your old friend. But strictly speaking, the demons of Julu City were desperately trying to kill the demon beasts and prevent the demon tide from breaking through the city. This was all in order to extend his and Liao She's lives. He had to endure it. Seeing Qin Yu nod, Old Fox was overjoyed. Then there's no problem. Mister, please rest assured that we will do our best to resolve Julu City's crisis. After he finished speaking, he pulled He Tiangang away. Chapter 1053. My name is Shadowless Demon. To be exact, it is a title given to me by the demon race that respects me, hates me, and respects me. But as time passed, and more demon race called me that, I slowly forgot my own name. I just call myself Shadowless Demon. Anyway, this name sounds really domineering. At least, It sounds better than my real name. As for what my original name was, it's all in the past. It's not important, so I won't talk about it. Since I'm called Shadowless, everyone should be able to guess which aspect I'm stronger in. That's right, it's my ability to come and go without a trace, which made many demon race tremble in fear. I've been dominating many levels of the abyss and never failed once. Of course, this is also because I'm smart enough not to mess with existences that are beyond my limits. For example, some powerful abyss kings. 2 days ago, I received a message from an old fox that I met many years ago. Although I thought about it later, I realized that I was tricked by him back then. But since he had left behind the token, he had to keep his promise. Whatever he wants, I, Shadowless Demon, will be able to get it easily. After giving it to him, I'll have returned the favor. However, this old fox's current situation doesn't seem to be good. Along the way, I've found out about the dangerous situation that Julu City is facing. Come to think of it, when I arrive, this old fox will very likely ask me to help him. Don't ask me how I know. I'm just that outstanding. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live until today after offending so many strong people. As for whether or not I would agree, of course, I wouldn't agree. Moreover, I'd give him a sliver of hope after some hesitation. Then, I'd reject him decisively to take revenge for all these years of depression. Thinking about that, I suddenly felt that I couldn't suppress the urgency in my heart. I really wanted to rush to Julu City right away. However, calculating the time, I wasn't far away. At most, I'd arrive in half a day. If you ask me if I'm worried or not, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid of the beast wave outside of Julu City. Tens of millions of demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. If they really fell into a siege, even a powerful existence at the Demon King realm would be overwhelmed to death. Although I, Shadowless Demon, am confident and have a proud heart, I am not arrogant enough to think that I can compete with the Demon King. But don't forget my name. In the Beast Tide, I don't have the ability to kill my way in and out, but sneaking in and out is an extremely simple thing. I am me, a different kind of abyssal flame. My name is Shadowless Demon, and I speak for myself. About 6 hours later, in the Thousand Eye Hall, Old Fox instructed everyone not to disturb him. He sat alone in the guest room with his eyes closed, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, Elder Fox frowned and slowly opened his eyes. Brother Shadowless Demon, since you are here, please show yourself. A low laugh was heard. The air in front of him rippled, and Shadowless Demon's figure slowly appeared. Old Fox, it's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation base seems to have improved. To think that you would be able to detect my presence. He was of medium height and lean build. This was probably the best description for Shadowless Demon. Aside from that, there was no other useful information. A large black robe covered in demonic runes dragged on the ground, covering his entire body. Even though he was standing in front of Elder Fox, he was like a shadow. Elder Fox could not detect his aura at all. There was a reason why Shadowless was able to be on many wanted lists and was still able to live a free and unfettered life until now. Elder Fox had a calm expression as he said indifferently, I do not dare to boast in front of Brother Shadowless Demon. The reason I detected your aura is because of the Thousand Eye Hall's array. Of course, this is also because Brother Shadowless Demon allowed me to detect you on purpose. Otherwise, with your ability, you would be able to enter and leave this Thousand Eye Hall branch as if there was no one there. Now you are flattering me and sucking up to me. Indeed, I guessed correctly. Next, you should be thinking of a way to ask for my help. Damn Old Fox, I did not expect you to have such a day. But let me tell you, don't even think about it. You can try your best, but all of this is destined to be in vain. I will not give you any chance. There are no doors, no windows, no saws, and no dog holes. The helplessness and despair after being rejected, I hope you can savor it. That face will definitely be very interesting. Shadowless Demon, who was very excited, looked very calm on the surface. He waved his hand, and a demonic light flashed. A beast skin bag appeared on the table. Old Fox, this is what you want. I have already repaid the favor from back then according to the agreement. From today onwards, We are even. Haha, since I said that, you should be anxious, right? Come and beg me, quickly come and beg me, I will definitely ruthlessly humiliate you. Oh, thank you, brother Shadowless Demon. There is no need to check it. I believe in your reputation. Elder Fox took the beast skin bag and looked at it before putting it aside. Then, he looked at Shadowless Demon and did not speak anymore. But the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Since the matter was settled, the debt between the two of them had been settled. What were you still doing here? Under the loose black robe, Shadowless Demon was a little dumbfounded. The plot should not be like this. How dare you look at me like this? Beg me, you should be begging me now. Frowning, Elder Fox looked confused. Brother Shadowless Demon, is there anything else? Damn it, this old fox did not ask me for help. Did he already have another way to deal with it? The gap between expectation and reality was too big, causing Shadowless Demon's heart to be in a mess. His face did not look good. Taking a deep breath, he tried to keep his voice calm as he said slowly, I heard that this beast wave has put a lot of pressure on Julu City. According to what I know, many people think that it will be broken through. Old Fox, your Thousand Eye Palace is a big force in Julu City. I am afraid that you will lose a lot. The corners of Old Fox's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of mockery. I've heard similar rumors, but they're just nonsense. My Julu City. Hehe, it's not something that a mere beast tide can break through. As he spoke, his expression changed slightly, as if he realized that he had said too much. He quickly withdrew his thoughts and coughed, I still have other things to deal with, so I won't waste any more time with you, brother Shadowless Demon. If there's nothing else, please go ahead. Shadowless Demon nearly spat out blood from his internal injuries. With a dark expression, he coldly snorted, if that's the case, then I will bid my farewells. Sure, his body was like a shadow, directly disappearing from sight. Elder Fox closed his eyes, as if sensing something. After a long time, when he didn't sense anything wrong, he opened his eyes and let out a breath. He muttered to himself, this Shadowless Demon, he came at the right time. Luckily, that old black dog hasn't arrived yet, otherwise he would have heard everything. Wouldn't that have been too easy for him? His lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. He stood up and walked out. But just as he took 2 steps, he came to a sudden stop. He turned around and roared, Shadowless Demon, you came back. Do you think that I can't sense your aura? Hehe, then you have underestimated the defensive methods of my Thousand Eye Palace. After several breaths of time, the room returned to its original tranquility. Elder Fox's face darkened even more. He coldly said, What? You still don't want to show yourself? Do you want me to personally ask you to come out? The room was still calm. The gloominess on Elder Fox's face slowly dissipated. He carefully looked around and said, It looks like he really left. Humph humph, maybe before he left, Shadowless Demon was thinking that I would ask him to help me. Originally, there was a possibility, but now, hehe, you won't have a share in this good thing. As he finished speaking, he quickly pushed open the door and left. Several breaths after Elder Fox left, in a corner of the reception room, space rippled. A pair of eyes appeared, revealing a bit of anger and mockery before disappearing. A moment later, in another reception room, Elder Fox and Hei Tian-gang were sitting across from each other. The two of them were fiercely arguing about something. I have a good friend who has been in the Demon Commander realm for many years and is incomparably strong. He is the best choice. If I invite him to Julu City, he will definitely be able to resolve the beast tide crisis outside the city. Hei Tian-gang said in a low voice, as if saying that his choice was the best choice. Elder Fox coldly sneered, Old dog Hei, stop boasting. You are just a sickly demon commander, so what truly strong friends can you have? On the other hand, my Thousand Eye Palace has many businesses and countless powerhouses under our command. For example, the one I recommended. His strength is first-rate and he is also tight-lipped. He is the best choice for you and me. Hei Tian-gang sneered, nonsense. It is because people like you have deep connections and influences behind you that you are not worthy of trust. If even the slightest bit of information about you is leaked, then you and I can forget about interfering in this matter. Naturally, we won't be able to obtain any benefits. Elder Fox's complexion changed, as if he had also thought of this possibility. Following that, the two of them engaged in a war of words. After bargaining many times, they finally reached an agreement. The candidate was the friend that He Tiangang spoke of. But for this, he needed to pay Elder Fox a generous reward. As for how generous the reward was, simply put, even a wealthy demon commander would feel pain in his heart. He Tiangang's lips twitched, but he still agreed. Looking at his dignified expression, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. It seemed that in his opinion, he had gained some advantage in this deal. Then this matter is settled. I will immediately send out a message. He will definitely arrive within 3 days. Then, He Tiangang stood up to leave. But at this moment, a low laugh suddenly sounded out in the quiet room. Old Fox, He Tiangang, I'm really sorry. This demon was curious and heard something interesting. I wonder if the two of you are willing to count me in as well. Within the air, Shadowless Demon's figure appeared. His eyes swept over Elder Fox's darkened expression and his smile became even brighter. It's you. Elder Fox clenched his teeth. Shadowless Demon, how dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? He Tiangang's face was as heavy as water. A powerful aura burst out of his body and locked onto him. Shadowless Demon's smile didn't change. His eyes were full of calmness. You too, my strength is in the demon commander realm. It's not that strong. But if I want to escape, you can't stop me. Regarding this, you and I both know it. If some news spreads out in the outside world, I don't think you want to see it. Elder Fox's face changed. What do you want? Nothing much. Shadowless Demon's lips curled up, just like what I said, count me in. Impossible. He Tiangang blurted out. Shadowless Demon chuckled and his figure began to disappear. Then I'm sorry. I'd rather crush the grapes that others can't eat than let others have it. Wait. Elder Fox shouted. At the same time, he glared at He Tiangang. Old black dog, don't be rash. Stop talking nonsense. If you weren't so careless, would our plan have been discovered? He Tiangang said fiercely. Elder Fox had a helpless face. I've been careful enough. Under the cover of the black robe, Shadowless Demon smiled proudly. If he used his full strength, how could a mere 1,000-eye temple detect him? Although he still hadn't figured out what Elder Fox and He Tiangang were talking about, there was no doubt that it was related to an extremely powerful character. Sir, to be able to make Elder Fox and He Tiangang address him so respectfully, his status must be extremely high. Could it be that the person they were talking about was an abyssal king? If so, solving the beast tide crisis in Julu City wouldn't be difficult. However, abyssal kings rarely interfered with matters related to beast tides. It was said that this involved the supreme abyssal will. Shadowless Demon smiled. Since you two need a demon commander helper, it doesn't matter if you choose me or anyone else. The result is the same. Plus, I'm in Julu City now. I don't even need to wait. Perhaps this is something destined by the abyssal will. Elder Fox and He Tiangang hesitated again and again. Eventually, they nodded with gloomy faces. They understood that blaming each other now was meaningless. Shadowless Demon's smile became brighter. Then, please tell me everything. He Tiangang coldly snorted. He sat down with an unfriendly expression, not intending to speak. Elder Fox bitterly smiled and took a deep breath. Then let me tell you. He glanced at Shadowless Demon. You already know about the beast tide mutation in Julu City. Now, I will tell you for sure that the power of the beast tide is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Because there are 3 demon commander level demon beasts hidden inside, and they all retain a high level of intelligence. Shadowless Demon's face changed. Demon commander level demon beasts with intelligence. His eyes revealed surprise as he glanced at Elder Fox and He Tiangang. It's true. Since I've agreed to let you join, you will soon know about this. I won't speak nonsense about this. Elder Fox's expression was solemn. Brother Shadowless Demon, now you should have guessed the reason for the beast tide mutation, right? Shadowless Demon licked his lips, his eyes turning hot. You mean, something that attracts demon beasts has appeared in Julu City? 3 intelligent demon commander level demon beasts. If there wasn't a reason, how could there be such a coincidence that they appeared in the beast tide outside Julu City? The destruction of Incubus City in the past had shaken the entire abyss. All the demons were well aware of this. Of course, he could relate it to this. Thinking back to what Elder Fox and Hei Tiangang had said before, Shadowless Demon's heart beat faster. Perhaps they already knew where this thing was. The reason they joined forces with the third demon commander was to obtain this thing. Then, they would use it to exchange for an Abyss King to help resolve the crisis of Julu City. By doing this, not only could they eliminate the Beast Tide crisis, but they could even obtain a favor from an Abyss King. No wonder the two of them would compete so fiercely. They both wanted to pull their own demon commanders into this matter. Chapter 1054. The ranks of the Abyss were extremely strict. The difference in strength between each rank was astonishing. And between a demon commander and a demon king, there was no doubt the greatest difference. There was no comparison between the two. For any demon commander, if they could obtain the favor of an abyssal demon king, it would be a life-saving trump card. If they encountered an obstacle they couldn't overcome, as long as they could invite the help of an abyssal demon king, they could often resolve the calamity. But Shadowless Demon's thoughts weren't just this. If this matter involved a powerful demon king that he didn't dare to provoke, then he would do as Old Fox and Hei Tiangang wanted. However, if this demon king's strength wasn't that frightening, then perhaps he would be able to seize the opportunity to take the treasure away. As for the possible consequences of this matter, or even the pursuit of the Demon King and Thousand Eye Temple, Shadowless Demon didn't fear them at all. This was because he had logged on too many similar hit lists. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, it doesn't itch anymore. So what if he added a few more? Of course, the premise of all of this was that this treasure was expensive enough, but even if he thought with his fist, he could guess that something that could cause the beast tide to change and cause the Abyssal King to break the taboo and intervene in the beast tide must be incredibly precious. But Old Fox's following words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fire in Shadowless Demon's heart and turning it cold. Yes and no. Old Fox lowered his voice, his expression solemn. What attracted the beast tide in Giant Deer City wasn't a treasure, but a person. Shadowless Demon's eyes widened. A person? Hei Tiangang coldly sneered. Don't be so disappointed. Because our next bargaining chip with you is to introduce you to this person. And for this, you must agree to join hands with us to resolve the beast tide crisis outside the city. Shadowless Demon's complexion paled. He coldly said, "Are you two deliberately making fun of me? Do you really think I don't dare to spread this matter?" Hei Tiangang coldly sneered. What? Are you dissatisfied with this? Let me tell you, even an Abyssal King is willing to pay any price to get to know this person. He paused for a moment, his voice filled with respect. Because this person stands at the peak of demon refiners. He is a powerful and incomparably noble Abyssal Walker. Bang! Shadowless Demon stumbled and knocked over a flower pot in the corner. However, he didn't care about his embarrassing posture at all. He steadied himself and blurted out, "Abyss Walker? Is this true?" Elder Fox nodded solemnly. Of course it's true. If it wasn't so, why would we be willing to take the risk to resolve the crisis of the beast tide outside the city? As long as I can accomplish this, I will definitely obtain a favorable impression from the Abyss Walker. As for what this means, there is no need for this old man to explain. The Abyssal Demon Kings were indeed terrifying. They represented a kind of unrivaled annihilation. Then, what the Abyssal Walker represented was unimaginable good fortune. Even the Abyssal Demon Kings hoped to befriend an Abyssal Walker. That was because it could very well represent the possibility of them continuing to grow stronger. As for becoming enemies, even the demonic dragon race would absolutely not allow an Abyssal Walker to stand on the opposite side of their race. The reason for that was because no one knew what sort of terrifying consequences this would lead to. So at this time, even though Shadowless Demon obtained Elder Fox's confirmation, there were still loud rumbling sounds in his mind. Disbelief still occupied the majority of his chaotic thoughts. The abyss was endless. In addition to some hidden spaces, it was unknown just how many layers there were. Tens of millions of races were born, and although there were strong and weak races, there were also thousands of Abyssal Demon Kings. Every abyssal demon king was the strongest existence in their race, and they had obtained the recognition of a portion of the abyss. In comparison, even if the number of abyssal walkers was reduced by 100 times, they still wouldn't be able to stop them. How could such an existence that stepped onto the peak of the abyss appear in the tiny Julu city? Well, even if they did appear here, how could there not be any news of them? If this was true, then the entire Julu city would likely be crammed to the brim with demons from all over. The ruler of this layer of the abyss, the infernal demon dog king, would definitely personally descend to meet with the abyssal walker. But now, what Shadowless Demon saw was a Julu city that was in imminent danger under the onslaught of the beast tide. None of the things mentioned above existed. Lie to me. But even if it was a lie, there was no need to do something so ridiculous. Shadowless Demon sucked in a deep breath. Old Fox, you and I can be considered old acquaintances. After receiving your message, I raced here from tens of thousands of miles away to deliver the item to you. I admit that I was in the wrong when I eavesdropped on your conversation. But now, since you and I want to cooperate, then please, tell me exactly what happened. His eyes revealed a cold intent and his tone became even deeper. You should know that I always keep my promises. If you lie to me, then I, Shadowless Demon, guarantee that I will make you pay a heavy price. Of course, I can take responsibility for everything I say. Currently, there is indeed an abyssal walker hidden in Julu City. Before today, only I and Hei Tiangang knew about this. Now, including you, there are only 3 people. Old Fox paused for a moment, as if he were organizing what he wanted to say next. The entire matter is like this. He slightly changed the key points of the matter. He spoke of how Thousand Eye Hall and Merry Forest discovered Qin Yu's identity. Because these were facts, there were naturally no flaws in his story. Shadowless Demon's eyes became increasingly bright. His intuition told him that Old Fox really wasn't lying. And his powerful intuition was a powerful ability that his demonic bloodline gave him. In these years, he had wandered through the abyss, collecting treasures everywhere. Because of this, he had fallen into dangerous situations countless times. For Shadowless Demon to be able to break through hurdles after hurdle and survive until now, his powerful demon commander level strength was naturally the most important reason. But his powerful intuition played at least 30% of the role. Thus, Shadowless Demon had extraordinary confidence in his own intuition. Where is the invincible great strength pill? Now, all he needed was proof to confirm the thoughts in his heart. The existence of Nyo Dachui and the Wind Wolf Race's Big Mountain wasn't a secret in Julu City. As long as he left Thousand Eye Hall, he could find them at any time. He had continuously helped 2 low-level demons and stimulated their powerful bloodlines. This was indeed a strength that only an Abyss Walker could possess. As long as the invincible great strength pill really had the power that Old Fox said it did, then he could confirm that what he said was the truth. Old Fox had a dignified expression. He took out a box forged from demonic crystals. It was pitch black, as if all light that fell upon it would be swallowed up. He placed it in front of him and said, "The potion is inside. But, I must remind Brother Shadowless Demon that Sir Willow Fire is likely in the process of self-exile and doesn't want to be disturbed. So, if any information about Sir Willow Fire is leaked out, it will bring about a calamity. At that time, not only will you be implicated, but the 2 of us will also be implicated." Seeing Shadowless Demon nod, he let go. As he took out the invincible great strength pill, Shadowless Demon's heart skipped a beat. That's right, this was the feeling. Although he hadn't tested it yet, as someone who had personally come into contact with countless treasures, Shadowless Demon had already developed a powerful ability to distinguish between treasures. He only needed to take a look at a truly precious treasure to be able to tell the difference. Because of this, countless demons who had been robbed hated Shadowless Demon to the core. Because no matter how well they hid or how they disguised themselves, as long as they were visited by Shadowless Demon, their treasures would definitely be stolen. Placing the pill under his nose and carefully inhaling, Shadowless Demon shuddered and closed his eyes subconsciously. His entire body was trembling slightly. This smell. This is the smell, that's right, it can't be wrong. Many years ago, when he was at the peak of the demon general level, He had casually taken a potion sealed in a jade box during a robbery. Of course, it wasn't just casually taking it. Because just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt that this potion wasn't normal. After that incident, Shadowless Demon faced the most terrifying pursuit in his memory. The demon general that he visited was like a madman, offering a bounty at all costs. It was also during that chase and escape that the Shadowless Demon had broken through his own limit. His demonic bloodline had leveled up, and he had leveled up to the demon commander level. And that potion was the key to help Shadowless Demon escape from the brink of death and become a demon general. Later, when the pursuit came to nothing, the furious demon commander gave up the thought of continuing to kill him in despair. After a long time, Shadowless Demon accidentally found out the truth of the matter. It turned out that the potion he stole came from an abyss walker. This matter was forever remembered in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't forget the unusual characteristics of that potion. Therefore, Shadowless Demon was confident that he could confirm his guess through the super invincible energy pill. And now, he had gotten the answer he wanted. Yes, Old Fox and Hei Tiangang didn't lie to him. This was indeed a potion that came from the Abyss Walker. In other words, all of this was real. Yes. After confirming this, the true psychological shock exploded. Because Shadowless Demon knew very well what an Abyss Walker represented. Abyss Demon King, after breaking through to the Demon General level, he had almost given up on this unattainable dream. Because Shadowless Demon discovered that no matter how many treasures he stole, even if he could become stronger, he was still far from obtaining the recognition of the Abyss Will. It was so far that it made him feel despair. But now, this dream that he had given up seemed to start shining again. An Abyss Demon that didn't want to become a Demon King was not a true demon. This was a saying that had been passed down in the Abyss for countless years. Shadowless Demon was no exception. No matter what, he had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he had to take a great risk, it was absolutely worth it. Carefully putting the potion back into the bottle, Shadowless Demon turned around and left, disappearing into thin air. When you are ready, I will naturally appear. I will leave the city with you and kill the commanding demon beasts in the beast tide. Hei Tiangang let out a breath. This show is finally over. I just don't understand. With Wildfire as our trump card, as long as we show it, Shadowless Demon will definitely obediently agree. Why do we have to go through all this trouble? Old Fox glanced at him and said lightly, Shadowless Demon is naturally cautious. If we go up and tell him everything, he might not believe us. Instead, he might suspect that we are playing a trick on him. As a demon general, you have the right to see the Abyss wanted list. You should know what kind of amazing rewards he has now. Even you and I are tempted by it. Of course, Shadowless Demon would be worried. So, we can only play along with him. Let him discover it himself and believe it bit by bit. We just need to push the boat along. After all, the beast tide outside Julu City is getting stronger and stronger. The 3 demon general level demon beasts should know that they can't hide anymore. We don't have much time left. Hei Tiangang was silent for a while and said, Old Fox, after all these years, I haven't found anyone more shrewd than you. Shadowless Demon is so hard to deal with, but he was tricked by you in the end. I think you did this today because of your own thoughts, right? Old Fox laughed. That's right. Because I tricked him when I was little. After so many years, I'm afraid he has already realized it. I purposely let him see through all this. I think it will make him feel better and erase his resentment towards me. Damn Old Fox. Gritting his teeth and roaring, Shadowless Demon, who had already left, suddenly popped his head out from the air and stared at him. Although the black robe covered his face and his expression couldn't be seen, it wasn't hard to guess his ferocious look. Good, you're good. Let me tell you, when this is over, I will definitely not let you go. Then, he disappeared with a swish sound. Hei Tiangang glanced at Old Fox, a gloating expression on his face. Old Fox, I just praised you, and now I'm being slapped in the face. Looks like you're not real, you're full of schemes. Old Fox viciously glared at him. Old Black Dog, you did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Hei Tiangang smiled. I don't understand what you mean. I'm leaving, you cunning old fox. As for the City Lord's mansion, I will leave it to you. It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the Black Marsh City Lord will not reject any attempt to save Julu City. Watching him leave, Old Fox paused for several breaths of time as if he had confirmed something. The anger and depression on his face instantly disappeared and his lips curved in a faint smile. Old Black Dog, you are still too young to scheme against me. In all these years, when had he ever won in terms of intelligence? He had lived for so long, yet he still didn't know. Today's plan seemed perfect, but as He Tiangang said, it was a trump card that would definitely succeed. There was no need to make it so complicated. Shadowless Demon was not stupid, otherwise he would not have lived to this day. Now, he was dizzy because of Liu Hua's existence. When he left the Thousand Eye Palace, he would quickly react and be dissatisfied. This would be disadvantageous to their future cooperation. Even if there was only a small influence, Old Fox would not allow it to exist. He wanted to ensure that the beast tide was resolved in the most perfect state. Therefore, he continued to play along with Shadowless Demon's plan. Now that Shadowless Demon knew everything, although he was angry, at least he knew it with his own strength. He had vented his anger and would not have too many grudges. As for what Shadowless Demon had said, that after the beast tide, this matter would not end. Old Fox smiled. Haha, did he really think that he, Old Who, was easy to deal with? He dared to scheme against you in the past, he dared to scheme against you today, he will naturally dare to do the same in the future. If you are not afraid of death, then come. Let's see who loses in the end. Chapter 1055. That's right, the first person to appear in this scene was Shadowless Demon, who had relied on his intelligence to turn the tables and win. After leaving the Thousand Eye Temple, he sneered at Old Fox's tiger-like performance and gave him a one-word evaluation, gaudy. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he decided to personally see the Abyss Walker hiding in Julu City. Curiosity and excitement were one thing, but more importantly, Old Fox and He Tiangang hadn't warned him about this. Thinking about it, Sir Wildfire had already acknowledged him and told others about his existence. In other words, even if he was discovered, there wouldn't be any trouble. Outside the city, loud explosions sounded out. The violent roars of demon beasts mixed in with the cries and roars of demons. The impact of the beast tide became stronger and stronger. Julu City's thick and majestic city walls were already torn apart in many places. They were using the lives of the defending demons to forcefully stop them from breaking in. In this background of destruction and despair, Shadowless Demon looked up at the ordinary courtyard not too far away. His eyes revealed endless respect and awe. As long as the master of this courtyard was willing, the beast tide that represented a calamity to the tens of millions of demons in Julu City could be erased with a wave of his hand. Shadowless Demon didn't doubt this at all, because this was the supreme status that an Abyss Walker should have. With a single step, he was like a phantom, ignoring all obstacles in front of him. Shadowless Demon carefully maintained a respectful attitude as he approached the edge of the small courtyard. He hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and walked in. Then, he saw Qin Yu sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, frowning as if he were thinking about something. Was he Sir Wildfire? Indeed, just from appearance, one couldn't find anything strange. The Abyss Walker's methods were truly amazing. At this time, Qin Yu broke away from his thoughts and looked up at where he was. He was discovered. At this moment, the awe in Shadowless Demon's heart reached an unprecedented peak. Ever since he swept through the abyss, his greatest reliance was actually useless in front of Sir Wildfire. He didn't dare to delay, afraid that if he was slow, he would be attacked by Qin Yu. Shadowless Demon's figure appeared and he respectfully bowed. After finishing all of this, he waited for several breaths of time. Seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of speaking, he turned around and slowly disappeared. Creak, the door was pushed open, and the energetic Liao She walked out. Wrinkling his nose, he asked, "Is this the helper they found?" Qin Yu said, "It should be. It seems quite fierce." Liao She's lips twitched. It's just that his means of concealment is slightly superior, but his overall fighting prowess is mediocre. At this point, she suddenly fell silent, swallowing the rest of her words. Qin Yu looked at her, his eyes narrowing. You don't think they'll win? Liaosha rolled his eyes at him. Qin Yu, don't you know that sometimes men who are too smart can be annoying? Qin Yu's face darkened. I don't care if you're annoying or not. You still don't have the confidence to deal with 3 demon commanders combined with super powerless meatballs? If that was the case, then everything they were doing now was a waste of time. They might as well think about how to escape. Liaosha, I don't know what you're thinking, but let me clearly tell you today that I don't want to die. Do you understand? Liaosha humphed twice. You really are as timid as a mouse. I really can't figure out how she could have taken a liking to you, she whispered to herself. Seeing Qin Yu's complexion become increasingly ugly, she coughed and said, All right, this is only my guess. Although the will of the abyss is brainless, for better or worse it still represents the supreme strength of the abyss. Although it has no way to deal with us directly, since it has done so, it shouldn't be so easily resolved. Qin Yu's complexion became even uglier. This was because he discovered that he actually agreed with Liaosha's judgment. That was right. The solemn will of the abyss was the incarnation of the entire abyss. Since it wanted to deal with them, how could it hold back? He feared that no matter what they did, they would eventually be forced into a hopeless situation. His eyes darkened. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He looked at Liaosha and slowly said, You should know of a way to leave the abyss, right? Liaosha nodded. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. We must leave immediately. As long as they lived, there would be other possibilities. They could find a way to break through the myriad soul Dao. If they died here, then everything would truly be hopeless. Ningling was doomed to never be rescued. Liaosha blinked, a strange expression on her face. I only said that I know a way to leave the abyss. That doesn't mean I can do it. Qin Yu, at this time, he really wished he could grab this woman's neck and let her experience what it meant to swing a giant pendulum. Knowing a way but being unable to do it was no different from not knowing. At this time, was she still in the mood to joke around? Liaosha. He lowered his voice and roared. Liaosha shrank back and her eyes widened. What are you shouting for? No matter how fierce you are to me, there is no other way. If you have the ability, then think of a way to escape. I won't stop you. Qin Yu's forehead darkened. This hateful woman, did she really think he didn't know how to escape? If Giant Deer City was really broken through by the beast tide, the first thing he would do would be to throw her out. Then, while the demon beasts were fighting, he would take advantage of the chaos to escape. It was impossible for him to die. He couldn't die no matter what. He had to live. Qin Yu bit his cheeks and roared in his heart. But in reality, he also knew that since he had been locked onto by the will of the abyss, no matter where he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Giant Deer City was defended or they managed to escape, there would definitely be other disasters that would befall them. No matter how he looked at it, this was a situation where he had to die. Seeing Qin Yu's ashen face and his anxious heart pacing back and forth, Liaosha thought for a moment. Should she tell him the truth? But just as this thought appeared, she pressed it down. This stinky brat had taken advantage of her and his attitude was extremely bad. She had to make him suffer a bit so that he would remember her forever. Hehe, that's right, that's it. So, after a cold snort, Liaosha turned and left. Looking at her back, Qin Yu continued to frown. All sorts of negative emotions gradually vanished from his face. He could feel that Liaosha was hiding something. The situation they were facing didn't seem as bad as he thought. But, this sort of unknown made him uncomfortable. He felt as if he were wrapped up in an undercurrent that rumbled forwards. He didn't know where he was going and he didn't know where he was going. Who? Qin Yu let out a light breath. His eyes were firm. In this situation, if Liaosha wanted to hide it, then he could only take it one step at a time. But no matter what, he could not give up. So what if it was the will of the abyss? He had fused with part of the source of the abyss. He might not die. After the Blackpool City Lord confirmed the authenticity of the invincible strength pill, he agreed to Old Fox's agreement without any hesitation. The specific reason was already mentioned before. This could be called Giant Deer City's last chance. If they killed the 3 demon commander-level demon beasts in the beast tide outside the city, the disaster could still be averted. Otherwise, this great city that had stood in the abyss for tens of millions of years would become ruins, never to exist again. City Lord Mansion, Merry Forest, Thousand Eye Hall, 3 Life Pavilion. The 4 top influences of Giant Deer City began to move. They gathered all the top forces they could summon. A total of 40 fully armed demon generals would follow them out of the city and slaughter their way into the beast tide. Everyone, the life or death of Giant Deer City rests in my hands. Let's go. The Blackpool City Lord's roar exploded in the air. Shadowless Demon took a step back and vanished from sight. He would use his super-strong concealment abilities to act as the eyes of Giant Deer City's strongest hunting squad. He would lock onto the position of the 3 demon commander-level demon beasts and capture them all in one fell swoop. As the last mass of demonic energy vanished, Old Fox turned to the side and looked at the gloomy Yin Hanshin. Before the final news is sent back, you and I will be responsible for mobilizing the remaining forces of Giant Deer City to resist the impact of the beast tide. Don't worry, I will not allow the 3 Life Pavilion branch division to be destroyed here. Yin Hanshin turned and left. But at this time, Old Fox didn't notice a sharp light flashing in the depths of his eyes. In his heart, the 3 Life Pavilion branch division did indeed have a supreme position. This was because this was Yin Hanshin's final achievement after struggling his entire life. But if he could obtain something more valuable than the 3 Life Pavilion branch division, then abandoning it wasn't impossible. After all, everything in this world had a value. The only difference was whether it was high or low. If there were enough benefits, then all exchanges and abandonments were logical. Right now, the massive Giant Deer City was under the gaze of Yin Hanshin. Naturally, he also grasped unprecedented power and authority. With this power, before Giant Deer City was breached, there was almost nothing he couldn't do. Licking his lips, Yin Hanshin slowly said, "Then, let me see just what secrets you are hiding. After all, there must be a reason for the beast tide to besiege Giant Deer City." Things went as smoothly as expected. Yin Hanshin, who was in charge of half of Julu City, quickly got the key information. Therefore, his gaze fell on the seemingly ordinary small courtyard near the City Lord's mansion. Old Fox was still in Giant Deer City. Once he noticed Yin Hanshin's actions, he would definitely appear to stop him. Thus, if he wanted to make a move, he had to be fast. He absolutely couldn't give Yin Hanshin any time to react. A final trace of hesitation flashed in his heart. A cold light flashed in Yin Hanshin's eyes. Wealth came from danger. Since he had discovered this secret, how could he be willing to pretend he didn't know? And, more importantly, if Hei Tiangang gained power because of this, would he allow him to establish a foothold in Giant Deer City? In this world, there was no such thing as taking risks for no reason. Everyone was forced into a corner. "Do it," Yin Hanshin expressionlessly said. A squad of demon guards broke through the gates of the little courtyard, rushing in like wolves and tigers. Then, there was nothing. Then, there was a deathly silence. The surrounding demons that were attracted here all widened their eyes. And at the same time, everything that happened here was transmitted out at the fastest possible speed. Yin Hanshin's eyebrows rose up before he composed himself. Since he had made a move, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Old Fox would soon catch up, so he couldn't wait any longer. He took a deep breath and walked towards the wide-open courtyard. Then, he saw Qin Yu standing in the courtyard as well as the demon guards that had fallen to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. "Tell me everything you know, otherwise, die," Yin Hanshin slowly said, his words filled with an icy chill. Time was of the essence and he really didn't mind killing people. Qin Yu glanced at him. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black, like an endless abyss that couldn't be seen and could swallow everything. Old Fox arrived quickly, or more accurately, extremely quickly. After receiving the news, he nearly fell to the ground. Then, he jumped several feet into the air and cursed, "Yin Hanshin, you bastard." He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Sir Wildfire was angered. Perhaps, even if Julu City could survive the beast tide, it would be burned to ashes in an instant under his wrath. When Old Fox, who was panting and covered in sweat, landed outside the small courtyard. It was very quiet. In his eyes, the little courtyard hadn't changed at all. It was as if someone had played a joke on him. But the courtyard doors that had been kicked to the ground, as well as the demon guards that had fallen to the ground, all reminded him not to be too optimistic. There was no time to think about it. Old Fox shouted, "Mister." After identifying himself, he hurried into the courtyard. In the next moment, his face revealed a trace of shock and fear. Yin Hanshin was standing in front of him, but he didn't respond at all to his arrival. In fact, it was impossible for him to respond at all. This was because at this moment, his aura had completely vanished. He was like a statue. Qin Yu sat at the stone table, his eyes sweeping over him. Old Fox trembled and hurriedly bowed, his face pale. "Mister, I was negligent. I never thought that in the current situation, Yin Hanshin would dare to come to your residence and cause trouble. Because of this, I am willing to bear all the consequences. I ask that Mister not be angry. Since things had already happened, it wasn't time to shirk responsibility. Taking the initiative to admit his mistakes was the correct choice. It's nothing. It's just that I'll have to trouble Old Fox with these corpses." He let out a long breath. It was only now that he discovered that his back was soaked with a cold sweat. He respectfully bowed. Without letting anyone in, Old Fox personally moved out. He brought Yin Hanshin and all the demon corpses out, closed the courtyard doors, and closed them once more. When he turned around, he finally let out a breath of relief. He couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. He Tiangang had once said that Sir Wildfire had the strength of a demon commander. At the time, this made Old Fox even more certain that Qin Yu was the Abyssal Walker. But after seeing everything today, Old Fox's understanding of Qin Yu underwent a heaven-shaking change. He was well aware of Yin Hanshin's strength. After all, when he fought with He Tiangang in the past, others might not know, but he did. By relying on the Three Lives Pavilion's secret treasure in addition to his formidable demonic snake bloodline, he was able to erupt with a strength that could contend with a demon commander. He Tiangang had paid a tremendous price and his bloodline had continued to wither over the years. Even so, he was only able to blind Old Fox for a moment. But now, there was no movement at all. Yin Hanshin broke into the small courtyard, but before he could do anything, his aura disappeared. This not only included his soul, but also his powerful demonic bloodline and the astonishing fluctuations it contained. Old Fox closed his eyes, his body shivering. He seemed to see the overbearing and confident Yin Hanshin step into the small courtyard not too long ago. Then, he was casually glanced at by Sir Wildfire, who was sitting behind the stone table. Just this glance caused him to freeze in place. Then, all of his aura was instantly erased. Although Yin Hanshin wasn't a true demon commander, the state he was in when he broke into the small courtyard was enough to compare with a demon commander. In other words, Sir Liu Hua had easily killed an existence at the level of a demon commander. Was this a strength that a demon commander could possess? Haha, in the Abyss, there were some races with amazing bloodlines that could produce demon commanders that were known as the strongest beneath the Demon King level, possessing strength that could absolutely crush those of the same level. But for them to kill a demon commander with a single move and not even make the slightest reaction, this was simply impossible. Could it be that they had all been wrong from the start? That Sir Wildfire wasn't a demon commander, but a true Abyssal Demon King. Old Fox opened his eyes and looked back at the small courtyard. His eyes were filled with endless awe and respect. The Abyssal King and Abyssal Walking had combined into one. If this was true, then perhaps the person he faced was one of the highest peak existences in the entire Abyss. There was even a chance that he could attack the legendary Abyss Master Realm, becoming a transcendent existence that stood above the Abyss. To appear beside such a great existence, even if he was destined to only be a passerby in his life, was still an honor. Chapter 1056. Just as Old Fox was feeling emotional, the top hunting team of Julu City had already secretly sneaked into the Beast Tide. Shadowless Demon's hiding ability was indeed very strong. He quickly locked onto the position of the 3 Demon Commander level demon beasts. They hid in the Beast Tide and planned to mobilize the Demon Beast army. Like a raging wave, they kept attacking. A golden-eyed demon python with a bulge on its head, 1,000-feet-long body, covered in black iron-like scales. Its huge golden eyes flashed with a cold light of wisdom. A demon ape of unknown species. Its body could be big or small. After transforming, it was also 1,000-feet-long body. Its strength was so strong that it could destroy mountains and rivers. The last demon commander-level demonic beast was a crow. That's right, putting aside the terrifying demonic aura that was so dense that it almost condensed into a substance, its appearance was almost exactly the same as the crows in the living world. Golden-eyed demon python, demon ape, crow. These three were not related at all. They did not have any bloodline relationship. In the hidden beast tide, they actually formed a perfect cooperation. There was no friction between them. This discovery actually made the shadowless demon feel uneasy. It was obvious that this was not something normal. Even if the three demon commander-level demon beasts had high intelligence, since they had locked onto a certain treasure in Liu Hua's hand, it was impossible for them to maintain this kind of calm. Could they have agreed to break through Julu City first and then split the fruits? Or could they use their own methods to fight each other? He felt that there was more to it. But it was too late. The beast tide's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. Julu City was struggling and could be broken through at any time. If they could not resolve the beast tide and disturb Liu Hua, then everything he had done would be meaningless. Taking a deep breath, Shadowless Demon suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He gritted his teeth and crushed the communication magic crystal card. Kill. With a loud roar, Shadowless Demon attacked. Before this, he had already swallowed the super invincible energy pill that Old Fox gave him without hesitation. His ears buzzed and his mind went blank. The next moment, his heart in his chest started beating at an alarming speed, pushing the blood in his body to circulate crazily. An incomparably powerful force gushed out from his limbs. They roared and gathered together, wanting to destroy everything. The violent impulse burst out at that moment, almost destroying his mind. Shadowless Demon used all of his power to keep a trace of consciousness. His blood-red eyes were now locked onto the demon ape. As he punched out, the vast and mighty abyssal devil chi of the world instantly gathered, condensing into an incomparably terrifying giant arm that smashed down on the demon ape. Roar. The devilish ape's body was only the size of a human, but it suddenly let out a thunderous roar that erupted from its bulging chest. Billowing waves of sound billowed through the air, and its entire body began to swell up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was over 1,000 feet tall. The terrifying demon commander-level aura covered the sky and swept in all directions. Dong. With a loud bang, the 1,000-foot demonic ape's enormous body suddenly shrank. Its feet smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. Streams of black demon blood dripped down from its mouth and nose. Apparently, the Shadowless Demon, who had activated its potential after using the super invincible great strength pellet, had wounded it with this punch. Roar. The demonic ape angrily roared. Countless powerful demon beasts around felt its will and rushed over. Attack. Stop them. The 13 demon generals shot into the sky, each using their strongest moves. Their mission was to stop the demon beasts from approaching as much as possible and buy time for the Shadowless Demon. Endless power surged within its body, making the Shadowless Demon feel like its entire body was about to explode. The desire to vent and the ruthlessness that filled its heart overlapped together. It didn't pause at all as it punched out again. Rumble rumble, a massive amount of abyssal devil chi crazily gathered. Following its will, it formed a new giant arm that pressed down on the demonic ape that had been smashed into the ground. Then, there was another deafening explosion. The demonic ape's giant body was smashed into the ground again. It angrily roared again and again. But facing the Shadowless Demon in its current state, even though it was a powerful demon commander-level demon beast, it was still suppressed. It lost the initiative and was caught off guard by the Shadowless Demon's sneak attack. It had no chance to regain the initiative, let alone counterattack. It could only passively endure the Shadowless Demon's crazy and violent attack. For a time, the world seemed to be filled with countless bolts of thunder. Shockwaves swept through the surroundings and created a violent wind. The endless demonic chi that filled the abyss world condensed into giant arms that were as thick as a demon god's. As the saying goes, one man can defeat 10 men. Using this to describe the current situation was very appropriate. However, if one did not see it with their own eyes, practically no one would believe that a demon commander could suppress the demonic ape, which possessed a powerful demonic bloodline, to such an extent. At this time, the shadowless demon, who maintained a trace of consciousness, didn't lose his ability to think even though his mind was filled with ruthlessness and the desire to destroy. Although he knew that the Abyss Walker's attack would be extraordinary, the power of this invincible energy pill still far exceeded his expectations. This endless and unparalleled power had almost reached the limit of his body. Because of the countless treasures he had stolen, the shadowless demon's demonic body had been tempered to the level of a peak demon commander. In other words, what he was using now was the power of a peak demon commander. If he took another step forward, his bloodline would evolve and transform. He would then gain the recognition of the Abyss Will and become one of the Abyss Kings. Sir Liu Hua's power was so strong. At this moment, the fire in the shadowless demon's heart could no longer be hidden. He started to believe without reason that as long as he could gain the recognition of Sir Liu Hua, with his help, he could definitely break through the limit and reach the Demon King level. However, the premise of all of this was that he had to complete the task that Sir Liu Hua had given him. The beast tide crisis of Julu City had to be resolved. Therefore, the demonic ape in front of him had to die. These thoughts were very complicated and slow to describe, but in reality, they had already passed in the shadowless demon's mind. Then, the speed and power of his attacks were much scarier than before. Suddenly, an extremely violent roar exploded from the ground. The ground was directly shattered by the terrifying sound wave, forming a ring of mud and stones that rumbled into the distance. The shadowless demon shot out a circle and shattered the rushing mud and stones, but it was also interrupted. The rhythm of his continuous attacks was interrupted. The demonic ape finally had a chance to breathe. Its huge body jumped out of the ground and roared angrily at the sky. Its body grew even bigger than before. It reached a terrifying 150 feet. It was like a small mountain that was moving quickly. Every move it made gave off a power that made the world tremble. A cold purple light appeared in the depths of its bloody eyes. It was like some kind of transparent crystal that flashed with a cold killing intent. The demonic ape lifted its hand and heavily hit its chest. It was like it was beating a giant leather drum. After a dong sound, a powerful sound wave swept across. The 13 demon generals grunted and their faces turned pale. Their bodies that were flying in the air fell to the ground one by one as if their wings had been broken. But this was only a small part of the shockwave. The shadowless demon, who bore the brunt of the attack, spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless wounds opened up on the surface of his body and blood gushed out. But this situation only lasted for an instant. As his flesh tightened, all the wounds closed up and no more blood flowed out. At the same time, the power within the shadowless demon's body grew again. For a moment, the shadowless demon was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that the super invincible great strength pill would have the effect of not dying in a bloody battle. Strictly speaking, not dying in a bloody battle was a passive attribute that many Abyss Demon bloodlines had. When the Abyss Demon race was injured, their bloodline would be stimulated and they would explode with even more power for a certain period of time. The more heavily injured they were, the stronger they would explode. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of increase. Once the injuries exceeded the limits of the Abyss Demon bloodline, they would still die. Although the shadowless demon himself had the passive attribute of not dying in a bloody battle, his quality could only be considered average. But now, with the help of the super invincible great strength pill, he felt that all aspects of his strength had increased by several levels. This kind of increase could already compare to the top attribute of not dying in a bloody battle, but at the same time, Shadowless Demon also felt horrified because he clearly felt that his current body strength could no longer hold any more explosive power. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before his entire body exploded into countless pieces with a bang. Luckily, the Shadowless Demon's horrified scene didn't really happen. Just as he broke through his limit, the power in his body stopped increasing. Not daring to hesitate, the the shadowless demon punched out. He had to vent the terrifying power in his body as soon as possible. Rumble, rumble, like countless thunderclaps, roiling abyss demon energy gathered from all directions. The amount was far greater than before. An incomparably large phantom of an ancient demon god appeared. It did the same thing as the shadowless demon, raising its hand and punching out. The demon ape's pupils violently shrank. Its icy purple eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, it didn't think that a mere demon general could explode with such terrifying power. With a low roar, it punched out, clashing with the demon god's phantom. With a loud explosion, the demon ape's 150 feet large body was sent flying. He could clearly hear the sound of its arm bones, which were as thick and hard as steel, breaking one by one. With a pained roar, the demon ape's body smashed into the ground, turning a group of demon beasts that couldn't dodge in time into meat paste. It flipped up, but this time it didn't continue attacking the shadowless demon. Instead, it turned around and rushed into the distance. At the same time, it let out a roar. The sound waves spread out and countless demon beasts madly gathered in this direction. This incomparably powerful and intelligent demon general demon beast had actually escaped. The shadowless demon stomped down heavily, and its figure shot into the sky. It was so fast that it was like a shadow as it madly chased after it. Wherever it passed, the bodies of countless demon beasts in the air were torn into pieces. Smelly black beast blood splattered everywhere like it was raining. The expressions of the 13 pale and injured demon generals changed at the same time. One of the demon generals roared, "Take the potion and follow Lord Shadowless Demon." If they were the only ones left in this endless beast tide, even if they could hold on for a while, they would eventually be surrounded and killed. They all knew where the Shadowless Demon came from. At a time like this, he wouldn't care about their lives. After swallowing the unrivaled great strength pills, the auras of the 13 demon generals immediately soared. They formed a charging battle formation and started running on the ground. The sand they stirred up was like a thick earth dragon, roaring as it chased after the demonic ape. At the same time, the demon beast that the Blackpool City Lord and Hei Tiangang were attacking also made a move to escape at almost the same time. The 100-jong-tall golden-eyed demon snake's thick tail moved quickly, propelling its body forward on the ground with a rumble. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would be smashed into pieces without hesitation. Above the Blackpool City Lord's head, endless abyss demon energy gathered, and a faint image of a giant python appeared. It stared at the escaping golden-eyed demon snake, its giant eyes flashing with greed. Gathering abyss demon energy to form a life demon seed. This was a powerful ability that only the Abyss Demon King could have. Although the giant python image of the Blackpool City Lord could only be seen as the outline of a life demon seed, it was still miles away from being truly formed. But no matter what, this was already a powerful power that surpassed the limits of a demon general. With the help of the super invincible strength pill, he could actually explode with such a powerful strength. It could be seen that even though the Blackpool City Lord's strength had not reached the peak of the demon general, it was not far from it. To be able to obtain the recognition of the King of the Abyss level, become the City Lord of Julu City, and rule over a large area of the Abyss, his strength was well deserved. As for Hei Tiangang, the strength he had exploded with was beyond everyone's imagination. An incomparably huge, three-headed, ferocious infernal hound illusion suddenly appeared above his head. The three heads continuously raised their heads to the sky and let out a soundless roar. Its violent aura even caused instinctive fear to appear in the eyes of the violent and brainless demon beasts in the beast tide. Even though the crow continuously screeched and urged them to, they only followed a certain distance away, not daring to actually stop him from chasing. The heads of the three-headed demon hound kept popping out, opening their mouths to bite at the rapidly escaping crow. There were several times where it was almost bitten. If that really happened, it could be foreseen that this demon general level demon beast crow would be torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Outside Julu City, within the vast beast tide, the three demon general level demon beasts were all beaten up and forced to flee pathetically. But if someone stood in the sky and looked down at the entire beast tide, they would discover that three arrowheads were rapidly converging towards a single point. This beast tide had swept through the abyss ahead of time due to the interference of the will of the abyss. The 3 demon beasts outside Julu City had come to kill teacher Liao, so how could they be so easily dealt with? If Qin Yu saw this scene, he would definitely roar out loud and have the 3 demon generals of Julu City kill them as soon as possible at all costs. Otherwise, an unforeseen event would happen very soon. But unfortunately, Qin Yu was not here. Or, to put it more bluntly, even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Because the will of the abyss was something that no abyssal creature could resist, this was something that was branded into their lives from the day they were born, something that could not be changed. Chapter 1057. The demonic power in Shadowless Demon's body surged, drawing in endless abyss demon energy that surrounded his body. Like countless blades, it sliced through all the demon beasts that tried to stop him into countless pieces. Wherever he passed, more than 100,000 demon beasts were killed. Black blood sprayed everywhere, and the stench rushed into the sky. Locking onto the escaping demon ape, Shadowless Demon's blood-red eyes flashed with a trace of uneasiness. This demon ape wasn't really trying to escape. Otherwise, with its intelligence, it would know that it had to leave Julu City if it wanted to live. But now, the demon ape was still moving within a certain distance from Julu City. It didn't have any intention of leaving. Suddenly, the figures of the other 2 general demon beasts popped up in his mind. Shadowless Demon's heart skipped a beat, and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. But at this moment, before he could think more, 2 extremely strong demonic power fluctuations appeared in his senses. Raising his head, Shadowless Demon saw 2 giant beast phantoms coming from 2 directions in the distance. Life Demon Seed! Shadowless Demon exclaimed. He had already seen Blackpool City Master and Hei Tiangang, who were chasing below the giant python and the 3-headed demon hound. Being recognized by the King of the Abyss and becoming the City Master of Julu City, Blackpool's strength was understandable. But the power that Hei Tiangang displayed now was far beyond Shadowless Demon's expectations. At this moment, the aura that he released was not any weaker than Blackpool's. In fact, it was even slightly suppressed. After all, the 3-headed demon hound was an extremely powerful demon seed bloodline in many of the Abyss royal families. But this slight tremble only lasted for a very short time. Shadowless Demon forced himself to focus on the 3 general demon beasts. Thinking back to before, when they were all in the beast horde, they worked together perfectly without any conflict. Now that they were being chased by 3 people, they didn't choose to escape, but instead gathered together. Shadowless Demon didn't think that this was brotherly love, but asking to live and die together. There was a problem, there must be a problem. You 2, attack at all costs. We can't let them gather together. While roaring, Shadowless Demon took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes dimmed. After the mouthful of blood left his body, it floated in the air and gathered into a ball the size of a fist. Then, it continued to fly forward with him. He raised his hand and pointed at the fist-sized blood orb. A bloody light burst out from it and formed a shadow that looked exactly like the Shadowless Demon. Bang! The illusory figure suddenly burst into flames. Blood-colored flames enveloped it, and its speed increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the devil ape. The illusory figure rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than 300 meters tall. It was about to hug the devil ape. At the same time, the aura released by the phantom became extremely violent, filled with a destructive aura. Roar! The demon ape roared towards the sky. Its giant body stopped abruptly as it turned around to look at Shadowless Demon. A trace of cold mockery flashed through its cold purple eyes. In the next moment, the demonic ape self-destructed, and the terrifying power tore the nearby phantoms into pieces. Shadowless Demon staggered, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with bits and pieces of organs. He stubbornly stared at the spot where the demon ape self-destructed. The blood and flesh that filled the air didn't scatter in the slightest. Instead, it gathered into a torrent of flesh and blood that shot towards the golden-eyed demon snake. The golden-eyed demon snake opened its mouth and swallowed everything. Roar! After the golden-eyed demon snake swallowed the demon ape, its astonishing body that was more than 1,000 feet long began to wildly expand. Layers upon layers of its snakeskin were torn apart, revealing scarlet flesh and blood that rapidly healed in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 3,000 feet long. Its aura rose to an unimaginable degree, nearly touching upon the limits of a demon commander-level demon beast. Its giant tail swept across fiercely, and with a loud bang, the master of Black Swamp City was sent flying. The eyes of the giant python above his head were filled with fear. It was obvious that the power of the golden-eyed magic snake had made it feel threatened. But this wasn't the end. After the golden-eyed demon snake forced back the Black Swamp City Lord with its giant tail, it suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in. The target it swallowed wasn't any of the 3 demon commanders, but rather the demon commander-level crow that was being chased by the 3-headed demon hound. Facing the golden-eyed demon snake's attempt to swallow it, the crow's wings flapped. It didn't resist at all, instead flying towards its mouth on its own initiative. Borrowing the strength of its swallowing ability, in addition to its own initiative, it instantly escaped from the 3-headed demon hound's pursuit. Roar! The golden-eyed demon snake roared once more. After swallowing the crow, its body began to expand a second time. It surpassed 5,000 feet and was as thick as an ancient tree. The pitch-black scales that covered its body began to fall off piece by piece. It was clear that it couldn't withstand the wild increase in strength within its body. Then, new scales began to grow. At first glance, they didn't seem any different from before, but if one looked closely, they would discover that the surface of these new scales was covered in a layer of exquisite markings that seemed to be formed during forging. Layer upon layer, these markings revealed endless mysteries. It even gave one the illusion that looking at the markings on these scales was like looking at the endless abyss. The will of the abyss, He Tiangang shouted out loud. His pupils violently shrank as shock and horror filled his face. As the Black Marsh City Lord and Shadowless Demon heard this, their hearts also sank as a faint fear rose in their hearts. Before, it had already been mentioned that strictly speaking, the endless number of demon beasts were the true masters of the abyss. They naturally enjoyed the same treatment as the demon race. In other words, when their strength rose to the limit, they could also obtain the recognition of the abyss and become a demon beast king. Moreover, in comparison to the demon race, demon beasts that were recognized by the abyss and became demon beast kings would be able to suppress the backlash of their demonic bloodline under the support of the abyss. They would be able to recover their consciousness and possess intelligence no less than that of the demon race. After the golden-eyed demon snake had swallowed the demon ape and crow, 2 demon commander-level demon beasts, its strength had rapidly risen. It had already broken through the limits of a demon commander-level demon beast. Thus, it was able to obtain the support of the abyss and condense the markings on its scales. These markings contained the might of the abyss's will. It wasn't just for appearance. Compared to before, its defensive strength had increased by at least 10 times. Strictly speaking, this was already a power that only demon beast kings could possess. But in reality, the Black Marsh City Lord, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon had underestimated the strength of the golden-eyed demon snake in front of them. Or rather, they didn't know just how strong the will of the abyss desire to destroy Liaosha was. The golden-eyed demon snake that possessed the might of a demon beast king was already terrifyingly strong. But this wasn't enough. Under the interference of the abyss will, everything had to be perfect, leaving no flaws behind. Thus, the golden-eyed demon snake suddenly let out a pained roar. Its massive body rolled on the ground. But amidst this pained roar, one could clearly feel the excitement and joy that came from the bottom of its heart. A violent roar came from the golden-eyed demon snake's body. It gave off a feeling like a surging river. Its aura was vast and shocking. At the same time, a second pupil appeared in its eyes that seemed to be cast from pure gold. It was pitch black in color and directly overlapped with the original pupil, giving off a feeling of endless majesty. Roar! The golden-eyed demon snake roared in pain. At the same time, the roar that sounded like a surging river reached its strongest point. With a ripping sound, the flesh on its abdomen was torn apart. 4 thick claws wrapped in mucus drilled out. A bulge also appeared on its head. After it broke, 2 sharp horns emerged, transforming into a dragon. The Black Marsh City Lord's voice trembled. The demon dragon race had a lustful nature. Almost all of the snake-type demon beasts in the abyss had the demon dragon bloodline flowing through their veins. Of course, besides some powerful flood dragons, the demon dragon bloodline in these snake-type demon beasts was dormant. Besides some extremely rare and unexpected situations, there was no day that it would be activated, but now, they had clearly encountered such an extremely rare event. After the golden-eyed demon snake obtained the attention of the abyss will, the demon dragon bloodline in its body awakened, pushing it to transform into a dragon. Now, more accurately, it was more appropriate to call it an abyssal demon dragon. Roar! The newborn abyssal demon dragon roared into the sky. The dragon's roar reverberated through the world, causing the endless abyssal demonic energy to boil. The demon dragon race was known as the favored child of the abyss. They were born with the attention of the abyss, and when they grew up, they would be recognized by the abyss. They had strength comparable to the king of the abyss, and their every action could mobilize a massive amount of abyssal demonic energy. Although it had just transformed into a dragon and could barely be considered a child of the demon dragon race, the aura it released was several times stronger than before. The demon dragon was a demon dragon. Even though it was in its newborn stage, it was above all other races in the abyss. The powerful pressure from its superior bloodline instantly swept through the entire beast tide. Tens of millions of demon beasts, no matter how strong or weak, felt an instinctive fear and trembling. They crawled on the ground and shivered, expressing their awe and fear. The python phantom above the Black Marsh City Lord's head shrank into a ball. It looked at the abyssal demon dragon, its body shivering. When snake-type demon beasts faced an abyssal demon dragon, they would naturally be suppressed. At such a close distance, it was already not easy for them to maintain their form without collapsing. Of course, even so, with the strength of the Black Marsh City Lord, when facing this abyssal demon dragon, he would be at least halved, perhaps even more miserable. You lowly ants, you dare to try to harm someone as great as me? You will not be forgiven. The abyssal demon dragon, whose body had expanded to more than 10,000 feet, let out a thunderous roar. Along with the roar, the air vibrated. Countless abyssal demonic energy condensed in the air, forming a pitch-black mist that lifted the abyssal demon dragon into the air. The dragon's body was hidden within, faintly discernible. But everyone could clearly feel the monstrous killing intent released by the abyssal demon dragon. He Tiangang took a deep breath. The fear in his eyes rapidly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all that was left was endless cruelty and destruction. The abyssal demon dragon will take revenge. You and I almost killed it. This is an irreconcilable hatred. If we don't kill it today, we will all die. Chapter 1058. Shadowless Demon's body shook. He stared at him with wide eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. He did not dare to imagine that He Tiangang would still dare to say such arrogant words after seeing the golden-eyed demon snake transform into an abyssal demon dragon. He really dared to say that he could kill an abyssal demon dragon. Did he not know that everything would turn to dust under the dragon breath? This was a dragon, a real abyssal demon dragon, not some random flood dragon. Furthermore, even if this abyssal demon dragon had just been born, and its strength was far from its peak, if the three of them risked their lives, they might have a chance. But even if they succeeded, so what? Everyone in the abyss knew that the abyssal demon dragon race was very protective. Anyone who dared to kill someone with the bloodline of the demon race would suffer their revenge. Abyss City was the best example. Even the entire abyss had guessed that the demon dragon race was involved in this matter. Many of the abyss kings were enraged because of this. But so what? Abyss City had fallen into the abyss, and the tens of millions of demon race in the city had perished. But until today, the demon dragon race was still fine. They were still above all the other races in the abyss, and were in a position that no one dared to provoke. Could the three of them stop the demon dragon race's revenge? Don't joke around. They would probably be crushed in an instant. Brother Tiangang Demon is right. We have no way out. If we don't kill him, we will die here today. The master of Black Swamp City spoke slowly. It was unknown what secret technique he had used, but his eyes gradually turned red. At the same time, above his head, The eyes of the giant python shadow also seemed to be soaked in blood. The fear and trembling in its eyes had completely disappeared, and what was left was only violence and destruction. The demon dragon clan is indeed terrifying. Even if we succeed in this matter, we will still be hunted down. Shadowless Demon's heart trembled. They were all crazy. But the fear in his eyes had mostly disappeared. The master of Blackpool City's words reminded him that even if the abyssal demon dragon race were to take revenge, that would happen after today. Surviving the moment was the key. If they died, everything would be meaningless. Furthermore, although the demon dragon race was scary, it was not like they had no chance of survival. Because behind them stood Lord Liu Hua, a peak abyssal walker. Even the demon dragon race had to give him sufficient respect. Thinking about this, Shadowless Demon's eyes brightened slightly. His despairing heart was once again filled with hope. However, all of this was based on the fact that they had to survive this day. Kill. The Black Marsh City Master's snake-type devil bloodline was suppressed by the demon dragon's aura, but he was the first to attack. He punched out, and abyss devil energy gathered from all directions. In the next moment, the huge eye above its head turned crimson, and the roaring python phantom flashed into it. Rumble as the boundless demonic chi roiled, it actually condensed into a terrifying python with scarlet eyes that was several hundred meters long. Facing the abyssal demon dragon, it showed no fear at all. Instead, its blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust and destruction. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant python, which was hundreds of meters long, fiercely swung its tail and pounced at the abyssal demon dragon like a bolt of lightning. At almost the same time, He Tiangang also attacked. He lifted his hand and placed it between his eyebrows. With a light cracking sound, his eyes split open and dark red blood flowed out. But now, the blood that flowed out didn't drip to the ground. Instead, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible strength towards the three-headed demon hound phantom above his head. In the Legends of the Abyss, the three-headed demon hound was one of the incarnations of the Abyss Will. It was the gatekeeper of the Lord of Destruction. It had an extremely cruel and ruthless personality, and its three dog heads could swallow everything. Even the world itself could become a part of its food. But the reason that legends were called legends was because there were far too many exaggerated factors. For instance, the so-called Lord of Destruction represented the cruel and ruthless side of the Abyss Will. Although he had countless believers, he had never truly descended into any part of the abyss. Although the three-headed demon hound wasn't as powerful as the legends made it out to be, the lawlessness in its demonic bloodline was real. Because of this, He Tiangang dared to be the first to express the thought of killing the abyssal demon dragon. Since he had said it, he naturally couldn't hesitate when it was time to act. As the blood flowed upwards, it poured into the three-headed demon hound phantom. Immediately, countless lines began to rapidly appear within its body. It was like blood vessels were wildly growing, covering every part of the three-headed demon hound's body. As this happened, its body gradually solidified until it was no different from a living creature. Roar, 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 the three dog heads reared back their heads and roared. Their 6 eyes, cold, cruel, or greedy, locked onto the abyssal demon dragon. Then, their thick and powerful hind legs kicked outwards. Their entire body turned into a black shadow that crazily pounced forwards. These two madmen. Shadowless Demon muttered to himself. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly exploded, turning into a black shadow that fused into the abyssal demon dragon's shadow on the ground. Then, thick shadow chains appeared, wrapping around the abyssal demon dragon's shadow, constantly contracting and tightening. In the abyss world, countless demons knew of his great name, Shadowless Demon, as well as his superb concealment methods that allowed him to come and go without a trace. But in order to live to this day, he had encountered countless dangers and powerful enemies. Of course, it wasn't just because he could hide and run fast that he could preserve his life. Shadows were invisible and intangible, but without a doubt, they could also kill people. Roar, the abyssal demon dragon reared its head back and roared, its eyes filled with endless anger. It couldn't believe that these 3 lowly ants in front of it, after confirming that it had become the noblest demon dragon in the abyss, still dared to attack it. And it was obvious that they were prepared to kill it. "I will tear you all to shred." As it roared, The abyssal demon dragon violently rolled around. Cracking sounds rang out in the void around its body, giving off the feeling that an invisible barrier was about to be torn apart. In the shadows on the ground, the shadow chains wrapping around the abyssal demon dragon's body began to quietly disintegrate. But in the next moment, they condensed at an astonishing speed, wrapping around its shadow once more. Of course, in order to accomplish this, it wasn't without a price. Shadowless demon's body constantly trembled, as if it were suffering a series of blows. Beneath its black robes, drops of blood constantly dripped down, shattering into pieces as they fell to the ground. And this blood was seeping out of his mouth, nose, ears, and ears. How could imprisoning an abyssal demon dragon be a simple matter? One naturally had to pay a high enough price. And at this time, the blood-eyed python and three-headed demon hound that had rushed out had already begun melee combat with the abyssal demon dragon. Rumble rumble, violent fluctuations of aura swept out in all directions like raging storms and raging waves. Even the demon beasts that had lost their intelligence howled in anguish under the shroud of this terrifying aura, constantly retreating. Thus, in the vast beast tide formed by millions of demon beasts, a strange blank space appeared. Of the 40 demon generals that had followed the 3 demon commanders out of Julu City, there were now less than 30 left. At this time, their eyes were wide open, looking at the slaughter in the distance. Their hearts were filled with fear, nearly drowning their minds. The demon general rank belonged to the abyss. Those that had just stepped into the ruling class were absolute masters in any faction. As long as one joined, they would obtain a high status and a series of other benefits. But now, facing the battle between the 3 demon commanders that had taken the super-invincible Great Strength Pill and the newborn abyssal demon dragon, they had no right to intervene. Even if they were just a little closer, they might be directly torn to pieces by the violent power. Swallowing hard, the demon generals carefully retreated. All they could do now was to wait. If the 3 demon commanders won, they might have a chance to survive. After all, in the eyes of the abyssal demon dragon, they were merely ant-like existences. They wouldn't be taken seriously at all. In this way, they would be able to escape this calamity. Of course, being looked down upon by others was not a pleasant thing. But compared to surviving, it was nothing. There was a saying, "Just treat me like a fart and let me go." Although this saying was vulgar and even more inappropriate to use on women, it was more appropriate to express the current mentality of the demon generals. Reality proved that the abyssal demon dragon was indeed an abyssal demon dragon. Even in its newborn state, it was still incomparably terrifying. The blood-eyed giant python, which was not afraid of death, was bitten by the abyssal demonic dragon. It let out an unwilling roar, and in the next moment, its huge body was directly bitten into pieces, tumbling and quickly disappearing. The light in the eyes of the master of Black Swamp City instantly disappeared. His entire body was like a stone as he fell to the ground with a thud. His aura dissipated along with the death of the blood-eyed giant python. Death came cruelly and without warning. A trace of sorrow and self-deprecation flashed in He Tiangong's eyes. Trying to kill the abyssal demon dragon was indeed an impossible task. The master of Black Swamp City had been killed. The barely resisting situation had already collapsed. If he continued to fight, he would only be sending himself to his grave. Roar! The 3-headed demon hound of hell roared towards the sky. Then, its entire body exploded into pieces. The phantom of a massive stone gate appeared within the shockwaves of the self-detonation. Although it was blurry and indistinct, one could clearly sense the aura of time emanating from it. It was so thick that it was almost corporeal. It was as if this stone gate had existed since the birth of the abyss. Outside it, there was a huge stone statue. It was a dog beast that guarded the gate. It had 3 heads on its neck, and all 6 eyes were closed. Now, this huge dog beast statue seemed to have sensed something. The eye on the left head trembled a few times before slowly opening. Catcher, catcher! The surface of the abyssal demon dragon's body instantly turned grey. It was like an exposed stone that had been weathered for countless years. It instantly lost all of its vitality. He Tiangang fell to the sky. He was grabbed by the shadowless demon. His figure quickly rushed out, his other hand holding the corpse of the master of Black Swamp City as he madly fled into the distance. The hunt had failed. The only thing he could do now was to escape from here. We failed, let's run. Go, go. The demon generals were terrified as they scattered in all directions. It was impossible to return to Julu City. Since they could not kill the abyssal demon dragon, then under its rage, the entire Julu City would definitely be burned to ashes. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon roared. The petrification on its body suddenly shattered into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Its giant eyes were filled with endless anger, as well as shame and anger. It opened its mouth and spat out a breath. A dragon breath as hot and red as the magma of the abyss covered all the demon generals. Within its range, including them, as well as hundreds of demon beasts, were instantly burned to ashes. The might of the dragon breath was infinite. Bang! The abyssal demon dragon crashed into the ground, creating a giant pit. Countless cracks spread out. It gasped for breath, blood constantly dripping from the corners of its mouth. In its previous battle with the 3 demon commanders, it had also been injured. And the breath it released in its rage had caused its injuries to become even more serious. The giant dragon eyes coldly looked at Julu City. The abyssal demon dragon suppressed the urge to destroy it. Now was not the time. It had to recover from its injuries as soon as possible and increase its strength to its peak. At that time, the entire city and all the demons in the city would be completely reduced to dust under its wrath. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon reared its head back and roared. The beast tide that it controlled began to attack Julu City once more, fiercer and more fearless than before. At this time, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the air. From a tricky angle, it stabbed into the abyssal demon dragon's body. Roar! A pained and angry dragon roar exploded in the beast tide. A woman was sent flying backwards. A moment later, the beam of light appeared once more. This time, it didn't continue to stab at the abyssal demon dragon. Instead, it dragged a figure as it howled towards Julu City. Behind it, the abyssal demon dragon was incomparably weak. At the same time, it was even more angry and resentful. Chapter 1059. The master of Black Swamp City died on the spot. Hei Tiangang was heavily injured and fainted. The 40 demon generals of Julu City all died in the beast tide. The hunting plan to disperse the beast tide had completely failed. In a quiet room in the Thousand Eye Palace, the air was so heavy it almost froze. Old Fox's face was bitter. He could not help but close his eyes and sigh. Abyss Demon Dragon. The beast tide actually gave birth to a true Abyss Demon Dragon. This meant that Julu City was destined to be destroyed. Now that the situation had reached this stage, unless Liu Hua took action, there was no turning back. He stood up and opened his eyes. I will go and tell Liu Hua about this. What happens in the end, let's see the will of the heavens. With the demon dragon tribe's vicious and vengeful style, once Julu City was breached, all of them would be killed. This result was more hopeless than what they had expected. As for whether Liu Hua would take action, to be honest, Old Fox did not have any confidence. After all, to an existence like him who had lived for countless years and stood at the peak of the abyss, whether it was Julu City or the demon race, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds. It was difficult for life and death to affect his mind. Everything depended on Liu Hua's thoughts. Shadowless Demon stood up. I will go with you. Under the black robe, his voice was weak and his face was extremely pale. It was because of his injuries and the backlash from taking the invincible strength pill. Trying to kill an abyss demon, even if he could use his concealment ability to escape after Julu City was breached, sooner or later he would be hunted down and killed. Unless Liu Hua appeared and resolved this matter, he would not sit and watch the result occur since it involved his life and death. Old Fox nodded. Let's go. The little courtyard was still as peaceful as usual. Occasionally, there would be demons that passed by, their eyes filled with awe and fear. The silent deaths of Yin Hanshin and the demons that had intruded had already cast a terrifying shadow over this little courtyard. These demons did not know the identity of the owner of this little courtyard, but without a doubt, he was an extremely powerful existence. The actions of the Thousand Eye Palace and Old Fox's actions had further confirmed this point. However, There was more or less a hint of peace in the eyes of these demons. The beast tide outside the city was becoming more and more terrifying. Even the ordinary demons could already feel the terrifying aura of a storm. Under such circumstances, it was naturally a good thing for them to have such a powerful existence in the city. After all, even if it was out of consideration for their own safety, they would not just watch as the beast tide destroyed Julu City. Mr. Liu Hua, Shadowless Demon, and I are here to see you. The fox elder knocked on the door, took a step back, and said respectfully. A few breaths later, the courtyard doors opened, and Liao She glanced at the two. Come in. Thank you, miss. After expressing their thanks, the two of them entered the courtyard. They were greeted by Qin Yu's heavy expression. Could it be that he already knew? This thought flashed through Old Fox's mind, and he bowed. Mr. Liu Hua, the master of Blackpool City, has died in battle, and He Tiangang has fainted from his injuries. The hunting plan has failed. Qin Yu's eyes twitched as he looked at Shadowless Demon. I want to know, what happened in the beast tide? Shadowless Demon nodded respectfully and told him everything that had happened in the beast tide. He did not dare to hide anything. Mister, this is what happened. Even though it was only a newborn abyssal demon dragon, its strength was still terrifying. We risked our lives, but we were still defeated in the end. I had no choice but to bring He Tiangang and the master of Blackpool City's corpses back. The other 40 demon generals were all buried in the beast tide. Qin Yu closed his eyes. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was wildly twitching. This woman Liao She's mouth was simply too accurate. Everything she said was on point. Abyssal demon dragon, that was an abyssal demon dragon, an existence that stood at the top of the food chain in the abyss. To even release such a thing, it could be seen just how strong the will of the abyss was in its desire to kill them. How could they live like this? 3 demon commanders that had taken a super invincible strength pill had been defeated. 1 died, 1 fainted, and 1 escaped. If he were to face this abyssal demon dragon, how many chances did he have of escaping? Even if he said 10%, that would be putting gold on his face. The courtyard fell silent. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon didn't dare to say anything, but there was a faint anticipation in their eyes. Qin Yu could feel the anticipation in their eyes, and he also knew what they were hoping for. But the problem was that he wasn't as strong as these people imagined him to be. Moreover, once Giant Deer City was breached, Qin Yu didn't doubt that he and Liao She would be the first targets of the abyssal demon dragon. Perhaps they would even die in front of them. As Qin Yu thought of this, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. He took a deep breath and rubbed between his eyebrows. He waved his hand. I understand. You can leave first. Without my orders, don't disturb me again. Not obtaining the response they wanted, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon revealed disappointment in their eyes. But they didn't dare to reveal anything. They respectfully bowed and left the courtyard. After the courtyard doors closed and isolated the inside from the outside, Liao She turned around, revealing an expression that said, I'm smart and intelligent. See, I told you before that things weren't so simple. Now you should believe me, right? She smacked her lips, her voice filled with excitement. Abyssal demon dragon, it's an abyssal demon dragon. I heard that they are the favored children of the abyss and their entire bodies are treasures. Their scales, flesh, and blood are all top materials for refining potions. Not to mention dragon teeth, dragon heart, dragon liver, and so on. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Qin Yu's complexion paled and his fingers trembled. He almost laughed out of anger. Things had already come to this, and yet she was still in the mood to think about these things. Qin Yu wasn't too sure what the abyssal demon dragon's body parts were like, but if the situation continued to worsen like this, they would soon become meat and blood for the abyssal demon dragon to chew on. That would surely be an extremely sour taste. Calm down, I have to calm down. Being angry with this crazy woman isn't a wise choice. And now, if I want to live, I can only think of a way to escape from her body. Qin Yu took a deep breath, desperately suppressing all sorts of thoughts in his mind. He said in a low voice, Teacher Liao, it's time to tell us your plan. Giant Deer City will inevitably be destroyed. We have to flee for our lives. Liao She blinked. What method? Qin Yu roared, Of course it's the method to survive. Don't tell me you're really just going to wait for death here. Liao She looked at Qin Yu, a strange expression on his face. When did you develop this illusion that I have a way to escape Julu City? Liao She. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. I don't care what you're hiding, but we're going to die soon. If you don't tell me, I'll have to run away by myself. Liao She curled his lips. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but facing the pursuit of an abyssal demon dragon, even an abyssal king would find it hard to survive. Do you think you're confident you can escape? Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he calmed down. Even if I'm not confident, I still want to give it a try. It's better than waiting for death here. He stood up and lightly said, since we're acquainted, I hope you can survive. Goodbye. This crazy woman. If he didn't force her a bit, she clearly wasn't going to say anything. If you leave me, with your current condition, you'll definitely die. At that time, no matter what methods you have, it will all be useless. I want to see just how long you can last. Hurry up and ask me to stay, admit your wrongs, hurry up and say something. Qin Yu lifted a hand towards the courtyard door, his heart racing. Even at this time, she still hadn't called out to him. Liao She, consider yourself fierce. Pulling open the courtyard door, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and prepared to leave. Bang! It wasn't Qin Yu who fell, nor was it Liao She who called out to him. Rather, it was a woman who fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. She tumbled over in front of Qin Yu, motionless and unconscious. What was going on? Qin Yu glanced over. Not too far away, Old Fox's eyes were wide open and he had a stunned expression on his face. Although he couldn't see Shadowless Demon's appearance, from the way he was standing there in a daze, he was likely in the same state. Mister, who is this woman? Old Fox cautiously asked. Qin Yu's heart twitched. Who should I ask if you're asking me? Why did she fall so suddenly and almost hit my head? Could it be that he had been plagued by bad luck recently? First, he had inexplicably entered the abyss, then he had a burden like Liao She, and now he was being hunted down by the will of the abyss. However, this woman did seem a bit familiar. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He bent down and brushed aside her hair. A beautiful face entered his sight and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He actually knew her. This woman who had fallen from the sky and almost hit Qin Yu's head was the mysterious Mianya who had encountered the striped crow not long after entering the abyss. She had left and returned because she wanted to use a crystallized heart of an abyssal king that had lost its source to complete a deal with him. Why was this woman here? And from the looks of it, she had suffered heavy injuries. Putong, there was a dull thud behind him. Qin Yu fiercely turned around to see Liao She lying on the ground. His complexion changed. He grabbed Mianya and entered the small courtyard. The courtyard doors closed, isolating them from the outside world. Bringing Mianya in had been a subconscious action. Qin Yu examined her. Although her injuries were heavy, she wouldn't die for the time being. Then, he casually tossed her to the side. On the other hand, Liao She's condition wasn't very good. She was unconscious and her face was incomparably pale. Her aura was stable and there didn't seem to be any danger. Qin Yu couldn't find anything wrong with her. It was as if she had fallen asleep. But it was clear that Liao She wasn't sleeping. This sort of problem that couldn't be found was truly troublesome. Contrary to Qin Yu's expectations, the unconscious Liao She only needed 2 hours to wake up. As soon as she saw Qin Yu, she directly asked, "Where is that little beauty that fell from the sky?" Qin Yu sneered. "I think you should worry about yourself first. Don't talk nonsense." Liao She glared at him. "I see hope in this little beauty. Do you want to live or not?" Qin Yu turned and walked away. "I'll bring her here now." Qin Yu didn't know what Liao She meant by seeing hope. But this was the first time she had mentioned that there was a chance of survival. Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. The unconscious Mianya was brought in front of Liao She. This demon woman's complexion was even paler and her condition was worse than before. She had already suffered serious injuries and had barely managed to struggle to escape to Giant Deer City. She was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Qin Yu had only picked her up and brought her in, he hadn't given her any treatment at all. She could already be considered lucky that she was still alive. Liao Shi let out a long breath and glared at Qin Yu. It's a good thing that a good person didn't die, otherwise you would be in deep trouble. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save her. Qin Yu knew how to save people, but he really didn't know what to do to save a demon. As for Liao Shi, although he had woken up, he still had a weak and listless appearance. It was already good enough that he was awake, so he clearly didn't have the strength to help. Luckily, Qin Yu wasn't alone. After Old Fox was called in, although he was surprised why Sir Wildfire wanted him to help, he didn't dare to reveal anything. He immediately went to work. After a series of treatments and 7 or 8 magic medicines, Old Fox wiped away his sweat. He said that he hadn't failed in his mission and that his life had been saved. He would wake up in around 2 to 4 hours. Qin Yu nodded and sent Old Fox away. 2 hours later, Mianya really did wake up. Seeing Qin Yu reveal his true appearance, her eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect to see him here. She barely managed to ask, "Was it you who saved me?" "You can think of it that way." Qin Yu waved his hand. "But none of that is important. What is important is what I will ask you next. You had best tell me the truth, otherwise I believe you will regret that you are still alive." This was clearly a threat, there was no concealment at all. Mianya was stunned, as if she didn't think Qin Yu would say something like this. After a moment of silence, she said, "Please rest assured that I will tell you everything I know." "Very good." Qin Yu was expressionless. "How were you injured?" Mianya said, "It was the abyssal demon dragon outside the city." A trace of instinctive fear appeared in her eyes. It was clear she had recalled just how terrifying the abyssal demon dragon was. Mianya never imagined that it would be so powerful. In a situation where both sides were wounded and she had launched a sneak attack, she had still failed in the end. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "Why did you attack the abyssal demon dragon? Don't tell me you want to be a dragon-slaying heroine." Mianya fell silent. Qin Yu coldly sneered. "I don't think you need me to repeat what I just said." Mianya's breathing quickened. It was clear that her emotions were violently fluctuating. Finally, she bitterly smiled. "Because I want to take back a treasure that originally belonged to my clan." Glancing at Qin Yu, Mianya clenched her teeth. "This treasure involves the secrets of my clan. I absolutely cannot speak of it." Qin Yu had no expression. "It's clear that you don't have the right to choose right now. Or, perhaps you can experience the consequences of refusing me." Chapter 1060. Mianya had indeed tried, but the final result proved that she had overestimated her own endurance and determination. Or, it could be said that Qin Yu's methods of saving people weren't particularly good, but he had a decent talent for torturing others. In short, he had successfully obtained the information he wanted from Mianya. For instance, Mianya wasn't a so-called royal spirit demon race. This wasn't something she said of her own volition, but because Qin Yu had interrogated her, she had been unable to maintain her transformation and revealed her true appearance. The nine-tailed demon fox race was the only race that maintained the characteristics of demon beasts and was respected as a superior royal race. Of course, there was the past part to this. According to Mianya's one-sided story, the nine-tailed demon fox race was born with the ability to confuse the mind and transform. Because of this, they were envied by several other powerful royal races. After a calamity, the entire race was nearly slaughtered. In that calamity, the most precious treasure of the nine-tailed demon fox race, the 1,000 illusion demon mirror, was lost and never appeared in the abyss again. Today, there were only a few remaining members of the nine-tailed demon fox race. Mianya was already one of the most outstanding members. In order to revive the nine-tailed demon fox race, she had changed her appearance and traveled through many layers of the abyss in order to find the whereabouts of the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. Not long ago, Mianya had finally found a clue and locked onto the 3 demon commander-level demon beasts in the beast tide. Thus, when the Blackpool City Lord died in battle and He Tiangang fainted from his wounds, Mianya took this chance to kill the abyssal demon dragon and take back the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. The final result was that she escaped to Giant Deer City with heavy injuries and fell into Qin Yu's hands. Of course, the entire process was like this. But there were some details that were a bit embarrassing. For instance, when Mion-Ya dispelled her transformation and restored her nine-tailed demon fox appearance, she was completely naked. According to her explanation, this was a requirement that nine-tailed demon fox race had to fulfill when they transformed. They could not be restrained in any way. As she spoke, her face flushed red and her body shivered. Her 9 furry tails tried to cover up her sensitive spots. It was clear that her heart wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. However, what Mion-Ya did not know was that when she tried her best to use her tail to cover her body, the faintly discernible nudity was extremely shocking. Recently, Qin Yu had suffered a great deal from Liao She. Although he believed he had a certain level of resistance to it, he still couldn't help but gulp several times. He thought that this 9-tailed demon fox woman's alluring ability was far greater than that of a fox girl's. Cough. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and demonic energy surged, condensing into a black dress that automatically covered her body. What use does the 1000 illusion demon mirror have? Mion-Ya looked at Qin Yu with some surprise. She didn't think that he wouldn't even know about this. In other words, it wasn't that she'd exposed anything. Being captured and interrogated by this person seemed more like a spur-of-the-moment decision, or perhaps there was some other hidden reason. But no matter what it was, this at least gave Mion-Ya a glimmer of hope. She took a deep breath and said, "If you can help me obtain the 1000 illusion demon mirror, my 9-tailed demon fox clan is willing to establish an abyssal blood contract and recognize you as our master. Afterwards, we will be at your beck and call. We will satisfy all of your requests." Qin Yu's face stiffened. He thought that her words were a bit too blatant. Just who did she think he was? Did she really think that he would covet her beauty? Just now, Mion-Ya seemed to have mentioned that most of the 9-tailed magic fox clan were women and children. In other words, once he became their master, he would be able to obtain a wave of beautiful and ever-changing 9-tailed magic fox women. Stop, hurry and stop. What nonsense was she thinking about? Qin Yu steadied his mind and slowly said, "Don't make me repeat myself a third time. Tell me, what is the use of the 1000 illusion demon mirror?" Mion-Ya clenched her teeth. "It can help my 9-tailed demon fox clan cultivate a secret inherited technique and cultivate a powerful incarnation to protect the safety of my clan. But this ability is only useful for my 9-tailed demon fox clan. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to use it." With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open from the outside. Liao She walked in with a pale complexion. She glanced at Mion-Ya and said, "9-tailed demon fox, you really are beautiful." She looked up and down several more times. She said to Qin Yu, "Such a delicate beauty. She already said that she would allow you to do whatever you want with her. If you aren't tempted, can you still be considered a man?" Qin Yu's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and lowered his voice. "Why did you run out here?" Liao She snorted. "Of course I came out because I've already obtained the information I need." "You're so angry. Are you blaming me for ruining your plans?" "What a good Qin Yu, your thoughts really aren't pure. Speak, did you also have bad thoughts towards me in the past?" "Haha, I've really underestimated your guts." Qin Yu's lips twitched and he roared inwardly. "If it weren't for you carelessly exposing yourself to me, would I have seen it or not?" But, if he said these words, it seemed a bit too much. Moreover, he had to admit that although he didn't have any bad thoughts towards her, he still felt comfortable when he looked at her. He coughed and changed the topic. "Do you already have a plan?" Liao She sneered, a man expression on her face. She rolled her eyes and said, "Of course." Her eyes swept over Qin Yu. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This boy's luck was truly heaven-defying. At this time, a helper had actually dropped down from the heavens. Of course, this helper wasn't referring to Mion-Ya, but rather the crucial information she had revealed. For instance, the 9-tailed fox clan's supreme treasure, the 1000 illusion demon mirror. Liao She pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as Mion-Ya saw her, she immediately fell into a state of extreme panic. She didn't know who Liao She was, nor did she emit the least bit of a powerful aura. But the instinctive perception of her bloodline caused Mion-Ya's soul to shiver. Her thoughts went blank and she couldn't think at all. "Haha, you little fox, Your perception isn't bad. Then, be a good little fox and let me take some blood from your body. Yes, just like that. Don't resist me, I am very gentle and you won't feel any pain at all. Liao She cut a small incision on Mion Ye's palm and took out a small bottle of blood. A satisfied expression crossed his face. All right, you can continue to rest. But don't forget what I said just now. The nine-tailed demon fox clan was this boy's servant. Mion Ye's eyes widened. Her instincts told her that if she didn't refute him now, then this matter would become an unchangeable fact. It was as if Liao She's words harnessed some kind of unparalleled power of laws. But that clearly wasn't the case. I said that he would help us find the 1,000 illusion demon mirror before we would willingly serve him as our master. Liao She narrowed his eyes. Just from this expression alone, it was actually quite similar to Qin Yu's. What, do you want to go back on your word? Mion Ye paled. She quickly shook her head. Everything will follow your will. Liao She patted her face. Be good and rest. He glanced at Qin Yu and turned to leave. Qin Yu followed behind. After the door closed, Liao She curled his lips. Qin Yu, I've helped you subdue the nine-tailed demon fox clan that produces many beauties. You're so reckless, so why haven't you thanked me yet? Bah. Wasn't it because they were forced to temporarily compromise? Could it be that just because of a few words from you that it would become the truth? But at this time, Qin Yu clearly wasn't in the mood to argue with Liao She. He directly asked, what is your plan? Under the shadow of death, everything else was pushed to the side. After all, compared to life and death, there was nothing important in this world. This wasn't selfishness or fear of death, but rather the instinctive resistance and struggle of any living being towards death. Liao She stretched out 2 fingers and snapped them. It's simple. As long as you can obtain the 1,000 illusions demonic mirror from the body of the abyssal demon dragon outside the city, we'll have a chance to survive this calamity. Qin Yu's complexion paled. You want me to steal the 1,000 illusion demon mirror from the abyssal demon dragon? That's right. Didn't Shadowless Demon say that of the 3 demon commander-level demon beasts outside the city, the demon ape and crow willingly allowed themselves to be swallowed by the golden-eyed demon snake? Now I understand that this is all because of the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. Whether it is the demon ape or the crow, they are both avatars that the golden-eyed demon snake created by drawing support from the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. This is why they were able to perfectly cooperate with each other in the beast tide without any conflict at all. Moreover, they were able to fuse together in a moment of crisis and transform into the abyssal demon dragon. A look of excitement appeared on Liao She's face, and his voice became even more urgent. Let me tell you, Qin Yu, this is a lucky chance for you. Even though the 1,000 illusions demonic mirror is just as that little fox said, that only members of the nine-tailed demon fox clan are able to fully activate its power, with her blood, I'll be able to break through its restrictions as a piece of cake. At that time, not only will you be able to cultivate powerful avatars, but most importantly, the 1,000 illusion demon mirror will be able to solidify into a demonic state. I have absolute confidence that I can help you obtain a demonic transformation that is no weaker than the abyssal demon dragon, or even stronger. She couldn't hold it in any longer and her face flushed red. She took a deep breath and continued, how about it? Aren't you very moved? Let me tell you, this kind of thing is only possible because of me. Aren't you extremely excited? You can't help but want to sincerely pray to the heavens that you can meet me. What a great fortune it is for you to meet me, even I am shaken by it. Qin Yu's lips twitched. After listening to her ramble on for so long, he understood. But all of this seemed to have a precondition. In other words, he had to take out the nine-tailed demon fox's treasure from the abyssal demon dragon's body, the so-called 1,000 illusion demon mirror. He had already reminded this woman just now, so why didn't she understand? How could he possibly do this alone? The Blackpool City Lord, He Tiangang, and Shadowless Demon had joined forces and even swallowed a super invincible strength pill. Even so, they had ended up in such a pitiful state. How could he possibly end up any better? Let alone taking out the 1,000 illusion demon mirror from the abyssal demon dragon's body, he would probably be torn to pieces in a single exchange. Liao She, can you wake up a bit? Is this your plan? Qin Yu endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Are you trying to trick me into going to my death so that you can think of a way to escape?" She couldn't blame Qin Yu for being so sinister and thinking too badly of Liao She. It was because her plan was full of loopholes. It was clearly a death trap. Chapter 1061. Liao She sneered at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Since I've said so, of course I have a way." She took out a bottle and placed it in front of him. The bottle was translucent and one could faintly see a potion the size of a longan. It was deep red, as if it had been soaked in blood. It emitted faint traces of crimson light, making it seem extremely strange. "First, this is the enhanced version of the invincible strength pill that I spent a great deal of effort these past 2 days to refine. I won't explain the specific effects, but after taking it, the effects will be so good that it will make one scream." Liao She tossed it to Qin Yu and pointed at him. "Second, strictly speaking, you have 2 abyssal bloodlines in your body. It's just that one of them is too thin, so it is in a dormant state. I will help you stimulate it and use the manifestation ability of your bloodline to burn it in a destructive manner to erupt with the strength of this abyssal bloodline for a short period of time." "Humph humph, don't look at me like that. The destructive combustion will indeed cause irreversible damage to the bloodline, but it is in a dormant state to begin with. Even if it is destroyed, it won't cause any real damage to you. Moreover, in order to help you, I will extract the demonic bloodlines of 3 demon commanders and refine them into your body to ignite them at the same time to prolong the time you can last. During this period of time, as long as you can obtain the 1000 illusion demon mirror, I guarantee you won't die. And once you do as I say and smoothly complete it, that will be an extraordinary matter. At that time, you will know what it means to be unable to appreciate my good intentions." Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. He looked down at the so-called enhanced invincible strength pill in his hand, thoughts racing through his mind. He already understood Liao She's meaning. But no matter how much she said, there was one thing that didn't change: if he wanted to live, he would have to rely on himself. If he could defeat the abyssal demon dragon, then he would live. Otherwise. Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. "Good, I agree. Liao She, you better be certain that what you say isn't wrong. If he wanted to live, he had to put his life on the line." This was a very fair matter. As long as Liao She wasn't speaking nonsense, that was fine, but thinking about it, this woman didn't seem to have any reason to harm him. Liao She patted his chest, and in an instant, his chest rippled with pride. "Those who believe in me will never die, so don't worry." Of the 3 devil commander bloodlines, Yin Hanshin, who had already died, was one. The shadowless demon had brought him back, and the master of Black Marsh City's corpse also had one. As for the 3rd target, Liao She had set his sights on He Tiangang, who was currently unconscious and in a very bad condition. In Liao She's words, he was already half dead, so he might as well contribute his bloodline to the master-teacher continent. Perhaps, he might even be able to find a way out of this predicament. The dead could not speak for themselves, so Yin Hanshin and the bloodline of the master of Blackpool City could be settled with a single sentence. Although He Tiangang was still alive, he was still unconscious. Elder Fox hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Although Old Fox did not know why Liu Hua wanted to extract He Tiangang's bloodline, from Old Fox's understanding, it was impossible for the incomparably powerful Liu Hua to covet He Tiangang's bloodline. Furthermore, Sir Liu Hua had already said that there would be reconstruction after destruction. There was nothing to hesitate about. "Old Black Dog, your luck doesn't seem to be very good these days. I hope that this time will be an exception. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for making the decision for you." 3 Devil Commander level demonic bloodlines had been mixed together by Liao She using some unknown method and placed in a bottle. It was incomparably viscous, constantly tumbling and bubbling like boiling water. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and drank it. Unexpectedly, when it entered his mouth, it wasn't hot at all. Instead, it was icy cold. But soon after, as it entered his stomach, it was like he had swallowed a ball of fire. It burned fiercely, causing his eyes to turn red and white smoke to rise from his head, as if his entire body would be ignited. Luckily, this feeling only lasted for a short period of time. The burning sensation in his stomach receded like a tide. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He looked at Liao She and nodded. It's all right. It's much simpler than I imagined. Liao She smiled. That's good, that's good. Qin Yu was stunned. He stared at her. Don't tell me that you don't know what will happen to me after I eat it. Liao She dryly laughed. The facts prove that my skills are very good. Look, after you drank it, nothing happened to you, right? All right, that abyssal demon dragon outside the city hasn't fully recovered yet. Let's take advantage of its illness and take its life. Hurry up and go. I'm tired and need to sleep, so I won't send you off. Then she turned and left. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If he hadn't seen her exhausted appearance after refining the 3 Devil Commander bloodlines, this matter wouldn't have ended here. He had to endure it. Liao She's words were correct. While the abyssal demon dragon was injured, the sooner he acted, the greater his chances of success would be. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu turned and left. Outside the small courtyard, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon had been waiting anxiously. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, as long as Qin Yu didn't act, they couldn't rest easy. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Regardless of whether one was a devil commander or not, no one could avoid it. Mr. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon bowed. Qin Yu nodded. I will be leaving the city for a bit. I will leave this place to you. If there is an accident, take advantage of this chance to leave with Liao She. She will give you an unexpected harvest. As he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. As his feet fell, demonic energy surged, submerging his figure. In the next moment, he vanished from their line of sight. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon's complexions changed. What was the meaning of this? Why did it feel like Sir Wildfire was making arrangements for his funeral? Could there be a new change in the beast tide outside the city? Or was there some danger they hadn't noticed yet? Otherwise, with Mr. Qin's strength and status, why would he say such words? After all, with his status as the Abyssal Walker, it wasn't impossible for him to order the Abyssal Demon Dragon outside the city to leave. As all sorts of thoughts raced through their minds and their faces darkened, the courtyard doors suddenly opened from within. Liao She stepped out. As she looked in the direction Qin Yu left, her lips curved up in a faint smile. Boy, at least you have some conscience. She looked up at Old Fox and Shadowless Demon. She restrained her expression and lightly said, "Come in." For some unknown reason, after Liao She's smile disappeared, in the eyes of Old Fox and Shadowless Demon, there was an unfathomable aura about her. At the same time, there was a faint fear in their hearts. As expected, if Liao She could follow at Sir Wildfire's side and be valued so highly, how could she be an ordinary demoness without any aura? There was no doubt that Liao She was far more extraordinary than they had imagined. It was just that they did not know why Master Liao had invited them in after Sir Liu Hua had just left. As their minds raced, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon respectfully bowed and followed Liao She into the courtyard. The courtyard doors closed behind them. Outside Giant Deer City, above the heavenly moat canyon, demonic energy flashed in the air and Qin Yu's figure appeared. His existence instantly attracted the attention of countless demon beasts. Their cruel and murderous eyes locked onto him. Roar, roar, with a loud roar, 2 giant abyssal demon wolves leapt into the air. By relying on their powerful mortal bodies, they rushed into the skies. Their speed was like 2 bolts of lightning as they opened their mouths and bit down at Qin Yu. Demon beasts that had completely lost their minds and were invaded by the aura of the beast tide simply didn't have the ability to think at all. They could only move according to their instincts. They could feel the fresh aura of life coming from Qin Yu's body. As long as they ate him, they would be able to increase their strength. Thus, the 2 abyssal demon wolves attacked. Things were just that simple. But at this time, the 2 abyssal demon wolves that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws suddenly emitted panic-stricken howls. It was as if they had suddenly exposed themselves to their natural enemy. Without any hesitation, the 2 abyssal demon wolves stopped and turned to flee. But it was already too late. Bang, like balloons that had been casually popped, The bodies of the two abyssal demon wolves directly exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and bones shot out in all directions, bringing with them a putrid stench. If this were normal times, the corpses of demon beasts that died in the beast tide would have been plundered away and become the flesh and blood of other demon beasts. This was because swallowing the flesh and blood of other demon beasts could also increase their strength. But at this time, all the surrounding demon beasts seemed to feel an extremely terrifying aura. Not only did they not move forwards, but they instead turned around and fled away. It was as if an existence that terrified them had appeared in the skies above this heavenly moat canyon. Qin Yu was expressionless. He looked up into the distance, his robes fluttering in the wind. A boundless aura broke out from his body, like a giant invisible millstone that pressed down in all directions. Bang, bang, the panic-stricken demon beasts exploded one at a time. Their flesh and blood rained down like a boundless rain, but unfortunately, Qin Yu's attention wasn't on these demon beasts that were dying in large swathes. They had paid with their lives and their bodies had been crushed to pieces, but none of them had been able to cause the slaughterer to glance at them. This was the sorrow of the weak. At this time, in Qin Yu's eyes, there was only that terrifying vortex of demonic energy that shot into the skies. It was incomparably large at the top, and as it went downwards it constantly shrank, like a giant funnel. He could clearly hear the roars of endless demonic energy tumbling in his ears. It was that abyssal demon dragon. It was truly worthy of being the darling of the abyss. It could actually summon an astonishing amount of abyssal demonic energy to heal its wounds. But the good news was that its wounds hadn't healed yet. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He had appeared here and killed a massive number of demon beasts. This abyssal demon dragon must have sensed him. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a roar suddenly resounded. Rumble. The ruthless sound waves tumbled in midair like brazenly exploding thunder. Then, in the distant skies, the funnel-shaped vortex of demonic energy began to rapidly move towards him, causing the roars of the demonic energy to become even louder. He could see it. This was the abyssal demon dragon. As expected, it was an extremely terrifying life form. Just by being locked onto by its eyes, Qin Yu could feel an invisible restraint pressing down on him from all directions. But what Qin Yu didn't know was that when the abyssal demon dragon saw him, its heart shook even more intensely than his own. This was a strong premonition that it couldn't suppress. As long as it killed this demon in front of it, it would obtain a reward from the will of the abyss. As an abyssal demon dragon, it was born to be watched by the will of the abyss. It could naturally tell that this wasn't an illusion, but a powerful urging will that had descended from the heavens. And the only one that could accomplish this was the supreme will of the abyss. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon reared its head back and roared. Its eyes revealed a burning heat and greed, and then an even more intense killing intent erupted. No matter what, even if it had to pay any price, it had to kill this demon. Chapter 1062. Qin Yu's lips twitched and his heart sank. After the abyssal demon dragon saw him, he could clearly feel the brief change in its aura. As he thought, the reason this abyssal demon dragon had appeared in Giant Deer City was because it had come for him and Liaosha. In other words, the abyssal will had truly locked onto them. Liaosha hadn't lied. Although he had already expected this, to truly confirm this point still left Qin Yu's heart chilled. Without giving him time to think, the abyssal demon dragon had already attacked. It swung its tail, crashing down like a mountain. Qin Yu's heart shrank. Without needing to galvanize it, the three demon commander-level bloodlines within his body erupted like volcanoes. Crackle crackle within his body, the sounds of flesh and blood exploding rang out, connecting together into a single mass. His body suddenly grew. Rumble rumble, endless abyssal demonic energy gathered in the air, tumbling above his head. The phantom of a giant appeared from within. An ancient and boundless aura emitted from the giant phantom, as if it had crossed through time and space to arrive from the endless ages. Then, there was a heaven-shaking roar. At this moment, the abyssal demon dragon stiffened. Its icy cold eyes suddenly shrank, revealing a trace of fear. It was as if the giant phantom in the demonic energy possessed some sort of aura that could suppress it. Bang! With a loud explosion, Qin Yu was sent flying away. The bones in his arms broke apart, but in the next moment they rapidly grew back. The strength released by the burning 3 demon commander level bloodlines was enough to make him a nearly immortal and indestructible existence before he was completely burnt away. Stabilizing his body, Qin Yu gained an even clearer understanding of the abyssal demon dragon's strength. No wonder he had failed to kill it before. This thing was incomparably terrifying. And this was only an injured abyssal demon dragon that hadn't matured yet. If it were an adult abyssal demon dragon in its peak state, then perhaps a casual smash just now would have smashed him to pieces. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Qin Yu took out a bottle and crushed it to pieces. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. The enhanced version of the super invincible strength pill tasted like blood, but it wasn't pungent. Rather, it tasted particularly sweet. This caused Qin Yu to have a moment of doubt. Could it be that after becoming a demon, his taste had also changed? But in the next moment, this ridiculous and senseless thought was instantly crushed to pieces by a wild strength and expelled from Qin Yu's mind. His limbs and bones, every inch of his flesh and blood, were all roaring with rage, unleashing boundless power. In this state, Qin Yu even felt that the abyssal demon dragon in front of him was nothing. He could easily kill them with one hand. Unfortunately, this was clearly just a misconception caused by the violent increase in his strength and the impact on his mind. However, when Qin Yu left Giant Deer City and fought the abyssal demon dragon, he didn't rely on these things. Or, to be more precise, the 3 self-combusting demon commander level demonic bloodlines and the enhanced version of the invincible vigor pill were only to draw out what Qin Yu truly relied on. The heartbeat of the black heart of the abyss in Xiao Chen's chest suddenly soared, and a fiery energy flowed out of it. It was like magma, flowing through Qin Yu's blood vessels and into his entire body. Wherever it passed, everything was burned away. Ah! He reared his head back and roared. Intense pain swept over him, instantly shattering Qin Yu's will. His flesh and blood roared. They were incomparably hungry, as if they had been imprisoned for countless years, and now that they had broken free, they wished they could eat the entire world. And their food was the endless demonic energy that filled the abyss and gave birth to countless abyssal lifeforms. Rumble rumble, a giant vortex instantly condensed. Then, a second funnel-shaped demonic energy vortex appeared in the world. It was so large that it was more than twice the size of the demonic energy vortex above the abyssal demon dragon's head. A massive amount of abyssal demonic energy wildly poured into Qin Yu's body. His body began to inflate at an astonishing speed. 100 feet. 500 feet. 1,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 10,000 feet. 20,000 feet. Finally, he stopped growing when he reached 30,000 feet. He was like a terrifying giant that supported the heavens and earth. In the demonic energy vortex above his head, the giant phantom had become incomparably solid. It looked down at Qin Yu and roared. Then, like a shadow, it fused into his body. Sure, Qin Yu, who had transformed into a 30,000-foot giant, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, lightning roared within them. An incomparably wild strength surged within his body. It was so terrifying that just a tiny bit of it was enough to destroy mountains and break rivers. This wasn't a description, nor was it an exaggeration. Rather, it was a terrifying might that it truly possessed. Looking at the abyssal demon dragon in front of him, Qin Yu truly didn't feel any fear. In fact, he could even clearly feel the fear in the abyssal demon dragon's eyes as it looked at him. And fear was a very normal thing. Qin Yu licked his dry lips, the desire to eat tumbling in his heart. This was because the abyssal titan race, from the day they were born, ate abyssal demon dragons. When the phantom above his head fused into Qin Yu's body, he naturally knew everything. Liaoshe had said that the bloodline hidden within his body was the abyssal titan. Of course, it also had another name, the bloodline of the ancient race. The ancients of the world of the living actually had the same bloodline as the titans of the abyss world. To be more precise, the ancients were the descendants of a portion of the titan's bloodline. There was actually such a connection between 2 completely opposite worlds that were incompatible with each other. Did this mean that there was some unknown and inseparable connection between the 2 worlds? Qin Yu took a deep breath. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound between the heavens and earth. This was the sound of endless abyssal demonic energy being sucked into his body. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. He could clearly feel that after the ancient's bloodline was activated, it was crazily burning. That's right, this was the destructive burning that Liaosha had mentioned before. Once it burned out, he would lose the true body of the abyssal titan that was maintained by the ability of the metamorphosis bloodline. The speed at which the 3 demon commander-level demonic bloodlines burned was simply terrifying. With every breath that passed, they were weakening at a perceptible speed. Even if they were extremely powerful, this burning method couldn't be maintained for too long. Before this happened, he had to take out the supreme treasure of the 9-tailed demon fox clan, the 1,000 illusion demon mirror. He thought about what Liaosha had said. The 1,000 illusion demon mirror could solidify a demonic state of the wielder. In other words, as long as he obtained it, he could preserve his tyrannical titan true body forever, turning it into a great killing tool in his hands. Qin Yu's breathing quickened. The rumbling of demonic energy became even more intense. He stared at the abyssal demon dragon and licked his lips once more. Now, he could somewhat understand what the abyssal demon dragon was thinking when it looked at him. It was probably, "Today, you brat, you absolutely cannot escape. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you in a frontal confrontation." Bang! The incarnation of the abyssal titan Qin Yu stepped forwards. The space of the abyss world instantly shattered into countless pieces and cracks wildly spread out. Every crack released a powerful tearing force. It was the backlash of the abyss itself against the Ravagers. But now, this tearing strength of space couldn't harm Qin Yu's body at all. It had to be known that a titan that could eat the abyssal demon dragon had a terrifying mortal body. Even the claws that the abyssal demon dragon was most proud of couldn't do anything to it. He lifted a hand and punched out. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon roared. Its body violently swayed, wanting to shake off this punch. But this punch was far too fast. Moreover, it seemed to instinctively lock onto the demon dragon's aura, making it impossible for it to avoid it. Forced to do so, the abyssal demon wolf roared. It raised its head and soared into the skies, using its hardest dragon horn to heavily collide with this punch. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. It was like an axe from ancient chaos that split apart the heavens and earth. An unimaginably terrifying fluctuation of strength swept out in all directions. Outside Giant Deer City, the seemingly bottomless moat seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant as it continued to crack apart. The violent vibrations were like layers upon layers of stormy waves, spreading wantonly. Ah! The city walls are collapsing. Heavens, just what is happening? A world-destroying monster has appeared in the beast tide. It's over, it's over. We're all going to die. In Giant Deer City, the demons that were defending against the demon beasts on the city walls all fell down, their faces filled with fear as they screamed. Rumble! A massive section of the city wall was shattered by a terrifying strength. It crashed to the ground, crushing countless abyssal demons to death. And this was only the part that could be seen. In the huge Julu city, 7 or 8 sections of the city wall had been destroyed. It could be said that from this moment on, Giant Deer City had been breached. The terrifying beast tide outside the city could rush in at any moment and turn all the demons in the city into their food. But soon, the demons in despair discovered that although Giant Deer City had been breached, the beast tide outside the city seemed to sense something incomparably terrifying. They couldn't care less about the demon feast in front of them as they crazily fled in all directions. No one knew what had happened. But without a doubt, in the distance, there was a massive mass of demonic energy that covered the skies. It was as black as ink, and it was impossible to see through it. It hid the truth. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon flew into the air. Their eyes widened as they looked into the distance at that incomparably massive mass of demonic energy. Their minds were filled with shock. This strength, even though they were separated by an endless distance, still caused them to instinctively tremble in fear. After the two left the small courtyard, the bewildered thoughts in their hearts gradually settled. They looked at each other and could feel each other's thoughts. If what Miss Liao said was true, then this would undoubtedly be the greatest good fortune of their lives. As long as they grasped this opportunity, they could one day become the peak existences in the abyss. But the premise of all of this was that Sir Wildfire could smoothly return on this day. The abyssal demon dragon race wasn't so easy to kill, especially after they learned the truth from Miss Liao. Chapter 1063. The two giant vortexes of demonic energy couldn't withstand the fluctuations of strength and were smashed apart, forming a pitch-black curtain that covered everything. Inside, vast and mighty abyssal energy wildly tumbled about. As it rotated, it released a strength that could twist apart all. Cracking sounds filled the air as cracks appeared, covering every corner of the world. Bang! A giant shadow smashed through the layers of demonic energy. Its body was covered in scales, and as it collided with the demonic energy, sparks flew out. The abyssal demon dragon roared in pain. One could clearly see that a portion of its giant horn had been broken off and thick blood seeped out from the fracture. The dragon's horn was far harder than its claws and teeth. It was the toughest part of its body and also the most crucial part. It was intimately connected to the dragon's heart. Once it was injured, it would experience incomparably painful pain, as if it were cut into pieces. Moreover, what terrified the abyssal demon dragon the most was that it discovered that in a confrontation of absolute strength, it was being firmly suppressed. The abyssal titan, this was the natural enemy of the demon dragon race in the distant past, a terrifying race that had long since vanished in the endless river of time. The abyssal demon dragon's desire to destroy Giant Deer City and kill off all the demons to vent its hatred had already vanished. All that was left was fear. Escape, it had to escape. Right now, it wasn't this abyssal titan's match. Moreover, the abyssal demon dragon had an intuition that the abyssal titan in front of it wasn't in its true form. Or, to be more precise, Qin Yu couldn't maintain his abyssal titan true form for too long. As long as he could last through this period of time, once his bloodline was burned away and he lost his titan true form, everything would return to its control. Roar! The abyssal demon dragon roared. Its giant body shook as it tried to flee into the distance. But at this time, there was another deep roar like a thunderclap. Then, a hand like a demon god tore through the abyssal demonic energy and grasped the abyssal demon dragon's tail. You can't escape. With a sudden strength, it grabbed the abyssal demon dragon and violently swung it. Thus, the 10,000-foot-long abyssal demon dragon with incomparably terrifying strength was like a whip in the demon god's hand. Pitter-patter, the sound of countless bones breaking came from the abyssal demon dragon's body. Just a simple pull and shake had caused terrible damage to it. As for Qin Yu, he didn't need to think at all. He simply followed his instincts and managed to accomplish this. Come to think of it, the Abyss Titans must have hunted demon dragons for food over countless years. It was an instinct that was branded in their bloodline. The abyssal demon dragon struggled in pain. It roared out again and again. Its giant body wrapped around the abyssal titan and began to wildly contract, wanting to tear him apart. At the same time, it opened its mouth and bit down at Qin Yu's neck. What welcomed its mouth was the abyss titan's other fist, which heavily smashed into the dragon's eye. Immediately, the dragon's scales shattered, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The abyssal titan incarnation of Qin Yu swept his eyes around and instantly locked onto the abyssal demon dragon's abdomen, where the dragon's head and body connected. Without any reason, it knew that this place was the key to the abyssal demonic dragon's body. It was highly likely that the 1,000 illusionary demonic mirror was here. The large hand suddenly stretched out, and sharp nails emerged from the tips of the fingers. They were jet black and flashed with a metallic luster. The abyssal demon dragon's eyes revealed a look of panic. It tightened its body around Qin Yu's waist, hiding the area below its abdomen. The dragon's head circled around and bit at the abyssal titan's arm. The two terrifying 10,000-foot abyssal lifeforms began a bloody melee. For a time, roars and roars shook the heavens and earth. Countless scales and flesh flew everywhere. Destructive strength stirred up the abyssal demonic energy, forming something similar to a wild thundercloud. Everything within range suffered a destructive and indiscriminate attack. But in reality, the current battle was still the same. The abyssal demon dragon was at a disadvantage, but the abyssal titan didn't seem affected at all. Instead, because of its injuries, it became even more violent. His fingernails pierced through the abyssal demon dragon's body, tearing open a long wound. Flesh and blood tumbled outwards and massive amounts of blood rained down. In fact, as killing intent invaded his mind, Chin couldn't continue suppressing the desire to eat that came from the abyssal titan bloodline. He was like a true abyssal life form. He opened his mouth and wildly bit down on the abyssal demon dragon, tearing off large chunks of flesh and chewing and swallowing them. A deep fear covered the abyssal demon dragon like black clouds in the horizon. It could feel the shadow of death and despair. After obtaining the 1000 illusion demon mirror, it had split into 2 avatars and used this to break through the limits of its bloodline, transforming into an abyssal demon dragon. Once it reached adulthood, it would become a terrifying existence comparable to an abyssal king. It would be nearly immortal and enjoy an endless lifespan. After obtaining all of this, how could the abyssal demon dragon be willing to die like this? After a fierce struggle, a crazed look appeared in its eyes. It released the abyssal titan's jaws and emitted strange and deep syllables from deep in its throat. Like a thick drum being struck in the dark night, the deep sound constantly reverberating between the heavens and earth. Roar! The abyssal titan seemed to feel something. It roared and wildly punched the dragon's head. Flesh and blood splashed out as it tried to interrupt the dragon's speech. However, the abyssal demon dragon had clearly made up its mind. No matter how the abyssal titan's fists rained down on it, the ghastly white bones hidden in its open wounds could even be seen clearly. The abyssal demon dragon continued to persevere. Dragon blood flowed into the abyssal demon dragon's eyes, causing them to turn crimson red, revealing endless cruelty and madness. Suddenly, the dragon's voice became high and sharp. The abyssal demon dragon's massive body seemed to be sucked out of all its strength. It became weak and slid down from the abyssal titan's body. But at this time, Chin could feel a terrifying threat looming over him. He couldn't care less about the abyssal demon dragon that had lost the ability to resist. He looked up at the crazily tumbling abyssal demonic energy above his head. Although it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything, he could clearly feel the annihilating aura descending from the heavens. That was a sword. Countless memories gushed into his mind. These memories came from the crazily burning titan bloodline in Chin's body. The Dragon Abyss sword came from the ancestral land of the abyssal demon dragon race. It was born from the endless Dragon Abyss and was a holy artifact worshipped by the demon dragon race. Any abyssal demon dragon, in a life or death situation, could summon the will of the Dragon Abyss sword to descend and cut down a powerful enemy. Of course, summoning the Dragon Abyss sword itself consumed an astonishing amount of energy. Even an adult abyssal demon dragon would have to pay a tremendous price. As for the abyssal demon dragon outside Giant Deer City, it was only in its newborn state. Its strength was far from enough to summon the Dragon Abyss sword. The reason it was able to succeed today was largely due to luck. Of course, it also needed to pay a heavy enough price. For instance, if the abyssal demon dragon had all its strength sucked out, even a demon general would be able to kill it. Of course, the premise of this was that the demon general had a treasure that could break through the abyssal demon dragon's defenses. Otherwise, even if they attacked for a year, they might not be able to leave a single wound on its body. The Dragon Abyss sword coexisted with the abyssal demon dragon race and had been worshipped by them for 1 trillion years. It had obtained the support of the abyssal demon dragon's will and had already given birth to its own will. The moment it arrived, it could sense the aura of its life or death nemesis, the abyssal titan. Without needing to activate it, it directly pierced out. Bang! At this moment, trillions of abyssal energy exploded. Vast tracts of it evaporated, turning into nothingness. Within the abyssal energy, a straight channel appeared. The Dragon Abyss sword was as fast as light as it shot towards the abyssal titan. An intense threat rose from the depths of his heart. The abyssal titan that Chin had transformed into reared back his head and roared. He reached out a hand and grasped forwards. A tremor spread out from his body, causing the cracked space around him to no longer be able to withstand it. With a loud explosion, space completely disintegrated. Then, after space collapsed, an incomparably massive black armor slowly appeared in the pitch-black nothingness. It fell directly onto Chin's body. At the same time, the phantom of a giant black spear appeared. As the abyssal titan clenched its fist, it rapidly condensed. The ancient race had 3 saint mountains and each of them worshipped a divine artifact. As for the ancient race, their bloodline originated from the abyssal titan, it could naturally summon them. Or, it could be said that what the abyssal titan summoned was the true battle armor and spear. Infinite battle armor. Nirvanic dragon sweeping spear. At this time, the abyssal titan donned the infinite battle armor and grasped the nirvanic dragon sweeping spear. He could immediately feel the excitement of these 2 treasures that had lain dormant for countless years. Boundless fighting spirit erupted from the depths of his heart, impacting his bloodthirsty heart. Qin Yu reared his head back and roared. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and thrust out the nirvanic dragon sweeping spear. In the next moment, the curtain of black skies that covered everything shattered. Behind the evaporated abyssal energy, the dragon abyss sword stabbed out. Whether it was the nirvanic dragon sweeping spear or the dragon abyss sword, they were both born from the abyss and were pure black. At this time, they were like 2 bolts of black lightning, one above and one below. They collided with each other with unimaginable momentum. The spear point and sword point collided. An unimaginably terrifying strength erupted from this point, sweeping out in all directions. The berserk energy shattered the 2 demonic chi vortexes, splitting the pitch-black sky curtain they had formed into 2. Whether it was the upper half or the lower half, they tumbled about and rapidly collapsed. Thus, the countless demons in Giant Deer City saw everything that was hidden within the endless mass of demonic energy. 2 terrifying figures appeared in their eyes. Just a single glance caused the hearts of these demons to nearly stop beating. Abyssal Demon Dragon. That was an abyssal demon dragon. As a terrifying creature that stood at the top of the food chain in the abyss, it possessed an incomparably resounding reputation and was feared by nearly all abyssal races. But now, this incomparably powerful abyssal demon dragon was covered in cuts and bruises. Its 10,000-foot-long body could only barely float in the air. One could clearly see the wounds on the surface of the demon dragon's body, as well as the traces of flesh and blood being torn apart from being bitten. Thus, after a brief period of blankness, all eyes turned to the terrifying figure that supported the heavens and the earth nearly 30,000 feet away. Countless demons groaned in pain in their hearts. They simply didn't dare to imagine that such a terrifying existence existed in the abyss. Chapter 1064. At this time, the giant's black armor seemed to have withstood a terrifying baptism. It had broken in many places and its exposed flesh was torn open with countless wounds. It could be said that there was not a single part of the giant's body that was unharmed. But even with such serious injuries, he could not lower his head. The giant's back was still straight. He was like a towering mountain that pierced into the heavens, standing between the heavens and earth. No matter how the storm struck him, he would not bend in the slightest. A roar came from the giant's mouth. A terrifying sound spread into everyone's ears. In Giant Deer City, the weaker demons all vomited blood from their noses and mouths. Some of them even fainted on the spot. The will projection of the Dragon Abyss sword shattered and dissipated. Qin Yu's dragon sweeping spear also broke in half. But in this battle, he still obtained the final victory. The giant eyes locked onto the abyssal demon dragon. This terrifying creature that stood at the top of the food chain in the abyss emitted a panicked roar and struggled to escape. But summoning the Dragon Abyss sword had nearly exhausted all of its strength. The abyssal titan strode forwards. As the demon dragon roared, its fear became even stronger. But it couldn't change the outcome it was about to face. A terrifying hand grabbed the abyssal demon dragon. Another hand thrust into its body. As the abyssal demon dragon crazily roared and struggled, a giant meatball was pulled out from its body. This meatball was translucent. One could faintly see that there was a mirror made of some unknown material tightly wrapped inside. Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. This was the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Then, he felt a wave of weakness erupt from his body like a black hole, crazily swallowing up his strength. The Titan bloodline and the 3 demon commander-level demon bloodlines were about to be burnt out. In order to defeat the Dragon Abyss sword and summon the myriad battle armor and the Nirvanic dragon sweeping spear, he had consumed far too much strength. He flipped his hand over his chest and used his fingernail to cut open a long hole. Then, He stuffed the meatball wrapped around the 1,000 illusion demon mirror into it. In the next moment, the abyssal titan that Qin Yu had transformed into let out a roar. He grabbed the abyssal demon dragon with both hands and erupted with the last of his strength, tearing outwards. Thus, a horrifying scene appeared. The abyssal demon dragon, which was more than 10,000 feet long, was directly torn in half from the middle with a scalp-numbing sound of flesh and bones breaking. The abyssal demon dragon, whose body had been cut in half, did not die. It howled in pain and twisted its body frantically. But at this moment, the abyssal titan could no longer wait. It grabbed the lower half of its body with one hand and brought it to its mouth, tearing and chewing it. Scarlet blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. As he swallowed, the abyssal demon dragon's flesh and blood that he ate directly transformed into a powerful force that continued to maintain the existence of his titan true form. All of Julu City was dead silent at this moment. It was as if a finger with infinite power had pressed the pause button in this abyss world. All the abyss devils were staring with wide eyes at what was happening outside the city, at the sky above the natural moat that had expanded a lot. An extremely powerful and legendary abyssal demon dragon was torn in half by the hands of an even more terrifying giant. And now, before the abyssal demon dragon died, this giant was crazily devouring it in half. If they had not seen this with their own eyes, they would never have believed what they were seeing even if their heads were cut off. Abyssal demon dragon, that was an abyssal demon dragon, the beloved of the abyss. It was born with terrifying strength, and when it matured, it could rival peak abyssal kings. But now, in front of this giant, it had been reduced to being torn apart as food. This contrast was too great, so great that all the demons in Julu City could not accept this. But no matter how unacceptable it was, when it really happened in front of them, they had to force themselves to accept it bit by bit. Finally, some demons recovered from this crazy scene. Their minds began to turn and they recalled some ancient legends. It was said that countless years ago, when the abyss was just born, many terrifying creatures were born. The abyssal demon dragon was only one of them, and it was not the strongest. This was because there was a type of giant that was born 1,000 feet tall. When they matured, they could easily break through 10,000 feet. They had infinite strength and could support the heavens and earth. Its name was Abyssal Titan, and it loved to eat the flesh of demon dragons. It hunted abyssal demon dragons for a living, and it was the natural enemy of the demon dragon race. After countless years, due to some unknown reason, the abyssal titans gradually withered and finally disappeared from the abyss world. Abyss Titan. It's the legendary extinct Abyss Titan. How is this possible? It's actually this kind of terrifying mythical creature. It's no wonder that even the powerful abyssal demonic dragon can only be reduced to food. It's actually an abyssal titan. Exclamations rose and fell in Julu City. The eyes of all the demons were filled with endless respect. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon trembled slightly. At this moment, they no longer doubted the truth that Miss Liao had told them. So Sir Liu Hua really was from the purest ancient bloodline. Now, he had descended once more into the abyss because he was carrying a supreme mission. He was going to ascend to the peak of the abyss and attain supremacy. This path was incomparably difficult and dangerous. The test from the abyss could completely destroy him at any time. But it was precisely because of this that external forces were needed to help Sir Liu Hua pass the test of the will of the abyss. They took a deep breath. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon's eyes lit up. This was because they were the ones chosen by Miss Liao. They were the ones who would follow Sir Liu Hua and overcome all obstacles along the way. Perhaps there would be dangers. Perhaps there would be death. But this would become the greatest glory of their lives. And once they succeeded, they would live eternally with the abyss. They would even bring the bloodline of their entire race to unimaginable heights. For this, they were willing to give up everything. In a small courtyard, the pale-faced Liao Shi revealed a faint smile. She had succeeded. She knew that with Qin Yu's luck, he wouldn't be killed so easily. That's right, before everything began, Liao Shi didn't have absolute confidence. Although the Abyssal Titan race was the natural enemy of the demon dragons, this didn't mean that the strength of the Titan race could completely restrain the abyssal demonic dragons. A long time ago, when the abyss first appeared, the Titan race and the Demon Dragon race were born. Because of their unique tastes, the two races were like fire and water. The number of abyssal demonic dragons that died in the mouths of the abyssal titans was innumerable. But there were also many abyssal titans that lost their lives because of their greed. Of course, there was no need to say all this now. Qin Yu had succeeded. Now, it was time for her to make her appearance. Liao She stood up and looked outside Julu City. Her eyes were calm, and an indifferent light flowed in them. She naturally exuded an aura that made others feel awe and respect. She didn't need any power. She just stood there, and she naturally became the center of the world. Everything had to bow their heads to show their respect for her. Although the will of the abyss didn't have a brain, it was still very good at pestering people. Liao She narrowed her eyes, and her indifferent aura became even stronger. She already knew that she couldn't avoid it. But at least she could finish her arrangements before disappearing. With the demon dragon's flesh and blood to replenish his strength, Qin Yu could maintain his Titan true body. He could clearly feel that the thousand illusion demonic mirror in his flesh and blood had finished recognizing him as its master. As expected, Liao She was right. After obtaining Mianya's blood, she really did break the restriction that only the nine-tailed demon fox race could truly control the thousand illusion demonic mirror. Because at this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel that the crazily burning Titan bloodline in his body, which was about to completely dissipate, had fallen into a state of absolute stillness. This stillness came from the thousand illusion demonic mirror. As long as this power didn't dissipate, he could forever maintain his Titan true body. Of course, this didn't mean that Qin Yu could summon the Titan true body without fear. Although it didn't consume his bloodline, it still needed the thousand illusion demonic mirror's power to maintain it. Once the thousand illusion demonic mirror's power was exhausted, the Titan true body would automatically disappear, and it would enter a state of stillness until the thousand illusion demonic mirror's power was completely replenished. Only then could it be summoned again. Qin Yu silently calculated that the complete power of the thousand illusion demonic mirror could maintain the Titan true body for about an hour. After it was exhausted, it would take at least a month to replenish it. Every month, he could only use it for an hour. Although it seemed pitifully short, Qin Yu was already very satisfied. In the Titan true body state, he was confident that he could even face an abyssal demon king for a while. If he threw it out in a battle, it would be a sure kill move. Besides an abyssal demon king, it could crush anyone. If he wasn't satisfied with this super trump card that could be used repeatedly, then he would be too greedy. Liao She, this woman had really given Qin Yu a big gift, even though he had risked his life to obtain the thousand illusion demonic mirror. The entire process seemed to have been extremely smooth. He had beaten the abyssal demon dragon all the way, and he had even eaten it. But in reality, it had been extremely dangerous. Just a little bit more, and his Titan true body bloodline would have been completely exhausted. If this had happened just a little bit earlier, then perhaps the current situation would have been completely different. The beast tied outside Giant Deer City had been scared off by the battle between him and the abyssal demon dragon, and could no longer pose a threat. As for the abyssal demon dragon, it had become its current form. The food in the abyssal demon dragon's stomach was replenishing his power. In that case, he should have survived the attack from the will of the abyss, right? Just as this thought flashed through Qin Yu's mind, an extremely angry dragon roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, endless abyssal demon energy was summoned, condensing into a huge wave, and brazenly smashed in all directions. With a loud bang, the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had transformed into was sent flying away like a mountain. Space shattered, and the dark void formed a giant hole. A suffocatingly large abyssal demon dragon slowly flew out from it. If the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had killed had an incomparably terrifying aura, then compared to this abyssal demon dragon, it was like comparing a baby to an adult. It had only descended here, and without doing anything, but its aura had stirred up the abyssal demon dragon that had sent Qin Yu flying just now. As more and more abyssal demon dragon appeared here, the air rapidly became viscous. Breathing became incomparably difficult, as if it would freeze in the next moment. Finally, the entire abyssal demon dragon flew out of the black hole. It lay between the heavens and earth like an endless mountain range. It was at least 100,000 feet long. As its body slowly moved, the dragon scales that covered its surface collided with each other like blades of armor, emitting cold metallic sounds. Abyssal titans, all deserve to die. The 100,000-foot abyssal demon dragon roared, accompanied by a cold and berserk-killing intent. Every syllable was like a thunderclap, madly exploding between the heavens and earth. Chapter 1065. Qin Yu, who had transformed into an abyssal titan, revealed a bitter look. Was this the true trump card of the abyssal will? Or, could it be said that the abyssal will would never stop until he and Liaoshe were killed? This was unsolvable. Besides death, there was only death. It wouldn't give them the slightest chance to live. The so-called flow of the heavenly Tao always left a sliver of hope. This saying simply didn't make sense in the abyss. It wasn't that Qin Yu was too pessimistic or that he had no confidence in himself, but that the abyssal demon dragon he faced right now was terrifyingly strong. Abyssal titans hunted demon dragons and ate their flesh and blood to survive. Perhaps when they were equal in strength or slightly weaker, they would have a slight advantage. But if the difference in strength was too great, then the hunting parties would have to switch positions, just like the current situation. 100,000 feet long, this abyssal demon dragon was in its peak condition. And according to the common concept of abyssal creatures, the larger the body, the stronger it was. Its true strength far surpassed that of ordinary abyssal kings. How could they fight? How could they fight for their lives? In Julu City, almost half of the demons in the city fell unconscious after being struck by the 100,000-foot demon dragon's aura. At this time, only a small portion of them remained conscious. These were the strongest demons. Even so, their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Today, their horizons had truly been broadened. Terrifying creatures appeared one after another. First was an abyssal demon dragon that was torn in half and swallowed by the abyssal titan. Then, in the blink of an eye, a 100,000-foot-long abyssal demon dragon that was clearly at the demon beast king level had instantly suppressed the abyssal titan. What? Both sides hadn't even fought yet, so how could they see that the abyssal titan had been suppressed? Nonsense. Was there even a need to say anything? This demon dragon's body was 100,000 feet long, and when it descended, it stirred up waves of demonic energy that sent the abyssal titan flying away. There was nothing to say about this obvious difference in strength. Old Fox and Shadowless Demon froze. With their strength, their fates were only slightly better than the other demons and their faces weren't so pale. Now, their eyes widened in shock and they subconsciously gulped. Could this be the true test from the abyss that Miss Liaoshe had mentioned? Wasn't this a little too strong? They admitted that Lord Flowing Fire, who possessed the bloodline of the Abyss Titans, could be said to stand at the peak below the Abyss Kings. In fact, they might even be able to escape from the Abyssal Kings. However, the difference in strength between them and this dragon that was clearly at least at the level of an Abyssal Demon Dragon Elder was simply too great. It was so great that they couldn't see any possibility of survival. Faced with such a situation, the two of them could only hide as far as they could. They did not dare to approach at all, let alone help. Just when Old Fox and Shadowless Demon were in a state of panic and fear, the courtyard door opened with a Jia sound, and Liaoshe walked out. She swept her gaze around and landed on Elder Fox. She thought for a moment and said, "Show your true form and send me out of the city." At this moment, being shrouded by her gaze, Old Fox instinctively felt great reverence and fear. He couldn't even think of resisting. With a flash of demonic light, a demonic fox that was several zhong in size appeared before Zhongxian's eyes. It bowed respectfully to Liaoshe. Climbing onto the demonic fox's back, Liaoshe took a few deep breaths and patted it. "Let's go." The demonic fox's body moved and it leapt into the air. Demonic energy condensed in the air, wrapping around its body and forming a barrier. Then, its four limbs moved and it quickly rushed out of the city. The demonic dragon's ice-cold eyes locked onto the abyssal titan. Ruthless killing intent surged within his eyes. It had sensed the will of the dragon abyss sword, which was why it had shattered the void of the abyss and directly descended upon Julu City. But it was still a step too late. The demonic dragon could smell the scent of the demonic dragon's blood that had yet to dissipate in the air. There was a trace of impurities in the immaturity. It was clear that this was a little fellow with the demonic dragon's bloodline that had luckily evolved into a dragon's body. As long as it entered the demon dragon ancestral land and borrowed the power of the dragon abyss, it would be able to wash away the impurities in its body and make its bloodline perfect. These juniors that evolved into demonic dragons through self-transformation often had even more outstanding aptitudes. As long as they were given enough time, they could grow into outstanding figures of the demonic dragon race, adding to the strength of their race. But now, this little fellow that had just evolved into a dragon had clearly fallen prey to the evil hands of this abyss titan and been swallowed up. Thinking of this, the demonic dragon's eyes became even colder. Then, the temperature in this part of the abyssal world began to rapidly fall. Catcher, Chin, you could clearly hear the sound of water freezing. An extremely cold aura flowed through his pores, constantly eroding into his body. Even with the Abyss Titan's formidable defensive abilities, beneath the corrosion of this cold aura, it felt as if its heartbeat would stop and its blood would freeze. Was this the true strength of the demonic dragon race's powerhouses? It was truly incomparably terrifying. Then, he should be torn to shreds by this Abyss Titan. A trace of fear flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This was a normal reaction that any living being would have when facing death. Perhaps it was because of some formidable will, mission, or belief that some people or other living beings could face death with equanimity. But in the moment of death, they would all feel fear. This was the instinct that all living beings had towards survival. No one was an exception. But soon, the fear in Qin Yu's eyes was covered up by a ruthless madness. Even if he was doomed to die, he absolutely couldn't just wait for death to come. He couldn't wait for death to come. No matter what time it was in his life, it was absolutely impossible. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon was terrifying, but even if he risked his life, he had to tear off a piece of flesh from its body. Even if he couldn't tear off its flesh, breaking off a scale was a good result. In short, he couldn't just die like this without paying a price. Within his chest, the heart of the abyss fiercely beat. The terrifying strength that belonged to the Abyss Titan wildly vibrated within his body. Catcher, the icy cold strength that wanted to freeze Qin Yu collapsed inch by inch. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon's eyes flashed with surprise, as if it hadn't thought that Qin Yu would still have the courage to resist. But soon, it sneered. If having the courage to go all out could reverse the situation, then what was the point of having strength? At most, it would just be a bit of a waste of time. The 100,000-foot demonic dragon opened its mouth, revealing fierce fangs. A deep blue light gathered in its throat. Demonic dragon's breath. Strictly speaking, this was one of the strongest methods of the demon dragon race. The reason that the abyssal demon dragon that Qin Yu had killed in his titan form hadn't used its breath was because it had attacked to vent its anger, causing damage that it still hadn't recovered from. Otherwise, if Qin Yu wanted to kill it, he would have needed to expend a bit more effort. If one considered that Qin Yu's Abyss Titan bloodline would have been burned away and he wouldn't have been able to maintain his Titan true form, thinking of this, the abyssal demon dragon that had been eaten had died an unjust death. Moreover, it had brought its own death upon itself. The deep blue light became increasingly bright, like a fire quietly burning beneath ice. It didn't seem hot, but it possessed the strength to destroy all. If the dragon's breath truly descended, then even if Qin Yu was in his Abyss Titan true form, he would still be incinerated into nothingness in an instant. His soul and body would vanish without a trace. But at this time, the 100,000-foot demonic dragon's eyes fiercely shrank, as if it had felt some great threat. It fiercely turned its head, its dragon eyes stubbornly locking onto Julu City. In its line of sight, an extremely weak white fox was flying over, riding on demonic energy. What gave it this feeling of danger was clearly not this white fox that wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. But, the dangerous aura was indeed coming from its body. Then, a white and delicate hand reached out and pushed aside the white fox's long fur. She said with dissatisfaction, "Fox, your fur is too long. You really need to cut it." Liaosha revealed her face and looked up at the 100,000-foot demonic dragon. Her lips curved up in a smile and she waved at it. Big fellow, this is the first time we've met. Hello. There was no way to describe the mood of the demon dragon race's elder arcane dragon. He didn't feel the least bit of aura from this woman in front of him. She was so weak that she was like an ant that wasn't even worth mentioning. Such a small thing could kill tens of thousands of people with just a glance, let alone a single breath. But for some unknown reason, when Elder Arcane Dragon faced Liao Shi, he felt a deep sense of fear and dread. In fact, he even had a strange feeling, as if an extremely sharp bone-scraping knife was placed between his eyebrows. If he dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect or make any other movements, he would be pierced through, an icy cold feeling seeping into his heart. Just who was this woman? Why did she give him such a terrifying feeling? It had to be known that as an elder of the demon dragon race, Arcane Dragon's strength had nearly reached the peak of the abyss. In his race, there were only a few powerful ancient demon dragons, including the Patriarch and several extremely talented kings of the demon race. He had nothing to fear. Even someone as powerful as him, facing this woman who had no aura at all, he actually felt the threat of death that he hadn't felt in a long time. This was simply a joke. But now, Elder Arcane Dragon couldn't bring himself to laugh at all. He slowly closed his mouth and retracted the dragon breath that was about to erupt. He looked at Liao Shi with a solemn expression and lowered his head in the etiquette of the demon dragon race. Demon dragon race Elder Arcane Dragon greets the miss. Liao Shi nodded. Elder Arcane Dragon is truly a very polite person. I feel relieved. She blinked and pointed a finger at Qin Yu. Can you release this boy first and then we can have a good talk? Don't worry, this is a good thing for you. Elder Arcane Dragon hesitated for a moment. Then, he retracted his strength that imprisoned Qin Yu. He immediately put away his Titan true body and flashed to Liao Shi's side. He gave Qin Yu a look that said don't talk too much. Then, Liao Shi gestured. Elder Arcane Dragon, please follow me back to my dwelling. However, you should change your appearance first. This state isn't too convenient. Chapter 1066. Demonic energy flashed and the 100,000-foot demon dragon vanished from sight. Elder Alpha transformed into a middle-aged demon around 40 years old. He wore loose black robes and had a graceful bearing. That's also good. I also want to know what the miss wishes to discuss with me. Liao Shi didn't speak further. He patted the white fox beneath him and beckoned to Qin Yu. Let's go. Thus, all of the awake demons in Julu City widened their eyes in horror. They watched helplessly as a terrifying 100,000-foot demon dragon transformed into human form and swaggered in. They didn't know what was happening, but without a doubt, if this terrifying demon dragon was angered, all it needed to do was reveal its true form and roll around a few times and all of Julu City would be turned to dust. They would naturally be crushed to pieces and die a deader death. Shadowless Demon believed that he had seen many great scenes in his life and experienced many dangers and tribulations. Even so, his mouth was still dry and his throat felt like it was stuffed with straw. He couldn't make a single sound. Although the middle-aged Elder Arcane Dharma had done his best to restrain his aura, he still felt like a towering mountain that was still moving in Lin Ming's perception. At most, he could only be considered an unremarkable ant crawling at the foot of the mountain. Liao Shi jumped off the white fox. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Qin Yu pulled him up and patted his head. It's been too noisy outside the city recently and I haven't had a good rest. I apologize for making Elder Alpha laugh. Please come in. Elder Alpha's lips twitched. With his eyesight, he certainly wouldn't be mistaken. This woman really was weak just now and had nearly fallen over. But it was this sickly-looking woman who couldn't even stand steadily, who gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Moreover, he really didn't dare to do anything. As the two of them met, he could faintly feel that she was in a position where she controlled the initiative. This was really strange. His thoughts raced several times. Elder Alpha smiled and nodded. He followed Liao Shi into the small courtyard and swept his eyes around. Luckily, he didn't sense anything wrong. It seemed that she really was prepared to have a good talk with him. Elder Alpha's eyes flashed for a moment before he composed himself. Qin Yu, wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Alfar in private. Qin Yu glanced at her and slowly nodded. All right. With a creak, the courtyard door closed from the inside, isolating all senses from the inside and outside. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. As he looked at the tightly shut courtyard doors, his eyes were cloudy and uncertain. As he had expected, Liao She was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Even a dignified elder of the Devil Dragon clan was suppressed in front of her. Just where did this woman come from? Furthermore, now that she had avoided everyone, what was she talking about with Elder Arcane Mage? Qin Yu didn't think it was likely that someone would harm him. But he didn't like this sort of unknown. Forget it, I can only let Liao She take control of the situation now. I'll find a way to ask her about the details in the future. In the small courtyard, the atmosphere was calm and tranquil. Liao She walked over to Qin Yu and sat down where he usually sat today. He gestured with his hand and said, Elder Mysterious Law, please. Aofa came over and sat down. He slowly said, May I know where Miss comes from? My demonic dragon race can be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but I have never met someone as outstanding as Miss Liao She yawned. He didn't seem to be in a good mood and his voice was a bit slurred. There is no need to probe. Moreover, my origins aren't important at all. She waved her hand and forcefully changed the topic. You appeared in Giant Deer City and even saw me. Don't you feel anything? Arcane Mage's expression didn't change. I don't understand what Miss means. Liao She curled his lips. You old fellows who have lived for far too long just like to hide your thoughts. Since I directly pointed it out, I naturally have confidence in myself. Elder Mysterious Law, it would be best if we could be honest and not waste each other's time. What do you think? Arcane Mage was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly nodded. Miss is right. When I first saw you, I indeed had a strong feeling that if I could kill you, I would be able to obtain a great harvest. Liao She yawned again. In truth, you can speak more bluntly. Arcane Mage had a solemn expression. Cryptic fluctuations appeared in the depths of his eyes. I can feel traces of the will of the abyss locking onto you. Snapping his fingers, Liao She smiled. That's right, just like that. I say, as a dignified elder of the demon dragon race and a formidable existence that has obtained the recognition of the abyss, if you can't even sense something like this then you are far too weak. Rubbing his temples, Liao She raised his spirits and continued, I have a question. Since Elder Mysterious Law sensed the will of the abyss locking onto you, why didn't you attack me? You should know that as long as you kill me, the will of the abyss will give you a great reward. Arcane Mage shook his head. We abyssal demon dragons, although we are proud of our bloodline and arrogant in our actions, we do not lack intelligence. The will of the abyss has locked onto Miss but hasn't directly attacked you. This in itself is the greatest warning to me, so how could I possibly dare to attack Miss? Talking to a clever dragon is always a waste of energy. Liao She snapped his fingers once more. Thus, you don't dare to lay a finger on me, but you want to lay a finger on me. Furthermore, I can give you a chance to lay a finger on me without even lifting a finger. It may sound complicated, but do you understand what I mean? Arcane Mage nodded. I understand what Miss means. Then, what do you need me to do? It's very simple. After I disappear, the demon dragon race will no longer be able to hunt down that boy outside. Don't try to play dumb with me. You and I both know who I am talking about. Liao She's lips curled up. Of course, this is only the first condition. After all, my value is extremely high and I cannot be sold cheaply. Arcane Mage's expression was calm. Of course, this is only a small matter. The Abyssal Titan race has already been destroyed and part of their bloodline has been spread outside. It cannot affect the Demon Dragon race in the slightest. Very well, then I will state my second condition. Liao She thought for a moment and then continued, because of a certain reason that I cannot tell you, I promise to guarantee that this boy will live well in the abyss. However, he was truly a restless person. His ability to attract trouble was top-notch. So, the second condition is to give him a keepsake of you that can summon you at a time of crisis. Arcane Mage frowned. He thought for several breaths of time and slowly said, I can agree. But, as Miss said, if the trouble this person provokes is too great, so great that it will threaten my safety, then I have the right to refuse. Liao She chuckled. No, Elder Arcane Mage, it seems that you still don't understand the current situation. I am only telling you my conditions. In truth, I am not giving you a chance to bargain. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, because I am confident that I will be able to find other partners to cooperate with. These words were impolite and directly swept away his face. But Arcane Mage wasn't angered. His frown deepened and he thought for several breaths of time. Fine, I agree. Liao She stretched out a finger. Don't be afraid. The third condition is also my final condition. I won't make things too difficult for you. Arcane Mage's heart twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he heard those tough words just now, he might have really believed them. Miss, please speak. In the future, perhaps that boy Qin you will rush into some places he shouldn't have because of certain matters. Of course, this is only my guess and it might not happen. But, if such a day really comes, what I want you to do is to turn a blind eye to it. You don't need to help him, but you also can't attack him. Arcane Mage had an awkward expression. If he wants to rush into my demon dragon race's ancestral lands, Liao She waved his hand. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that it will have absolutely nothing to do with your demon dragon race's ancestral lands. Arcane Mage nodded. No problem. Liao She reached out a hand. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Arcane Mage hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out a hand to shake hers. The moment their palms touched, his body stiffened. It was like he had sensed something incomparably terrifying. Letting go of his hand, Liao She smiled innocently. I believe that Elder Arcane Mage will keep his word, right? Offer obviously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course. Don't worry, miss. I will definitely keep my promise. His voice trembled and there was a flicker in his eyes. It was clear that this elder of the demon dragon race had been frightened. Liao She's smile brightened. Very good. Then I won't keep Elder Arcane Mage any longer. Come back in 10 days and I will give you an explanation. Arcane Mage stood up and bid his farewells. He pushed open the door and left the courtyard. His eyes swept around and locked onto Qin Yu not too far away. He stepped forwards and lifted his palm. Demonic light surged in his palm and a knuckle-sized piece of black jade appeared. Keep this. In the future, no matter when, you can summon me once. After handing the jade to Qin Yu, Arcane Mage didn't stay any longer. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the courtyard, Liao She's voice sounded out. Qin Yu, hurry in. Let me examine your current condition. As Qin Yu entered, Liao She's eyes shined as if she had seen a treasure. She couldn't help but reach out a hand and carefully stroke Qin Yu's body. Abyssal Titan, a living Abyssal Titan. Although your bloodline isn't pure, you are still a living fossil of the abyss. Come, come, come. Hurry up and accompany me. Let's do some interesting experiments. I want to see just what secrets the Abyssal Titan bloodline is hiding. Qin Yu stood where he was without expression, looking at her without a single word. After waiting for a moment, seeing that Qin Yu didn't move, Liao She glared at him once, twice, thrice. Perhaps sensing Qin Yu's determination, she revealed a helpless expression. In truth, there really isn't much to say. If you really want to know, then wait 10 days. Qin Yu frowned. Why do I have to wait 10 days? Liao She, are you hiding something from me? Liao She humphed. Even an elder of the abyssal demon dragon race has to put up with grievances in front of me, so how dare you try to bargain with me? I said 10 days, so it's 10 days. If you continue to nag, I might change my mind. All right. 10 days is 10 days. At that time, you must tell me everything. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said. Liao She beamed with joy. All right, we'll do as you say. She grabbed Qin Yu and rushed into the room. Quick, quick, take off your clothes and lie down. Chapter 1067. Qin Yu, no matter how he heard it, it didn't feel right. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon, who were waiting for orders, suddenly stiffened. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. The heavens and earth could prove that they didn't do it on purpose. After hearing those words, they wouldn't be silenced, right? After carefully closing the courtyard door, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon let out a long breath. They ordered their subordinates to leave, and they also moved a distance away. Who knew what would happen in the courtyard next? It was best to stay far away so that they wouldn't get themselves killed. After all, even the elder of the Demon Dragon tribe had been captured by the man and woman in the courtyard. If they wanted to crush them, it would be a piece of cake. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and cooperated with Liao She. He completed her series of strange requests and then hurriedly escaped. It wasn't that Liao She's requests were too excessive, or that the process was too painful that it was hard to accept. For example, forget it, there was no need for examples. In short, it was just some things that made him feel uncomfortable. In the next 2 days, Liao She began to refine the potions in a crazed state of infatuation. Who knew what she was doing? Qin Yu was happy to relax. Moreover, he could use this time to adapt to the changes in his body. The only bad thing was that Mianya had already woken up. He didn't know what Liao She had fed her, but her injuries had healed very well. At the very least, her daily movements weren't affected. Her resentful eyes had been glued to Qin Yu the moment she saw him, and she couldn't take them off. Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. Their nine-tailed demon fox tribe. A treasure that had been passed down for countless years. Something that represented the hope of the entire tribe. Just like that, he had taken it. He didn't steal it, nor did he suppress it. He had truly obtained the approval of the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror. In other words, unless Qin Yu was willing to return the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror to the nine-tailed demon fox tribe, they would lose this treasure forever. Thinking of this, the resentment in Mianya's eyes became even stronger. Because, even if she thought with her knees, she knew that the fat that had been eaten by someone else could never be taken out. In fact, Mianya wasn't wrong. Because of the power of the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror, Qin Yu was able to solidify the power of the Titan True Body. Putting aside everything else, just this point alone was enough for him to thicken his face and pretend that he didn't notice her gaze at all. As Qin Yu was enduring Mion Ya's complaints and carefully exploring the strength of the Thousand Illusion Demon Mirror, Old Fox's visit broke the peace. He had no choice but to come. After all, Liao She had extracted the bloodline of the black heavenly energy in his body, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Liu Hua, Sir Qin Yu, He Tiangang is on the verge of death. If it's possible, I hope that you or Miss Liao She can save him. I can guarantee you that if He Tiangang doesn't die, he will definitely become a very strong force by your side. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. It was a bit embarrassing, but after he returned to Giant Deer City, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Knocking on the door of Liao She's room, Zhong Xian saw that her face was pale from lack of rest, her eyes slightly reddened, and her slightly dazed expression. Just like him, he knew that this woman had also forgotten about He Tiangang. With a light cough, Qin Yu pulled her over and quietly explained the situation to her. Liao She lifted a hand and slapped between her eyebrows. I forgot, but it doesn't matter. Send him over. I guarantee that he won't die. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Qin Yu. No matter how he looked at it, he felt as if she had ill intentions. Qin Yu took a step back. Hey, what do you want to do? Liao She brightly smiled. He Tiangang's bloodline was extracted in order to help you, so saving him is your responsibility. You cannot avoid it. Come, follow me into the room. When we're done with this, we'll also, once this matter is settled, it is time for us to leave Giant Deer City and take a good look at this endless abyss. On the 4th day after Abyssal Demon Dragon Elder Offer left Giant Deer City, an ordinary black carriage quietly drove out of the city gates. The coachman was a stern middle-aged man. He had a cold expression and his eyes stared straight ahead. Occasionally, they would sweep around, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Behind the carriage was an old man of the demon fox race riding a wildebeest. He wore ordinary blue robes and carried a cloth bag on his back. He seemed like an accountant. Giant Deer City and the tens of millions of demons that had survived the calamity didn't know that the person who had helped them survive had quietly left. Of course, it was more accurate to say that the reason they had encountered this terrifying beast tide was because of them. Thus, Qin Yu never thought of obtaining the gratitude of Giant Deer City or obtaining anything from them. Since Liao She wanted to leave and see the abyss, then he would leave. The carriage seemed ordinary, but the interior was spacious and comfortable. The floor was covered with thick soft fur from some kind of demon beast. In front of a comfortable and wide couch was a table carved from abyssal black jade. The table itself was connected to the carriage so that it wouldn't shake as it moved or bumped. On the surface of the table, there was an oil lamp quietly burning. The oil was a pure and transparent color, and as it burned, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Mion Ya wore the dress of a demon maid. She was kneeling on the fur, looking at the two people playing chess on both sides of the table. Her lips twitched. This level, it was really bad. No, my move is wrong. Let me take a step back. Liao She grabbed a chess piece, his face flushing red. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. If you continue like this, there really isn't any way to play. Liao She curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Are you a man or not? I just want to take a step back. Can't you agree to something as simple as that? Qin Yu's face darkened. Take a step back. Haha, you've already taken 13 steps in this game and you still want to tell me if you're a man or not. Moreover, this has nothing to do with being a man or not. You were the one who went too far. Mion Ya nodded. She looked at Qin Yu with some sympathy. Playing chess with such an opponent was truly torturous. But she never thought that even though her movements were careful enough, they would still be noticed by Liao She. Her eyes widened and she viciously said, "What do you mean by nodding? You smelly girl, don't forget your current status. Otherwise, I'll make you warm Qin Yu's bed tonight." Mion Ya's face flushed red. She lowered her head and then looked up at Qin Yu with watery eyes. This nine-tailed demon fox woman, what are you looking at me for? I didn't say anything, and that look in your eyes, there seems to be something wrong. Qin Yu's complexion darkened even further. He pointed a finger at the window. The window was forged from special demon crystals. Although it looked pitch black from the outside, one could clearly see the scenery outside from within. This lake isn't bad. Liao She threw down the chess piece and sat up. Where is it? Let me take a look. She nearly fell onto Qin Yu's face. She had to draw back a great distance to avoid the Twin Peaks empowerment. Qin Yu coughed. If you want to take a look, then take a good look. Don't be so excited. Liao She rolled his eyes at him and muttered something to himself. Then, he stood up and excitedly laughed. All right, I announce that we will set up camp here today. Let's face the lake and have a barbecue. That taste will be wonderful. Stop, stop. She slapped the carriage and shouted. The carriage stopped and the door opened from the outside. Liao She jumped out and shouted, Qin Yu, hurry up and get out. The scenery here is too good. Qin Yu pretended not to see Mion Ya's increasingly sad eyes. He nodded and got off the carriage. He casually looked around. The lake wasn't too large and there were some trees and vegetation. The scenery was average and could barely be considered beautiful. How could Liao She be so surprised? However, the purpose of this trip was to accompany her to relieve her boredom. Since she wanted to rest here, so be it. The carriage stopped by the lake. The driver quickly set up the tent, pulled out the reclining chairs, placed down the round table, and covered the ground with a soft blanket. After respectfully bowing, he turned and walked towards the lake. Liao She had already said that they would have a barbecue, so they naturally needed the freshest ingredients. Splash, the driver jumped into the lake. If others were to see what the master of Giant Deer City's merry forest, the one who controlled millions of fugitives, He Tiangang, was doing right now, their eyes would likely pop out of their sockets. But in comparison, all of this didn't seem like much at all. This was because Old Fox, who was in charge of a branch of Thousand Eye Hall, was laughing as he pulled out the barbecue rack and prepared the various ingredients he needed. Although it had been many years since he had personally made food, since Miss Liao She had a request, he had to do his best. Haha, it had to be known that when he was young, Old Fox was quite skilled in cooking. He had relied on this to capture the hearts of many young and ignorant demonesses. Of course, he had also obtained many other things, but this was a very serious story, so he could only ignore it. In the shadow of the carriage, there seemed to be something gently wriggling about. Then, it quickly slithered away. Since he was stationed here, he naturally had to tidy up the surrounding environment in advance, lest he ruin Miss Liaosha's mood. Shadowless Demon turned his head and looked at the young man and woman standing by the lake. Without a doubt, he had chosen to follow Qin Yu wholeheartedly. But in his heart, Miss Liaosha's position was no less than Qin Yu's. Perhaps a little higher. That was because this was a woman filled with legends. She was so powerful that even the demonic dragon race's elder had to maintain respect in front of her. That's right, respect. Shadowless Demon's superb ability to discern people's thoughts and expressions allowed him to find this emotion in the subtle expressions that elder arcane magic revealed. Putting aside everything else, just this point alone was enough for him to curry favor with her. Soon, He Tiangang walked out from the lake, his hands dragging a dragonfish and a red-backed prawn. Although they had already been killed, the corpses of the two demon beasts were still emitting powerful fluctuations of demonic energy. It was clear they were extremely strong. But even so, facing the attack of a demon commander, they were unable to resist at all. They were cleanly sliced apart without the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake. Shadowless Demon quietly returned to the shadow of the carriage. Only, there were several demon beasts that had just died on the ground. These demon beasts were all excellent barbecue materials. Old Fox began to get busy. He ran far away and cut open their bellies, skinned them, cleaned them, and skewered them. As the charcoal fire burned, the air began to fill with an extremely tempting fragrance. Liaosha picked up a skewer of roasted prawn meat and took a bite. His eyes widened and he nodded repeatedly at Old Fox. Delicious, delicious. Old Fox, your cooking skills are quite good. It would be a pity if you didn't open a barbecue stall. Mion Ye quietly rolled her eyes. Only the young miss would have a clear conscience and allow a demon commander-level powerhouse to do something like this. Open a barbecue stall? Let alone impossible, even if you did open one, who would dare to spend money there? Hiss, he took a bite. The barbecue was a bit hot, but the taste was truly wonderful. Moreover, there was a rich demonic energy contained within the meat. I'll eat, I'll desperately eat. This could also be counted as a form of cultivation. Only those who had 3 demon marshals as their servants could easily eat this kind of high-quality food. Of course, they couldn't miss this opportunity. Chapter 1068. Old Fox beamed with joy at the praise. He said, as long as Miss Liaosha likes it, that's fine. When I was young, I practiced cooking for a period of time. If you want to eat anything, feel free to ask. He Tiangang narrowed his eyes. His expression was still cold and indifferent, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that the skills that this fellow had painstakingly practiced in order to attract the attention of all the demonesses in the past would actually be put to use today? This Old Fox, he could be considered making the best use of him. Although there were no stars, sun, or moon in the abyss, there were still yin and yang, dawn and dusk. As the bottom of the upper layer of the abyss darkened, night arrived. In the dim lake, there was an unknown plant on the lakeside that actually bloomed. In the twilight, it emitted a faint halo of light, blue and translucent. It was like a small whirlwind that had been dyed in color. It was unexpectedly beautiful. Liaosha ate and drank his fill. He patted his slightly bulging belly and then lay down on the soft blanket on the ground. His eyes widened as he looked at the flowers in front of him, an incomparably surprised expression on his face. Qin Yu walked over. I just asked. This is a very common abyssal plant called Gu. It blooms at night and closes during the day. Do you have to be so ignorant? Is there a need to do this? Liaosha humphed twice. He snappily said, Great Official Qin, you are far more experienced and knowledgeable. Have you been to the abyss before? Qin Yu's face darkened. He discovered that Liaosha's ability to piss people off was increasing recently. He coldly sneered and flicked his sleeves before walking away. He drew back some distance and sat down on a recliner. His eyes fell on Liaosha, who was still lying on the ground and watching with rapt attention. A trace of softness appeared in his eyes. He could feel that Liao She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Although he didn't know what it was fine as long as she was happy. 10 days, after today, half of it would be over. He didn't know whether or not Liao She would keep her promise and tell him everything. As Qin Yu was thinking, there was some movement in the distance. Soon, a group of demons appeared in his line of sight. "Stop!" someone ordered, and the group came to a halt. "I think this place is relatively quiet. It isn't safe to travel at night, so let's set up camp here." The indifferent voice of the young man sounded out naturally. There was an unquestionable aura of someone in a superior position. It was clear that his status was not ordinary. In the group, the commander of the demon guards in charge of safety swept his eyes over the lakeside. It was obvious that there was a carriage parked there. He frowned and said, "Young master, there are already people here. If there are too many people, we might as well camp for a while longer. If there are people, then let them leave. Do I need to give instructions for such a small matter?" The young voice rang out again. The guard leader's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. "Yes, I understand." He turned around and was about to order his subordinates to disperse the people by the lake when he suddenly stopped and looked at the figure walking towards them. He Tiangong's face was expressionless as he walked in front of them. "My master is resting here and does not wish to be disturbed. Please leave immediately. You're courting." Before one of the guards could finish his words, he was sent flying with a heavy kick. The guard captain's face paled, and he forced a smile and said, "My apologies, our subordinates are ignorant of the rules and offended you. We'll leave right now." He Tiangang nodded, "Thank you." He turned and left. After finding the unconscious demon guard, the caravan quickly left. It wasn't until they were some distance away that the young man's voice echoed out from the carriage. Although it was calm, one could clearly feel the raging anger that was suppressed beneath this calmness. "Commander Black Armor, I think you owe me an explanation." The guard captain turned his head to look at the nearly invisible lake. Only then did he truly relax. But, he still subconsciously lowered his voice and said, "Young master, the person we just spoke with is incomparably strong. He is at least a peak demon general. To be able to casually order around someone like that, as a servant, he absolutely has a great background. It is best if we don't come into conflict with him." The young man was silent for a moment. Then, his tone became light. "We won't stop tonight. Let's continue on our way." "Yes." Seeing that the guard captain didn't pursue the matter further, Black Armor was happy. Although it was possible that they would encounter some demon beasts at night, compared to the conflict with those people behind them, it wasn't a problem at all. The small disturbance dissipated before it had even fully formed. Qin Yu and Liao She didn't even know what had happened. The next day, they enjoyed another refreshing breakfast by the lake. Liao She pulled Qin Yu back to the carriage, shouting that yesterday's battle hadn't been decided yet, so today they had to kill each other. Qin Yu lifted a hand to his forehead, feeling as if he wanted to die. The chess game of the abyssal demon race could be considered interesting, but when the opponent was an unreasonable woman, it became nothing more than a torture. He braced himself and played 3 rounds with Liao She. In the end, he lost 2 and won 1. After wasting a great deal of time and effort, he was finally able to rid himself of her pestering him to play another round. Then, he tossed this task to the pale-faced Mion Ya. After drinking several cups of herbal tea in a single breath, he felt the clogged feeling in his chest dissipate. He found a comfortable place to lie down and unknowingly fell asleep. Even with Qin Yu's cultivation, he still felt tired. It could be imagined just how exhausting it was to play chess with Liao She. By the time he was woken up, the sky had already darkened. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and saw the pale Mion Ya in front of him, her eyes filled with grief. He thought that this was truly tragic. But in this sort of situation, he could only apologize and forget about it. Liao She had already walked out of the carriage. He pointed not too far away, towards a small demon city with flickering lights. He laughed and said, "We'll be staying here tonight." As she turned and saw Qin Yu, she immediately revealed a look of disdain. "Hey, you slept for an entire day? Qin Yu, are you a pig?" Towards her provocation, Qin Yu only chuckled in response. It was important to know one's own limits. With her chess skills, calling her a pig would be an insult to such an honest creature. Qin Yu. Liao She seemed to see through his thoughts. He shouted out loud and threw himself at him. If you dare to speak of this, you're dead. Mion Ya had a relieved expression. She thought that he had finally endured everything she had suffered, but Miss Liao She's chess skills were really bad. After arguing for some time, the carriage quietly entered the small city and chose the largest inn to stay in. When the carriage stopped, He Tiangang swept his eyes over several carriages not too far away. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before composing himself. The demon that opened the inn was an old man from the fox race. Indeed, this race was naturally quick-witted and was good at using money to do business. The demon fox race was said to be in control of nearly a third of the various industries in the entire Dark Abyss. Of course, the demon fox race itself wasn't considered strong. This so-called one-third of the industries were mostly managed by the demon fox race. Even so, this was enough to show just how high the demon fox race's level of management was. The two old foxes chatted happily. Old Fox introduced himself as the accountant that followed the boss on this trip. The old fox opposite him immediately arched an eyebrow, a proud and reserved expression on his face as he said, "When it comes to managing finances and accounts, there is no one in the entire Dark Abyss that can compare with our demon fox race." Old Fox nodded in agreement to this. If it weren't for the fact that there was still a group of people waiting, then looking at the two old foxes chatting happily, they would likely be holding hands and going to the back residence to eat chicken and drink wine. Thanks to Old Fox, the inn owner said that although an honored guest had arrived just now and occupied several of the best rooms in the inn, there were still some rooms that they didn't normally open to the public and were only used to entertain friends and family. Thus, he took them out to entertain them. Old Fox repeatedly expressed his thanks. Then, the inn owner called over a servant and led them to choose a room. The location was indeed good. Moreover, there was a small river behind the inn. As soon as one opened the window, they could see the lights on the riverside and the branches of the demon willow fluttering on both sides. Liao She was very satisfied. Then, he unceremoniously chose the best room. There were 2 suites inside and outside and the area wasn't small. Then, he turned around and pointed at Qin Yu who was preparing to choose a room. He arched an eyebrow and said, "You and I will be in the same room. You are not allowed to argue. You've already slept for an entire day, so tonight is the time for you to show your strength. This time, I'm going to kill you until you're utterly defeated." One could clearly see the cunning smile on the inn owner's face stiffen. He looked at Liao She and then at Qin Yu, wondering if the youths of the demon race were so open-minded these days. Moreover, this young girl was so beautiful and yet she didn't understand the slightest bit of restraint. In front of everyone's eyes, she had actually challenged a man. This was truly a loss of face. Before this, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Liao She and Qin Yu had disguised themselves a little. They appeared to be ordinary high-level demons. The appearance of a member of the royal family was far too eye-catching. Old Fox's lips twitched. He certainly knew that his fellow demon had misunderstood, but he didn't dare to say anything rude. Otherwise, this inn might have to change owners after today. He lightly coughed and wrapped an arm around Old Fox's shoulder. "Come, bring us to our rooms. The young master and miss must be tired today, so you should rest early." As he spoke, he glanced at Mianya. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and invite the young master and miss into their rooms." The inn owner's lips twitched. Even as he followed them, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at that incomparably beautiful young maid. It was actually a scene of a dragon and 2 phoenixes. Gulp air behind him, some unknown servant couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The inn owner thought that these servants were truly useless. But as he thought about it, if it were him today, stop, hurry up and stop. His head felt dizzy and he felt as if blood would spurt out of his nose. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He walked into the room and shouted out, "Liao She, when you speak, can't you pay attention to your words?" Mianya's face blushed red. She carefully stood to the side, her heart racing. If this was really the case, then it wouldn't be too bad. Of course, It was true that she wanted to climb into Qin Yu's bed. Whether it was because of his strength or the existence of the 1,000 illusionary demon mirror, this was the best choice. But to say that Mianya had any sincerity towards Qin Yu would be a joke. But in the dark abyss, powerhouses controlled everything. To have a chance to rely on a powerhouse was already the greatest fortune in itself. What sincerity? That was simply the ravings of an idiot. Liao She humphed. If your heart is pure, then everything is pure. If your thoughts aren't pure, then you can only look for reasons within yourself. As she spoke, she glared at Qin Yu. And you little hussy, just what is going on in your head? Although I don't oppose you relying on your own abilities to climb into Qin Yu's bed, you should at least restrain yourself when you're in front of me. Mianya said that she would make the bed for them and then left with a red face. But before she left, she glared at Qin Yu, her eyes like two small hooks that wanted to pull out his soul. Liao She jokingly called her a coquettish fox. He pointed at Qin Yu and said, "You better be careful. Don't be so mesmerized by her that you forget who you are." Qin Yu replied that he didn't need to worry about her. He wanted to run away, but Liao She firmly grabbed onto him. If he didn't play 8 or 10 games with him, he wouldn't let him go. After that, Qin Yu didn't sleep for the entire night. When he finally got rid of Liao She at dawn, he felt as if there were countless chess pieces circling in front of him, constantly colliding with each other and madly drilling into his brain. This was despair. As for Liao She, even though he hadn't slept all night, he was still in high spirits. He pulled Qin Yu out and said that he would personally make breakfast to thank him for his hard work last night. In the end, when the two of them left for the inn's kitchen, they were met by a passing shopkeeper. As the shopkeeper looked at the stark contrast between the two of them, he subconsciously grinned. He thought that even if a young man was full of energy, he still wouldn't be able to withstand a 1 versus 2 battle. TSK, in the dark abyss, there were only old bulls that died of exhaustion. There were no fields that were ruined. No, I have to go talk to my wife. It's so early in the morning and she's too hot. Chapter 1069. Reality proved that no one was omnipotent. Even though Liao She had an unfathomably mysterious background and was a peerless demon refiner, his cooking skills were lacking. Qin Yu didn't know just how much determination it took for him to endure the torture and stuff that could be called food into his stomach. After finishing this hellish breakfast, he vowed in his heart that he would never allow Liao She to take a single step into the kitchen again. As for how to persuade her to give up on her goal of becoming a top chef, a woman had to live a refined life. Yes, that was it. Mion Ya had a sympathetic expression. She suddenly realized that the reason Qin Yu was still alive and kicking was because of the powerful abyssal titan bloodline in his body. If it were an ordinary demon, they would have been tortured to death in minutes. The small city wasn't large and there weren't many fun places to go. After Liao She asked a few questions, her eyes brightened. This was because she had heard some exciting news. Several thousand miles away from the small city, 5 Element City would be holding a massive auction. It was said that countless treasures would be sold and there would also be many rare and precious treasures from the abyss on display. Thus, after a second of consideration, Liao She waved her hand and made a decision. Their next destination was 5 Element City. With a goal in mind, they couldn't wait any longer. Liao She didn't want to delay at all. She hurried everyone along. Panting, the shopkeeper Old Fox, whose face was still slightly flushed, hurriedly rushed over and pulled Elder Who's hand reluctantly. He only said that he had a good chat with him and really did not want to leave so soon. Old Who smiled. He said that since he was working for others, he naturally didn't have much freedom. If fate willed it, they would meet again in the future. The shopkeeper Old Fox sighed. He said that our fox race is unparalleled in intelligence, but unfortunately, our bloodline talent is too ordinary. If we could give birth to a demon king, the status of the entire fox race would rise. Why would we need to live under someone else's roof? Old Who bitterly smiled. Although my master is good, I can't say such words again. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to do things in the future. The shopkeeper Old Fox nodded repeatedly. He said that he had been negligent and that he was truly sorry. Old Who shook his head. His master was a generous person and wouldn't blame him for some unintentional words. But the truth was that Old Who approved of the shopkeeper Old Fox's words. The Fox race's devil race bloodline could only be considered ordinary. It was only because of their superior intelligence that they managed to maintain their current status as a middle-class abyss race. However, if a Fox clan king were to be born, he would naturally be able to lead the entire demon Fox clan to an unprecedented peak. And now, he was working hard for this goal. As long as His Excellency Qin Yu could break through the layers upon layers of trials and obtain the approval of the Abyss Will, he would surely become the only supreme ruler of the endless abyss. At that time, he would naturally be able to obtain everything he wanted. While Old Fox and the owner of the inn, Old Fox, seized the time to bid farewell, the other group of guests had already left. There were 3 dragon horses in charge of pulling the gigantic carriages. Although the dragon race's bloodline was thin since they had no horns on their heads, they were still dragon horses. They were top-quality demonic beasts, and they could easily travel 10,000 kilometers in a day. With 3 dragon horses pulling the carriage, he could naturally be considered an honored guest. Furthermore, there was a group of guards that were clearly not to be trifled with. Anyone with a brain would know that the person sitting in the carriage was definitely a truly important person. Black Armor casually tossed out some demon crystals. The several servants that were busily sending them off immediately revealed looks of ecstasy and bowed again and again. Although there weren't any hidden dangers in this errand, the person in the carriage had a different status. If something were to happen, they would all suffer a calamity. Not daring to be careless, Black Armor swept his sharp eyes around. But at this time, he froze. Not too far away, there was a lonely carriage and an ordinary wildebeest. They were calmly waiting by the roadside for their masters to arrive. The day before yesterday, although it had been late at night and he hadn't been able to see too clearly, when Black Armor's eyes fell on this carriage, his heart shrank. His intuition told him that the masters of this carriage were those people he had met by the lake that day. His first thought was that they had caught up. But soon, he suppressed this thought. If they really wanted to make things difficult for him, they could have done so that day. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, they had clearly stayed in this inn. Since there was no movement from them, it meant that the matter from that day had already been resolved. Black Armor let out a long breath, his heart relaxing. In his opinion, this was the best possible result. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. As expected of someone with a profound background. Even this breadth of mind was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After all, the young master in the carriage that day had not concealed his words. With the strength that one of the other party had displayed, they must have already noticed. With this conjecture in mind, Zhongxian looked at the seemingly ordinary armored carriage once more, and he noticed something strange about it. For example, its size was obvious. It was much larger than ordinary armored carriages, so the interior must be very comfortable. There were also windows that couldn't be seen from the outside. There were also some complex and beautiful patterns on the surface of the crystal. Black Armor had seen this kind of window material before. It seemed to be a very precious and special kind of demon crystal that was quite expensive. There were also the ruts of the carriage and the marks on the ground. This showed that the weight of the entire carriage was quite astonishing. It was likely that beneath this ordinary exterior, the interior had already been reinforced and arranged countless times. The carriage was so heavy, yet it could be easily pulled by just 2 ordinary wildebeests. Either the carriage itself used a demon array, or these 2 wildebeests were absolutely not ordinary. Thinking about it, the latter was more likely. Their team's dragon horse was here, and its aura would suppress horse-type demon beasts. But now, these 2 wildebeests, no, 3 wildebeests, including the one at the back, didn't seem the slightest bit out of the ordinary. They clearly had a powerful background and powerful guards, but they were acting so low-key. There must be something going on here. Black Armor took a deep breath and looked away, suppressing the tumbling thoughts in his heart. It was best not to care about other people's affairs. Although these people hadn't shown any hostility towards them, after what happened at the lakeside, their relationship couldn't be considered harmonious. However, after the incident at the lakeside, their relationship couldn't be considered harmonious no matter what. It was better to leave as soon as possible and not meet him again. "Are you ready?" Black Armor shouted. After confirming, he came to the carriage and respectfully said, "Young master, we can go. Do you see the carriage over there?" The young man's voice sounded. Black Armor's complexion changed. He braced himself and said, "Yes. You and I thought the same. It really is them." The young man's voice lowered. Then, there was a knock on the carriage. "Let's hurry." Black Armor let out a deep breath and immediately ordered the team to move. He thought that although the city lord's little brother was a bit arrogant, he wasn't completely brainless. When the team left the small city, they began to speed up. According to their plan, they had to arrive at Five Elements City tonight. After another moment, the armored carriage carrying Liao Shi, Qin Yu, and Mianya left the city gates. Black Tiangang was still driving the carriage. Old Fox was riding on a wildebeest, holding 2 pheasants that the old fox shop owner had given him before he left. These pheasants had absorbed abyssal demon energy and had crimson-black fur. They tasted the best and were one of the favorite foods of the fox race. Thinking of Miss Liao Shi's love for good food, Old Fox was already thinking of using these 2 pheasants to make a feast. Hurry up, hurry up. We need to go to Five Elements City and participate in the auction. Haha, I want to buy. I want to smash their heads with demon crystals." Liao Shi pushed open the window and drilled half of his body out. He waved his hands and shouted. Black Tiangang, who was driving the carriage, revealed a faint smile on his cold face. He flicked the whip in his hand and said, "Miss, please sit down. We will leave immediately." Black Tiangang, hurry up. I want to eat dinner in Five Elements City. Liao Shi returned to the carriage and sat down. Mianya closed the window. The 2 wildebeests pulling the carriage neighed at the same time as their hooves suddenly sped up. Large amounts of abyss devil energy gathered under their hooves and formed the shape of dragons. Low roars that sounded like dragon roars could be heard as they lifted the carriage and the horsemen into the air. Whoosh, the black carriage suddenly accelerated. Like a shadow, it howled into the distance. Old Fox patted the wildebeest beneath him. "You should hurry up too. Don't be left too far behind." The wildebeest cried out in response. Its hooves moved as it chased after the carriage. Thanks to Mianya, Liao Shi had gained a new hobby, reading. It wasn't some ancient book that involved the history of the abyss or biographies of famous characters. His eyes casually swept over the cover. There were all sorts of gaudy illustrations and incomparably exaggerated excerpts. For example, "Ah, my love, I will follow you to the end of the abyss," or "Why are you treating me like this? My love for you can fill the entire abyss. Of course, I will accompany you to see the rain fall from the abyss, I will accompany you through the joys and sorrows of life, and we will laugh and cry together" were even more common. Qin Yu curled his lips. He thought that Liao Shi actually liked to read these sorts of things and was so fascinated by them. Haha, she was just too childish. But whether or not she was childish wasn't important at all. As long as Liao Shi was honest and didn't force him to play chess, everything was fine. Qin Yu comfortably closed his eyes and switched to a more comfortable position. He thought that starting like this, a trip that could stop and go as he pleased, was also a wonderful thing. He enjoyed this, but he absolutely wouldn't indulge in it. This was because Qin Yu knew that the reason they were able to obtain such a peaceful time was because Liao Shi had done something. This woman had gone crazy playing these past 2 days. It was hard to see just what she was hiding in her heart. There was no need to think about it. Today was already the 7th day. Once the appointed day arrived, he would naturally know the secret that Liao Shi was hiding. As for whether or not she would act shamelessly, Qin Yu guaranteed that if she really dared to do so, he would absolutely not let her off. The standard of the stories in the abyss was clearly quite good. On the way to Five Elements City, Liao Shi didn't even lift her head. She would occasionally rub her red and sore eyes before quickly burying her head back down, as if she were too busy reading to care about anything else. It was only when the black iron carriage began to slow down and He Tiangong's voice sounded out that she reluctantly put down the book in her hands. Qin Yu glanced at the cover. What he saw was a man dressed in extremely revealing clothes. His skin was fair and delicate, and the areas that were exposed were also white and tender. His eyebrows and lips were curved, filled with a feminine aura. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Just what was wrong with women these days? Why did they prefer this type? Sissy, mother canon, female canon. Forget it, all sorts of canons had roughly the same meaning. Chinyu didn't know which phrase could perfectly describe it. In short, it was the type that when he looked at it, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps rise all over his body and he wanted to send it flying with a punch.